Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys.
Lamb broke the tackle. Outruns three men into the end zone. Touchdown, CeeDee Lamb.
Take on TJ Watt and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Gets the snap, looking back, pressure backside. TJ Watt with a sack.
Tonight at 8:20 p.m. Eastern, catch the national broadcast on NFL Radio Channel 88. The Cowboys call on Sirius 83 XM 226. The Steelers call on Sirius 85 XM 225. In the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
The following is a presentation of Westwood One Sports. If it's the NFL, it's on Westwood One.
Prescott will throw it left side. It's caught by Lamb, breaking away. Lamb, goodbye! Touchdown, Cowboys! Lamb is explosive.
Fields back to pass, throws over the middle of the field. It's Calvin Austin. He has a step. Austin heading straight up the middle of the field. Inside the 10, to the 5, touchdown. Calvin Austin, 55 yards from Fields to Austin. Oh, that's sweeter than Aunt Nellie's blueberry pie, baby.
Now, it's time for Sunday Night Football. Let's head to the stadium and join Ryan Radke and Mike Golick.
We welcome you to Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh for Week 5 of Sunday Night Football as the 3-1 Pittsburgh Steelers host the 2-2 Dallas Cowboys. Tonight's broadcast of the National Football League on Westwood One is sponsored by Wrangler, by BetMGM, by Indeed.com, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, and by the official NFL app. Hi, everybody. I'm Ryan Radke along with Mike Golick. Scott Graham will join us shortly from our Westwood One studios. Well, get out the history books for this one. Two of the most historic and recognizable franchises in the NFL. The Steelers have more wins than anyone since the NFL-AFL merger. Dallas is second on that list. The Cowboys have played in more Sunday night and primetime games than anyone else. Pittsburgh is second. And these teams have met 3 times in the Super Bowl. Steelers won Super Bowls 10 and 13. The Cowboys claimed Super Bowl 30. So, Mike, that's the history with these two teams. Let's talk about the here and now. The Steelers have been one of the early season surprises. They come in 3-1, and they've done it without Russell Wilson. Justin Fields leading the way and playing pretty well.
Yeah, you always knew the defense was going to lead this team, whether it was Russell Wilson starting or Justin Fields. But Justin Fields has improved from week to week to maybe getting out of the pocket too quick, to design runs, to throwing well outside the numbers, to having some more poise in the pocket. At his first fumble last week, that was a problem he had in Chicago. So not turning the ball over, trying to run the ball, well, though their running back position has been decimated by injuries, and certainly having George Pickens in the passing game. He has really developed nicely over the beginning of the season.
Cowboys come into the game 2-2 tonight. Their defense has been struggling, and now they have to play this game without 2 of their best. No DeMarcus Lawrence, he goes on IR with a foot injury. No Micah Parsons out tonight with an ankle injury.
Yeah, that's certainly going to hurt the pressures. They accounted for 47% of the pressures, so that's a big part missing. Listen, this is a next man up league. It's not if somebody gets hurt, it's when you get hurt and when people have to fill in and how they have to do when they fill in. So you look at it as a chance for the next guy to step in. But you are missing some great players, without question. And the struggles they would have against the pass were mitigated because of the pressures Lawrence and Micah Parsons got. They're not going to be there tonight, and they still struggle, obviously, against the run.
All right, we don't get to see Micah Parsons. We do see TJ Watt on the other side, closing in on 100 career sacks, a guy that is just a menace for opposing offenses to deal with.
Oh, I mean, listen, he and his brother are going to be one of the next set of brothers down the road that are going to be in the Hall of Fame with what he's doing. He just has such a great rushing technique, the dip technique, getting low and turning the corner, and he's just a terror. You just decide how you want to block him. You leave him one-on-one at times, you chip, you double. How do you block a TJ Watt so he's not in Dak Prescott's face immediately?
And he's part of the Steelers' defense. They had been great for the first 3 weeks of the season, coming off their worst game so far against Indianapolis. Meanwhile, the Dallas offense that had been pretty good, but they were not great in their Thursday night win in New York a couple of weeks ago.
No, they weren't. The defense, this offense, I should say, relies on Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb. Jake Ferguson, tight end as well, to help supplement. But it's really Dak and CD And CD kind of had I remember talked about how does Cooper Kupp get open so much, and it's like because we move him everywhere. And he said, okay, that's something that you're going to have to do because it's amazing. You know the ball's going to him, and he still gets it.
All right, time to check tonight's weather. It's sponsored by Prize Picks. Football season is here, and Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. Download Prize Picks and use code PRIMETIME. Get a $50 credit instantly when you play $5. Must be present in certain states where it's lawful to wager. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details. Here's the good news. It's 70 degrees in Pittsburgh tonight. Here's the bad news. There is severe thunderstorm warnings in the area, and we've just gotten official word that kickoff is going to be delayed tonight due to lightning. The players are not going to come back out of the locker room for a while. So, Mike, I ask you, they've already been out. They've gone through warm-ups. Now they're back in. It's sort of an indefinite delay to see what happens with this storm. How does that impact the players getting ready for the game tonight?
I mean, professional athletes, really all athletes, are so ritualistic on how they go about preparing for a game and the timing of it. We always talk about how it gets thrown off for the two Super Bowl teams because of a longer pregame and a longer halftime and how it can affect them. So this definitely affects you. You just have to leave the players enough time to go through their warm-up routine again. Now, it won't be exactly the same, but it has to be enough to get them ready.
You never want to see this happen, but if we're going to have it, better to have it now as opposed to coming out, playing a quarter, and then going back in?
Without a doubt, and you hope that doesn't happen. Yeah, you'd hate to get going, get the juices flowing, start playing, and then have to shut it down and go back where how long's the delay going to be? Am I going to take my pads off, or am I going to try and dry out? Is it the second quarter, fourth quarter? Yeah, during the game's a lot more difficult.
All right, we'll see how it goes here tonight. Again, thunderstorms in the area. Lightning is on its way. They're going to play it safe. They're going to hold the kickoff tonight. We'll see where it goes from there. Hopefully a storm that just moves through, and we can get this one in tonight in a timely fashion. Cowboys and the Steelers here in Pittsburgh. Much more coming up as we approach kickoff. But when we return, Scott Graham joins us from our Progressive Insurance Studios. Cars, homes, boats, motorcycles, RVs, and more at Progressive.com. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys.
Lamb broke the tackle. Outruns three men into the end zone. Touchdown, CeeDee Lamb.
Take on T.J. Watt and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Gets the snap, looking back, pressure backside. T.J. Watt with a sack.
Tonight at 8:20 p.m. Eastern. Catch the national broadcast on NFL Radio Channel 88. The Cowboys call on Sirius 83 XM 226. The Steelers call on Sirius 85 XM 225. In the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
If you want to win your fantasy football league, you need to listen to Fantasy Sports Radio.
What a play!
From start-sit decisions to waiver wire advice to injury updates, Sirius XM Channel 87 helps you win your fantasy football league. With expert advice from Jeff Mans.
Making the most moves doesn't result in the most wins.
Howard Bender.
Just because you're allowed to make a waiver move doesn't mean you have to make a waiver move.
Jeff Ratcliffe.
Don't overvalue wide receiver cornerback.
Bob Harris.
If you're in a league that doesn't have IR, go out and start looking to waiver wires for players who are about to be activated.
Adam Ronis.
Personally, I don't like trading for injured players because there's a risk of a setback.
And so much more.
You've done wonders for me through the year.
Winning strategies from the best analysts in the business are on Fantasy Sports Radio, Sirius XM 87, and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Hey, football fans, this is Jim Miller.
And I'm Pat Kerwin. Be sure to join us tomorrow for Moving the Chains at 3 p.m. Eastern on NFL Radio.
We'll be breaking down all the action from Sunday and getting you ready for Monday Night Football as the Saints head to Kansas City to take on the Chiefs.
Plus, we'll talk to both Falcons coach Raheem Morris and Bucs coach Todd Bowles while also keeping you updated on all the latest injury news.
So come talk some ball with us tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern on Moving the Chains, Sirius XM, NFL Radio, Channel 88, and the all-new Sirius XM app.
Welcome to the Sunday Night Football pregame show on Westwood One, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Now, here's your host, Scott Graham.
From our Westwood One studios, getting you ready for football that will happen at some point tonight between the Dallas Cowboys and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Why do I say that? Well, we've got weather that it's on its way toward Acrisure Stadium, and it's not just weather, there's lightning involved as well. So they're going to proceed with caution right now. The start of this game will be delayed. Hopefully by the time they do get started, the game will be uninterrupted. If you take a look at the radar right now, the band of storms that are going through look like they're going through reasonably quickly, and once they get to the other side, should be clear sailing for the rest of the night. However, I'm not a meteorologist, nor do I play one on the radio. Why don't I do what I do, which is get you updated on the scores from Week 5 in the National Football League. We saw a lot of different stuff today, including an undefeated team, the Minnesota Vikings, playing on the road, and I mean way on the road, at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in a game in England this morning against the New York Jets. Vikings coming in with a 4-0 record, 3-0 all-time in international games, and going up against a quarterback in Aaron Rodgers, who 17-11-1 in his career against the Vikings. Of course, all of that time with the Green Bay Packers. The other side of this game that was intriguing was, remember, Sam Darnold played 3 seasons with the New York Jets after he was their top draft pick in 2018. He was 13-25, but Darnold has been marvelous to begin this season, and the Minnesota defense has matched or surpassed that to get to 4-0. They were at it again today. 4 more sacks, 21 now on the season over the first 5 games. That's their most in 24 years in the organization over the first 5 games of the season. Minnesota had a lead in this game, but late, Aaron Rodgers got it back, and you know what Rodgers is like in these situations. He loves getting an opportunity to try to step back in and win a ball game. Well, as it turned out, this did not end up being Aaron Rodgers' day, because as he brought his team downfield late in this ball game trying to put it away, he found out that he couldn't.
Rodgers stomps his right foot, barks out a signal, nobody jumps, and now pressure coming at the snap, thrown to the right side, intercepted, going back the other way at the 40, to the 50, outside left numbers to the 40, and this is Van Ginkel down the sideline to the 20, to the 10, he's all the way in, touchdown Minnesota!
J.P. Shadrick right here on Westwood One. That one was a pick 6. Stephon Gilmore got him again with 49 seconds to go, and the Jets are turned away by the Minnesota defense. Vikings are now going into a bye week as they come back home again, 5-0 on the year with a 23-17 win. Sam Darnold did not throw a touchdown today. Aaron Jones had just 29 yards and left the game with a hip injury, but Justin Jefferson had 102 yards receiving for the Vikings. They bring their perfect record back home again. For Rodgers, he was picked off 3 times in this game. That ties a career high. It's the 6th time it has happened. And for the 3rd time in his career, he's got a losing record through 5 games as the Jets fall to 2-3. Speaking of falling to 2-3, what were the chances the Niners were going to do that at home today against Arizona? They'd won 4 straight games against the Cardinals by 16 or more points. But as they were trying to put the game away late, Jordan Mason fumbled at the 8-yard line with 6:11 to go. And I don't mean his own 8. I mean at Arizona's 8 as they were trying to put this game away. Arizona recovered. Kyler Murray led a drive and got a field goal from Chad Ryland with 1:35 left to go in the game. So Brock Purdy put his team back on his shoulders and tried to bring them downfield to get into field goal range in the closing seconds.
2 receivers left, 1 right with 1:15. First down, snap to Purdy. Straight drop, making trouble, hit, and the ball flutters far side, and Kaiser White with a diving interception to win the game at midfield. Purdy got hit, the ball fluttered, and Kaiser White caught up to it, pulled it in, and the Cardinals are going to get one in San Fran.
That's Dave Pasch, the Arizona Cardinals radio network. 24-23 the final in this one as Arizona improves to 2-3 on the year. Kyler Murray threw for 195 yards and a touchdown. He also had a 50-yard touchdown run in this game. Marvin Harrison Jr., boy, he's been up and down so far. 2 catches for 36 yards, but they'll take it right now as Arizona gets the win at Levi's Stadium. For San Francisco, still not at full strength. Purdy threw for 244 and a score, but got picked off twice in this game. Brandon Ayuk had a huge game, 8 catches for 147 yards, but Deebo Samuel was held to 1 catch in this one. San Francisco now 2-3 to start the season. Green Bay going to L.A. to take on the Rams. Rams off to their worst 4-game start in a decade since back in 2014 when they finished the season at 6-10. And Matt LaFleur was coming in to face Sean McVay. Matt LaFleur at one time worked for Sean McVay in the first season as Rams head coach. Since that time, Matt LaFleur has never lost to Sean McVay. And he didn't today. Green Bay wins today at SoFi Stadium 24-19. Jordan Love throws for 244 and a couple of touchdowns. Josh Jacobs a touchdown run and 73 yards on the ground. Green Bay now 3-2 on the year. Matthew Stafford still trying to do it without his top two wide receivers. Kyron Williams scored a touchdown, but that's nothing new. That's 8 straight games now that he has scored one. Stafford threw for 254 and a score, but also an interception, and that is now a 1-4 start for the Rams. That's going to be hard for them to recover from. Speaking of hard to recover from, Cleveland might be in the same boat. They went into Washington today, and this brand new Washington offense led by Jaden Daniels just continues to hum. They had scored 38 points or more in back-to-back games. Today they fell short. They only put up 34 points, but they beat Cleveland 34-13, the final in the game. Jaden Daniels throws for 238, runs for 82 more, got a touchdown in the game. Brian Robinson, 2 rushing scores. Washington is now 4-1. They are leading the NFC East. Deshaun Watson, another game without a whole lot of offensive output. 15 for 28 for 125 yards and a score. Cleveland is now 1-4 to start the year. Seattle was unbeaten going into Detroit last week. They lost a shootout with the Lions, but they went back home to take on a team that doesn't have a whole lot of offense. Remember, the New York Giants, who are coming in today to Lumen Field, 7 different games since the beginning of last season, which they haven't put up an offensive touchdown. And the Giants were without their biggest weapon, Malik Neighbors, out after a concussion last week. Daniel Jones had attempted just 8 passes this year without Neighbors on the field. What did he have to do? Well, he had to turn to a couple of other people. Not only that, he was doing it without Devin Singletary. So Tyrone Tracy and Eric Gray and Darius Slayton and Wan'Dale Robinson were the guys who had to step up for Daniel Jones today. Well, guess what? They did. Even though the Giants fumbled going into the end zone and Seattle's Rayshon Jennings brought it back 102 yards for a scoop and score, the Giants took a lead, held the lead, and then as Seattle tried to tie the game late with 55 seconds to go, Isaiah Simmons blocked a field goal attempt, and the Giants brought it back for a score to seal the deal. New York wins it by a score of 29-20. Daniel Jones, mistake-free football again, 257 yards, couple of scores, no interceptions. The Giants are now 2-3 on the year as they get ready for Sunday Night Football next week against the Cincinnati Bengals at MetLife Stadium. Seattle on the other side, well, Geno Smith threw 40 times today, 284 yards and a touchdown, but check out the numbers on Tyler Lockett. 4 catches, 74 yards. DK Metcalf, 4 catches, 55 yards. Seattle is now 3-2. Boy, they are feeling good about things right now in Chicago, aren't they? Caleb Williams threw for 304 yards today, 2 scores, no interceptions, and beat the team that the Bears made the trade with that made him a Bear. Chicago knocks off Carolina today at Soldier Field by a 36-10 final. DeAndre Swift had a rushing touchdown in this game as Chicago improves to 3-2. Andy Dalton had been the magic to get the Panthers offense started, but that magic stopped today. Dalton held to just 136 yards through the air as Carolina falls to 1-4. Houston and Buffalo. This was some kind of football game. Houston had a 20-3 lead in the third quarter, even after they ended up losing Nico Collins in the first quarter with a hamstring injury. C.J. Stroud had thrown for 331 yards and a touchdown in this one, but Josh Allen brought his team back on a day that he did not put up big numbers, and he got the game tied. Now, Houston had to punt late in the game. This is the head-scratcher that a lot of people in Buffalo are going to be talking about for a while. Bills had the ball on their own 3-yard line with 32 seconds left and threw it 3 times from the 3, all incomplete. That forced a punt. That gave Houston a chance for a return, and that gave Kaimi Fairbairn, as time expired, a chance for a long-range win.
Here's the snap by Weeks, the spot. Here's the kick by Fairbairn. Has the distance, and it's good! Fairbairn wins it at the buzzer! The Texans beat the Bills! 59 yards for the dub on H-Town Day. 23-20.
Mark Vandermeer, Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610 in Houston as the Texans improve to 4-1. You know, they've beaten the Bills 5 straight times now in Houston. 4-1 right now, though. A huge game for Houston because of the fact that if you get to a tiebreaker with Buffalo late in the year, they win the head-to-head. Josh Allen held to 131 yards passing, 54 yards on the ground, less than 200 yards on the day. James Cook scored another touchdown, but Buffalo is 3-2. Wild game today in Cincinnati. The Bengals fighting for their lives coming in at 1-3 on the year, taking on a Baltimore team that they have had a lot of trouble with. Lamar Jackson coming into the day 8-1 against Cincinnati in his career. And I'll tell you, Lamar Jackson was marvelous today. 348 yards passing, 4 touchdowns, although a big fumble late ended up almost tipping the scales in this game. Baltimore was down late, but Justin Tucker hit a 56-yard field goal with 1:35 left in regulation. That sent this game to overtime. Now, in the extra period, after Baltimore had given the ball back to Cincinnati on that turnover, Evan McPherson, who had made 14 straight field goals in the fourth quarter and overtime, missed a 53-yarder. There was a problem with the snap. There was a problem with the hold. It's amazing he actually kicked the ball, but he missed it wide left. On the very next play after the missed field goal, Derrick Henry runs 51 yards down into the red zone, and Baltimore wasn't rating. They called right away on Justin Tucker.
Justin Tucker from 24 yards to win it. Tucker's kick is up. It is good! And the Ravens have won in overtime in Cincinnati. Overtime is over. The hay's in the barn, and the Ravens have defeated the Bengals in the wildest of ways.
41-38 the final. Jerry Sandusky with the call on the WBAL WYYY Ravens Game Day Network. Baltimore has now won 3 in a row after their 0-2 start. And Henry, by the way, had been held to 40 yards in regulation before that 51-yard run. He also did end up having a touchdown in this ball game as Baltimore is 3-2. Joe Burrow, check out these numbers for the day on the losing side of the ledger. 30 for 39, 392 yards, 5 touchdowns, including 2 of them to Jamar Chase. And Cincinnati is now 1-4 to start the year. That's an awful difficult hole to try to dig out of. Jacksonville's going to try to dig out of the same hole, but they're happy to be there. They were 0-4 coming into the day today, but Cam Little hit a 49-yard field goal late, and they held off an Indianapolis comeback to beat the Colts for the 9th straight time in Jacksonville. 37-34 the final today. At 37-34, 31 total points scored between the two teams in the fourth quarter of this game. Trevor Lawrence breaks a 9-start losing streak, throwing for 371 yards on his 25th birthday and a couple of touchdowns. Jacksonville now 1-4. Joe Flacco, ageless. 33 for 44, 359 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, and oh, by the way, he had a 21-yard run in this game. Wasn't enough, though, as Indy falls to 2-3. If you like offense, you hated the game at Gillette Stadium today. Miami Dolphins are hurting, of course, without Tua Tagovailoa, and the Patriots, well, not a whole lot of offense at all coming into this one, not to mention the fact 1-9 at home since the beginning of last year. Miami trailed for much of this ball game with Tyler Huntley at quarterback, but Alec Ingold scored a touchdown with 4:24 to go. The Dolphins took a 5-point lead at 15-10. Patriots had their opportunities. Jalen Polk, with 1:03 left in the game, caught what looked like a 12-yard touchdown for the lead. But a look at replay showed that he had 1 foot on the back line of the end zone, and that got turned away. Then the Patriots got the ball back, but the Dolphins' defense held on the final drive, and Miami walks out of Gillette Stadium with a 15-10 win. They have now won 7 of their last 8 against New England. They had previously lost 25 of 36. Miami now 2-3 on the year. New England 1-10 at home since the start of last year. Jacoby Brissett still just 159 yards passing today. New England is 2-3. And Denver has now won 3 in a row. That makes Bo Nix the first rookie quarterback in Broncos history to win 3 consecutive starts. Right, John Elway never did it. Bo Nix, 206 yards passing and a couple of scores today. He also ran for another as Denver beat the Raiders 34-18. Patrick Surtain with a 100-yard pick 6 in the second quarter for a touchdown. First day in NFL history that there were 2 100-yard plus returns for a touchdown on a fumble or an interception. Denver's sitting at 3-2 right now after that rough start to the season in their first 2 games against the Seahawks and Steelers. They're looking pretty good. The other side, Las Vegas is not. Gardner Minshew threw for 137 yards, got picked off twice. He was benched in the third quarter of this game. Aiden O'Connell came on and threw for 94 yards, but he was picked off too. And Vegas is now 2-3 on the year. We're working our way toward kickoff of Sunday Night Football, and we're not sure when that's going to be. If you're just joining us, there is a weather delay in Pittsburgh right now. They're holding the start of the game with severe weather, including lightning around the area. We'll get you an update on when this one is going to begin, when that comes. But right now, it's time to hear from Nick Costos of BetQL Network with some of the numbers our listeners might be interested in for tonight's matchup between the Cowboys and the Steelers. Nick?
Thanks, Scott. The spread for Sunday Night Football sees Justin Fields and the Pittsburgh Steelers, a 2.5-point home favorite over Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys, the total 43.5. And there's been one-way betting action this week on the side of the game with interest in the favored Steelers, up from -1.5 now at -2.5. As for the total, it's been bet up from 41 to 43.5, and that does make sense given Dallas will be without star pass rushers Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence. And if you think both offenses can have success, 43.5, a good number to bet the over. As far as the side, can Justin Fields sustain offense for all 4 quarters? If you think so, the Steelers feel like a good bet at -2.5. As for props, Steelers wideout George Pickens had 113 receiving yards last week. His receiving yards prop tonight sits 54.5. I'm Nick Costos from the BetQL Network, sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Scott, back to you.
I thank you very much, Nick. As we continue with the pregame show, we're going to tell you a little bit about both of these teams, including a conversation with a very interesting guy, the Steelers' Minkah Fitzpatrick. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Football season is heating up, and Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action while watching football. With over 10 million members now and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. The app is so simple to use. Just pick 2 or more players across any sport, pick more or less on their projection, and you can win up to 100 times your money. Prize Picks even invented the flex play, so you can still cash out if one of your picks doesn't hit. I love it. I love it because it's daily fantasy. And it's easy, and it's fun. Download the Prize Picks app today and use the code PRIMETIME and get a $50 credit instantly when you play $5. That's code PRIMETIME on Prize Picks to get a $50 credit instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to get the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game. Must be present in certain states where it's lawful to wager, and visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
And welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or diabetes, you're at higher risk of being hospitalized from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Welcome back to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One. Scott Graham in the Progressive Insurance Studios, offering auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today. Tonight's matchup, the Dallas Cowboys and the Pittsburgh Steelers. If you're joining us, you probably expected to hear football at this point, but as you might have just heard us talking about, we're trying to figure out exactly how long we're going to be waiting for kickoff this evening. That is because there is weather that is approaching Acrisure Stadium, and because there is lightning involved, the league is deciding to be playing this on the cautious side. They are not going to start this game until this band has gone by. And, of course, there are rules about whether or not you can play with how close lightning is. So for the time being, everybody's sitting tight, waiting for the start of this game, which will start, we assume, sometime tonight at Acrisure Stadium. When it does, Dallas is 2-2 on the year. Pittsburgh is 3-1. And of course, for the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy, the head coach, has had a lot of trouble with the Steelers over the course of his career. 0-4 against them in the regular season. 0-3 with Green Bay, 0-1 with Dallas. Of course, he did win the one that counted. That would have been Super Bowl 45 with the Packers. But getting ready for this ball game and understanding that he's missing two of his biggest defensive players and more going in, he realizes it's a challenge.
It's very apparent. I mean, you walk into your team meeting and you got, D-Law and Micah sitting in the front row because of, injuries that they're dealing with. But it's a great opportunity for others. And, we're excited about it. We took a step in New York, had a chance to catch our breath. Obviously, injuries are part of it. You never want to lose any of your guys, especially your top guys. But this is a great opportunity to show the quality of our football team. And we're excited about this opportunity.
So that opportunity comes tonight against a Pittsburgh Steelers defense that has been marvelous to begin the year. Fewest points per game allowed through 4 games 2010. The fewest yards per game allowed through 4 games since all the way back in 2008. Big part of the Steelers defense, of course, is Minkah Fitzpatrick. He and I got an opportunity to talk ahead of this game this week, and I asked him, now 4 games into the season, after you've gone through the entire of the preseason, and you start to get a feel about what's around you, how comfortable he is about where this team is.
I think we figured out who we are as a team. We're not really searching for an identity or trying to forge one. I think we pretty much set that in stone, and I think coming into week 5, I think that's a good place to be because there's a few teams that are still searching for their identity, and if you haven't found it by week 5, that's probably an issue. So we like where we're at. Still work to be done. Still some rough edges to buff out, but overall, I think we're happy with where we're at.
Based on the position you're playing right now, are you personally getting a chance to play with a little bit more freedom, be a little bit more you this year, perhaps, than you were last year?
It depends on how you look at it. Right now I'm just playing high in the post and the half. So I get to, read the quarterback more. But when they know where I'm at, it's kind of hard to, make stuff happen. We would like to be a little bit less predictable, but with the personnel that we have, that's what we gotta do.
What was it about in the game of football? And it obviously it happened from a young age for you and your time at Alabama too. What turned you into the ball hawk that you turned into, the guy who was around the spot where big plays needed to be made?
I think growing up, I always played offense. I love playing offense. I love having the ball in my hands. I love just, getting in open space and making people miss or running through people. I think it's just kind of transitioned to defense. When the ball is in the air, I try to turn into a receiver. And then when I catch it, I try to turn into a running back or a kick returner. You know what I'm saying? So, I always had a knack for having the ball in my hands. And, once I get it, I'm trying to score.
I don't want to go over old ground from last week or anything like that, but one of the subjects that you were talking about is an important one, which is, aggressive play for a defender in the National Football League and what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do and when a penalty flag is going to fly. Is that something that you carry with you in a game in the back of your head? And does that change who you are, saying, well, wait a minute, I got to back off here?
No, not really. I think the game is being officiated differently now, but if you try and go in there and think about, getting a penalty thrown on you and this and that, then you're not going to play the game full speed, or you're not going to be able to play the game that happens within milliseconds at full speed. So you got to go out there and play your game. Obviously, you got to be smart. You're not trying to decapitate people anymore. You got to lower your target a little bit, but at the end of the day, you still got to play full speed and fast.
Your coach had your back and all of that. And, I look at where guys are in their careers and not just who they're playing with, who they're playing for, and where they're playing. To me, tell me if I'm wrong, it seems like Mike Tomlin and the city of Pittsburgh are really good fits for you.
Yeah, I would say so. Coach T is a guy that appreciates cerebral players. He's a guy that appreciates guys that work hard. And I feel like I'm both of those things. Coming from Bama, coming from high school, they kind of ingrained having a high IQ and a high work ethic in me. So, coming here and playing for Coach T, he definitely allows me to maximize my abilities, maximize my character, not just on the field, but off of it. So like you said, it is a really good fit for me.
You take a look at this opponent that you've got this week, and there's obviously some explosion there, and there is a good quarterback there. There is an all-world receiver there. What do you see from them on film?
Yeah, exactly what you just said. You see a lot of explosive plays. You got a high-level quarterback that gets the ball out of his hands quick, gets it to his primary targets quick. You know, the all-star receiver, all-star tight end. I think they have a really good tight end that they get the ball to as well. So, you know, they do a lot of good things. They do a lot of. They're not trying to trick you and do all this different stuff. They get the ball in the playmaker's hands. They make people miss in the open field. They win 50-50 balls. So, you know, it's a tough challenge ahead of us for sure.
We're talking with the Pittsburgh Steelers' Minkah Fitzpatrick. Especially this week with all that's been going on and all of the damage and heartache that's been going on following the hurricane in, especially right now, North Carolina. It took me back to thinking, you and I believe, talked about this once before. You're a young man in Old Bridge, New Jersey, and Hurricane Irene came through, and it destroyed, what was it, the foundation of your family's house?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah.
So you're going through a period of time, your mom and dad are working as hard as they can. They're sending you to a private high school. Back in that period of time, what was that like for you as a young man who, you know, your family was doing everything that they possibly could, and here you were in a spot where you get your house taken away?
Yeah, you know, it was a tough position. You know, going to school an hour away from my family. My family was living with my grandmother at the time in their basement. I was kind of bouncing around from teammates' houses, coaches' houses, then staying with my grandmother sometimes. So it was tough for sure. But I think without that time period in our lives as a family, as a unit, we wouldn't be as close as we are, and we wouldn't be as hardworking as we are. Because like you said, my parents was working 2-3 jobs apiece. I was working with my dad whenever I wasn't at practice or doing homework. My older sister was working as well. So, you know, we was all pretty much from a young age, you know, I have young parents as well, just learn how to work hard, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, eventually we were able to rebuild our home and move in later in high school. But we got the job done, and definitely, like I said, it was a tough period, but it was a necessary period of life for sure.
Is that work ethic why people would show up to the facility at Alabama late at night and there'd be one light on and one video on and it was you looking at it?
Yeah, I think I got so used to just working because I would wake up at 5:15 in the morning. My dad would drop me off at the local grocery store or diner, and my coach would pick me up. You know, go to practice or go to school. Go to school from 8 to 3. Then we would practice 4 to 6. I would go home. As soon as I got home, I was working with my dad. I was either doing diesel mechanic work or I was doing plumbing with him, or we was working on our own home till super late at night. And I think just I wasn't used to being able just to sit still, you know what I'm saying? And I love the game of football, so I just kind of transferred all that energy and effort into football, you know what I'm saying? And I seen it paying off early on once I got to Bama and late in my high school career. So I just continue doing it.
Last thing, Coach Saban talked about the fact that you have a great football IQ, and yet a year or two ago, I saw you saying something about the fact that you were focusing on making your football IQ better. So I guess the question is, does the learning ever stop?
No, it never stops. It never stops. One, there's just a whole lot of information out there to learn about the game. Whether it be my position, other positions on the field, if it's West Coast football, if it's a guy that's more old school football, there's always different realms of the game. And then the game is always changing and adapting, you know what I'm saying? You have guys that come from a lineage of a certain school, and, each tree or each branch has a different variation of how they play and how they see the game, you know what I'm saying? So, like last week was might be one thing. It might be a West Coast offense, but then this week's a West Coast offense, but how they play on second down after incomplete pass or smash run is different than last week. So the game has always changed, and the game has always adapted as play callers change and adapt. So there's always information to be absorbed for sure.
Hey, it was really nice talking to you once again. Thanks for all the time, and good luck the rest of the way.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you having me.
Minka Fitzpatrick is a 3-time All-Pro, a 4-time Pro Bowler, a 2-time national champion, but what you got out of that conversation, very simply, was he is a still very young man. He's not yet 28 years old, and he is working at all times trying to figure out a way to make himself better, trying to make his team better. Certainly, he is a great addition to this Pittsburgh Steelers team, and he's one of the leaders on a defense that has been dominant in the early part of this season. If you're just joining us, you're expecting to hear football. We apologize. There is none right now. There are sheets of rain that are coming down at Acrisure Stadium. It's not the rain, though, that's slowing things down. It's the threat of lightning in the area that has delayed the start of this game. When we come back, we are going to check in with the guys in the booth and see if they can become, well, amateur meteorologists, if that's the case. We're going to go back to Acrisure Stadium when we come back. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
When the forgotten poor are suffering and in need of healing, they wait for a ship unlike any other. Mercy Ships, the largest floating civilian hospital in the world, with volunteer medical staff and crew who donate their time to save lives. Heroes of mercy, like these.
Every human being has the right to be treated as human, to have a place at the table of the human race.
If you could just see the look in that patient's eyes or the smiles that you get when lives have been changed, then it would make it all worth it.
We bring hope and healing to one person, but that person belongs to a family, and that family belongs to a community.
Together, these heroes of mercy and friends like you bring hope and healing to those who desperately need it.
Thank you! Thank you!
To learn more about Heroes of Mercy, go to mercyships.org today.
After my father was on a ventilator for 20 days due to COVID, he had so many medications, it really was daunting.
According to the National Institutes of Health, 30% of hospital admissions in older adults are drug-related, like taking meds at the wrong time. Hero simplifies medication management.
I'm so thankful that something like this exists. It holds up to 10 different medications. It's all on an app, and you can share that app with a caregiver, so I can make sure that he got his meds. Is he missing a dose of his meds?
Hero Health's smart pill dispenser alerts and delivers pills with the push of a button.
It is really so easy to use and a literal lifesaver.
Try Hero Health risk-free for 30 days. Get free contactless delivery. Call 800-420-7550. 800-420-7550. That's 800-420-7550. Hero. Medication managed.
Welcome back to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One. It's time for another memorable moment in football history. Sponsored by Kohl's.
Here we go. Run Zeke. Up the middle, he's gone. Zeke's gone. Goodbye, Zeke. Touchdown. Short yardage, pinched in. The dogs got out. The Cowboys are going to steal one in Pittsburgh. 32 yards with 9 seconds left. And Dallas leads 35-30. And Zeke was at a dead sprint from the time he got the ball.
Brad Sham, 105.3 The Fan of the Dallas Cowboys radio network. Back in 2016, the last time the Cowboys and Steelers squared off in Pittsburgh. In a wild fourth quarter, Ben Roethlisberger tossed a touchdown to Antonio Brown with 42 seconds left that gave the Steelers the lead. But Dallas struck back as Dak Prescott led the Cowboys on a 75-yard drive, capped off by fellow rookie Ezekiel Elliott's third score of the day in the final seconds. Victory part of an 11-game winning streak for Dallas, which propelled them to the NFC's number 1 seed before they fell to Aaron Rodgers and the Packers in the divisional round. That is tonight's memorable moment in football history, sponsored by Kohl's. When life gets real, start at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. They've lowered prices on thousands of items store-wide. Kohl's, where families come first. Well, if you're joining us right now for Sunday Night Football, you are aware that we are not playing Sunday Night Football, at least not yet. A lot of weather in the area, including some dangerous lightning, and the decision has been made to hold the start of this game. And right now, our delay is probably somewhere in the vicinity of about 25 minutes, but let's check back in between the raindrops at Acrisure Stadium with the guys who are preparing to call this one, Ryan Radke and Mike Golick. And Ryan, I've got to imagine to a certain degree right now, knowing how charged up Mike Golick gets before a game, you just got to kind of rein him in a little bit right now, don't you?
You know, Scott, the good news is there was not an ice cream bar in the press box tonight, so unlike a couple of weeks ago in Atlanta when Golick was on a massive sugar high, he only had about 3 or 4 cookies tonight. So we've been able to control him to this point.
3 or 4 that you know of. About 5 minutes ago, I excused myself to go to the bathroom, but I went to the media room and had 3 more cookies.
Stuck in there and grabbed a few more?
Yeah, so I am amped up.
All right, well, Scott just talked about, getting in between the raindrops. I'd love to tell you there was some room. It is pouring here in Pittsburgh right now. The rain is coming down in sheets. Just before we got it from Scott, thunder was rumbling. We have seen flashes of lightning in the area. The stadium crew has come through and asked the fans to move out. Most of them have complied and at least come up under the overhang or out onto the concourse. There are still a few diehards that are just sitting and enjoying the summer shower, I guess.
You get those people that just want to defy authority, right?
Yeah.
Said, I am not moving if you told me to move, and they're just sitting out there getting drenched.
Yeah, they're going as long as their terrible towels to protect them. But even some of them now are starting to head for higher ground. Another flash of lightning just came through at this point. But, Mike, we talked about it a little bit before the game. The players came out. They went through their warm-ups. Almost immediately after they went in, the decision was made to hold the start of tonight's game. What are players doing right now sitting in the locker room?
Well, there's a couple of good things that they didn't start the game first, and then your whole uniform got soaked, and then you went back in, and it didn't have time to dry. So hopefully the whole storm will pass before they come out. But now, because if they don't know, just like we don't know when you're going to go out, that you can sit there and say, stay loose, but how long do you keep stretching or something if it's going to be another half hour, another 45 minutes, or if it's going to be 10 minutes? You don't know. They don't know. We don't know. So you're not sure when you should start your pregame warm-up ritual again, which they'll let them do. And then there's the issue of cleats. You have the kind of the rubber cleats called Sharks. We used to call them Sharks, but now I'm sure that they knew there was going to be a storm, that they brought the cleats, and they're probably going to change. They're in the locker room. The managers are getting their work out for them now, changing the cleats to the longer cleats now, the screw-ins, to get better traction on what is going to be a sloppy track. I don't know how. Obviously, there's a lot of rain here, so how much drainage is going to be working with the amount of rain that's falling? How much can it keep up?
Yeah, I mean, it is absolutely pouring right now. For you Caddyshack fans, that's kind of what it looks like.
Yeah, exactly right.
I mean, the rain is coming down in sheets here at the stadium. When you talk about the footwear, how much of that is an ongoing process? Because often we see guys come out, maybe you slip, so you say, hey, I need to change them out. Well, you can change in the locker room, but then you're going to have to come back out, warm up, maybe start the game. Is this going to be an ongoing process throughout the night?
It may be. Now, when they come back out, they get 15 minutes to warm up, and then you have 5 minutes for the anthem and stuff. That may not be enough time to go back in, but they can change them on the sideline. So you're right. Players will try certain studs, certain cleats when they come out and see how it goes, and maybe have to change them right on the sideline. It's going to be definitely an ongoing situation.
All right, 2 things we should point out. You often hear about this in college football, that when there's a lightning strike, there's a clock that starts, and then if there's another lightning strike, the clock resets. That rule is not in place in the National Football League. The other thing to point out, you just mentioned it. Once the all clear is given, the players will have about a 20-minute warm-up period before we start the game. So once this storm passes through, they determine the lightning is gone, the players will come back out. They'll have about 20 minutes to go through their warm-ups, and then we will start tonight's game. But right now, we just had another lightning flash overhead. It is pouring here in Pittsburgh. We're waiting to find out. Hopefully this thing is going to move through. We will get started shortly, but we are just waiting like everyone else to see how it goes here at Acrisure Stadium. At some point tonight, Cowboys and Steelers.
Let's hope.
Pittsburgh. Until then, send it back to Scott Graham in our Westwood One studios.
right, thank you very much, guys. Sit tight. See if you can keep Golick in the booth and away from the cookies for the time being. But this weather delay, as we see, and taking a look at the forecast and taking a look at the radar around the Pittsburgh area, it looks like this is going to be there at least for a little while longer. So we are going to come back with all of the play-by-play if and when this game begins. But for right now, we're going to return to programming from your local stations. I'm Scott Graham saying so long for now. We'll see you back here in a bit, hopefully when the weather is cleared in Pittsburgh. This is Westwood One's coverage of the NFL.
No one knows football like Howard Stern.
Every time I get excited about a team, they lose.
Hard-hitting analysis.
It's not like me to try anything athletic.
And detailed play-by-play of who scored last night.
Hi, this is Travis Kelce's agent. He's going to be bigger than The Rock. I'm not kidding.
Catch the Howard Stern Show.
Today is Fan Appreciation Day.
Live at 7 a.m. Eastern on Howard 100 and the SiriusXM app.
NBC Sports Audio Channel 85 on SiriusXM is your home for expert analysis, popular talk shows, and live sports coverage.
Here comes Clark. How will she go for history? The all-time leading scorer in women's college basketball.
Listen to Dan Patrick, Mike Florio, Matthew Berry, and Chris Sims break down the latest news and offer expert analysis.
How about we play the Super Bowl on the Saturday instead of the Sunday 2 weeks after the AFC-NFC title game? Who's with me?
Plus, play-by-play coverage of some of the biggest events in sports, including the Kentucky Derby, Indy 500, U.S. Open, and more.
And there's one for London. Two Bills on the outside. Trying to hold up Leeds. And it is going to be Leeds to win the Kentucky Derby.
Your home for all the latest news, fantasy expertise, and live events all year long. NBC Sports Audio Channel 85 on SiriusXM.
A new year in the NBA is right around the corner, and NBA Radio has you covered.
Tatum muscles it up and scoring the foul.
Our experts are breaking down the entire league.
That's going to be a fun team to watch.
And bringing you inside the locker room.
It is a must-win game.
Basketball season is just weeks away, and your 24/7 home for hoops is SiriusXM NBA Radio, Channel 86, and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Hey, football fans, this is Solomon Wilcox.
And I'm former NFL quarterback Ryan Leaf.
Catch us each and every Monday morning as we break down all of the action from Sunday's games.
And tomorrow, we're reacting to Week 5 around the league, including tonight's matchup between the Cowboys and the Steelers.
Plus, we'll preview the Monday Night Football action between the Saints and Chiefs.
So set your alarms for the opening drive.
Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Eastern on SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88, and on the SiriusXM app.
Nobody covers the National Football League.
They give Mahomes time for the end zone. He throws it. It's caught. Touchdown!
Like SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88. Our team of former players, coaches, and front office executives like Pat Kerwin, Jim Miller, Rich Gannon, Alex Smith, and Hall of Famer Bill Polian brings you closer to the game. If it's happening, we are there. Live from the Scouting Combine in March to the Draft in April. And in the summer, SiriusXM NFL Radio takes you to all 32 training camps. We connect you with the history of the game on stage for Hall of Fame weekend. Hear all the primetime play-by-play action from opening night through the Super Bowl.
Spectacular in every way. Confetti flying in the air.
Your 24/7 home for the NFL all year long. SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
Touchdown! Throughout the 2024 season, each NFL team channel on the SiriusXM app will feature the team's pre- and post-game shows before and after every game.
What's given me confidence is how they've responded to adversity.
Get instant reaction, live interviews, and press conference audio. Now your favorite team's broadcast includes their pre- and post-game shows all season long on the SiriusXM app. All 32 team channels are also available in vehicles equipped with SiriusXM 360L radios.
Hey, football fans, this is Jim Miller.
And I'm Pat Kerwin. Be sure to join us tomorrow for Moving the Chains at 3 p.m. Eastern on NFL Radio.
We'll be breaking down all the action from Sunday and getting you ready for Monday Night Football as the Saints head to Kansas City to take on the Chiefs.
Plus, we'll talk to both Falcons coach Raheem Morris and Bucs coach Todd Bowles while also keeping you updated on all the latest injury news.
So come talk some ball with us tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern on Moving the Chains, Sirius XM, NFL Radio, Channel 88, and the all-new Sirius XM app.
No one knows football like Howard Stern.
Every time I get excited about a team, they lose.
Hard-hitting analysis.
It's not like me to try anything athletic.
And detailed play-by-play of who scored last night.
Hi, this is Travis Kelce's agent. He's going to be bigger than The Rock. I'm not kidding.
Catch the Howard Stern Show.
Today is Fan Appreciation Day.
Live at 7 a.m. Eastern on Howard 100 and the Sirius XM app.
A new year in the NBA is right around the corner, and NBA Radio has you covered.
Davis muscles it up and in, scoring the foul.
Our experts are breaking down the entire league.
That's going to be a fun team to watch.
And bringing you inside the locker room.
It is a must-win game.
Basketball season is just weeks away, and your 24/7 home for hoops is Sirius XM NBA Radio, Channel 86, and the all-new Sirius XM app.
If you want to win your fantasy football league, you need to listen to Fantasy Sports Radio.
What a play!
From start-sit decisions to waiver wire advice to injury updates, Sirius XM Channel 87 helps you win your fantasy football league. With expert advice from Jeff Mans.
Making the most moves doesn't result in the most wins.
Howard Bender.
Just because you're allowed to make a waiver move doesn't mean you have to make a waiver move.
Jeff Ratcliffe.
Don't overvalue wide receiver cornerback.
Bob Harris.
If you're in a league that doesn't have IR, go out and start looking to waiver wires for players who are about to be activated.
Adam Ronis.
Personally, I don't like trading for injured players because there's a risk of a setback.
It's so much more.
You've done wonders for me through the year.
Winning strategies from the best analysts in the business are on Fantasy Sports Radio, Sirius XM 87, and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Joe Horgan, along with my sidekick today, John Kendall. And John, it was a pleasure talking to Charles Haley today, as it always is when we have him on the show, and we've had him on many times before. But, you know, he's such an interesting individual, you know, from the days of, you know, when he played, but things he's done after his career, post-career, and what he's doing in his community. It's, you know, sometimes people have different opinions of what they remember of an athlete, you know, particularly when they were in a position that was so violent. You know, they think that he couldn't possibly have this passive demeanor that Charles has. But he has a great sense of humor, too.
Absolutely.
He'll leave you laughing, for sure.
Well, like he said, growing up, you know, he took on a bunch of different roles and kind of started to play the clown role. And
sure.
Something that, you know, he loves to laugh and have a good time. But the one thing, Joe, that really stuck out to me, you know, not just a phenomenal player, but he talked a lot about commitment to the team, commitment to the his teammates, and what he missed about the game is you know, being held accountable and holding his teammates accountable, and that's what got the best out of him. And those are the things that resonated with me.
And it's true. And I think a lot of folks remember that Charles had some issues, and you know, it was his teammates that held him up too, that helped him, and he was so appreciative. He said it during his enshrinement speech. He said he wanted to go back and apologize to his teammates for his bad behaviors that did occur.
Yeah.
But he's turned his life around, and he's been so committed to teamwork, teammates in his post-playing career as well as moving forward, like in his foundations and things like that. It's just, you know, he's kind of a remarkable story.
Absolutely. And then, you know, I know you had mentioned about, you know, the playoff games and how that could almost be a whole nother season in itself. And for Charles, it was 17 playoff games in his career. So, I mean, and those, you know,
there was no gimme games.
Nope.
those were all against the best teams in the, you know, in the playoffs, obviously. So I always make a point of that when I talk to teams that have been multiple Super Bowls and playoffs multiple times, because you forget that when we say he was had a 12-year career. He had a 13-year career. It was just kind of squeezed into 12 years. But, and I know he got paid for those games, got paid extra. But it is kind of this little bit of a forgotten extra thing that you forget that they have to do. I mean, that's a grueling season to begin with, and then you have to attack it on at the back end of that grueling season to continue to make the road to the Super Bowl complete.
And that was going to be my point, is like every year, you start from square one. And so, going through a 2 or 3 game playoff series, you're ending, your season later than everybody else. And so your off season, the work that you have to put in to get ready for the next season is truncated. And, and then you have that bullseye on your back from every other team. And so, those great teams that continually, are able to succeed at a high level year after year. That's tough.
And there's a cliche that we often hear in players being interviewed, along the sidelines or whatever, and they say, we just take it one game at a time. But it is true.
Yeah.
That's what you have to do. You can't let the past game impact the future game. And it is, there's no easier way to say it than to just say we take it one game at a time. It's a cliche now, but it is absolutely true.
Yeah.
Well, folks, that's that'll pretty much do it for this edition of Pro Football Hall of Fame on Sirius XM NFL Radio. We'd like to thank our guest, Hall of Fame defensive end linebacker Charles Haley from the class of 2015, as well as our terrific producers, Bill Bologna and Chris Schilling. If you missed any of our show, you can listen anytime via the Sirius XM app. For John Kendall, I'm Joe Horrigan, and you've been listening to Pro Football Hall of Fame on Sirius XM NFL Radio.
Hi, this is Chris from Coldplay. Coldplay Radio has returned.
For the release of their new album, Moon Music, and an exclusive SiriusXM listener-only performance from Brooklyn.
Our music, our influences, and the music we love. Coldplay Radio.
Now for a limited time, Channel 17, or listen at home with the SiriusXM app.
This is the SiriusXM Sports Update.
Lightning in Pittsburgh continues to delay the start of the Steelers-Cowboys game. Coverage currently on SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88. Vikings improved to 5-0, holding off the Jets 23-17 in London. Ravens outlast the Bengals 41-38 in overtime. Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow combined for 9 touchdowns. Washington whipped Cleveland 34-13. Texans topped the Bills 23-20. A walk-off 59-yard field goal by Kaimi Fairbairn. Denver beat Vegas 34-18. Bo Nix accounts for 3 touchdowns. Patrick Surtain's 100-yard pick six, a game changer for defensive end Zach Allen, who told SiriusXM NFL Radio.
Yeah, I mean, that clearly changed the entire momentum of the game. And, when you have, in my opinion, I think the defensive player of the year in your back end, that definitely, helps out. And, he made a huge play for us. So we're really grateful for Pat.
Also, the Packers held off the Rams 24-19. Arizona stunned San Francisco 24-23. The Bears pound the Panthers 36-10. Dolphins down the Patriots 15-10. Giants 29-20 winners over Seattle. Jacksonville got by the Colts 37-34. Major League Baseball NLDS Game 2. Padres with a 3-1 lead on the Dodgers, top of the 4th. LA currently leading 1-0. Coverage on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. Phillies walked off the Mets 7-6, taking Game 2 on a Nick Castellanos RBI single. That series now even 1 game apiece. WNBA semifinals, Liberty beat the 2-time defending champion Aces 76-62 to take the series 3-1 and advance to the finals. Suns beat the Lynx 92-82 to force a decisive Game 5. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. edges Brad Keselowski to win the NASCAR Cup Series playoff race at Talladega Superspeedway. For SiriusXM Sports, I'm Chuck DeLapp.
If it's happening in sports, it's happening on SiriusXM. A show to honor the greatest of the game.
No matter how you got here, everybody recognizes that in one way or another, you've touched greatness to be here. So we all belong. That's a pretty special feeling.
Preserve its history.
I would always pull out pictures when I was a youth, when you played football, and I always wanted to have that same joy and passion that I had when I was freaking 10 years old.
Promote its values.
It was a match made in heaven in terms of the New York Jets jumping up 10 slots to pick me because New York City is tough love as well. It was great. I felt like the Jets organization were family.
And celebrate excellence together.
That is meaningful for a lot of people to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, not just myself, but for the Cleveland Browns fans.
Live from Canton, Ohio, the birthplace of the NFL, it's the Pro Football Hall of Fame on Sirius XM.
And welcome to the Pro Football Hall of Fame on Sirius XM NFL Radio. I'm Joe Horrigan, Senior Advisor of the Pro Football Hall of Fame, alongside my co-host today, John Kendall, the Hall's Vice President of Archives and Exhibits. John, welcome. It's great to have you on the show today.
Oh, thanks for having me. I look forward to a great show with you, Joe.
Well, we do have a great show in store for our listeners, and before we get into that, we're going to have a great guest. I'll tell you more about him when we get further down the line here. But in store today for all of us is a great treat to have with us Hall of Fame defensive end and linebacker Charles Haley. But before we have Charles join us in about 10 minutes. I was thinking, John, this is your first time on the show, and your job as Vice President of Archives and Exhibits entails a lot of things. But one of those things is acquiring artifacts for the collection. And I think people just think that these things just fly through the door and we slap them on a mannequin and we're done and, that's it. Give us a little bit of background on really what goes into it and kind of what some of the most recent examples of acquisitions you've made.
Sure, I'll be brief here because it does get somewhat complicated. I mean, it's a lot of relationship building and with the clubs, with the league, with players. But the great thing is we preserve a living history. So we have a beginning, but we have no end. And so history is constantly being made, and especially in the season. So we're off to a great early season. I think two of the pieces of the collection that I'd love to highlight today, we got two or actually three great historic footballs from the Carolina Panthers victory 36-22 over the Las Vegas Raiders on September 22nd of this year. And that marked the first NFL game between two female presidents. We had the Raiders president, Sandra Douglas Morgan, and Panthers president, Christy Coleman, competing in a game. And so we've come a long way.
And what more timely year could that be when we have a woman running for president of the United States?
Absolutely.
But, you think back, it wasn't too many years ago that there were no female executives at the team level or the league level. I mean, there's been a real effort by the NFL and by the organizational member clubs to bring more female executives into the fold, and they've got several that are very, very. I mean, I go back because my roots, as you know, and all of our listeners probably know, with Ralph Wilson and the Buffalo Bills, and what a pioneering role his daughter Linda Bogdan played as the first female scout in the NFL way back then. So yes, things have changed over the years, and all for the better, I think, and made the game better and stronger.
Well, and there's so much opportunity in the league for that kind of growth, and that's exciting to see. And then, speaking about the league growing, we got some artifacts, Jalen Hurts and Devontae Smith's jerseys from the Eagles' 34-29 victory over the Green Bay Packers at Corinthians Arena in Sao Paulo, Brazil. So, some international flavor to the museum as well. And I know you have an interesting story about bringing some artifacts back from an international game.
Well, it was the first game in Mexico, and I'll make it quick. But the league asked if we would go there and get the opening kickoff. This is the first game in Mexico City, and of course we said, of course we'll do that, and we got the ball, and after everything's going smoothly until I get to the airport to return for my return flight, I'm carrying this football and I'm going through customs, and the customs agent, who spoke no English, is taking the ball from me. And I'm, wait a minute, what? He's Well, and he's kind of looking at me inquisitively, and I'm saying it's a football, and I'm trying to explain from the football NFL game, and he says must deflate. I'm saying, how the hell am I going to deflate this thing? So the international airport there is in a massive shopping plaza, as it wraps around. So I'm running from store to store looking for some sporting goods store that might have a pin to release the air. None. And so I finally go to this cigar store, and I'm thinking maybe a pipe cleaner I can get. So this guy is being very helpful, trying to help me, get this pipe cleaner. We couldn't get any air out of this ball. So I go back, and I get back in line, and I'm hoping I'm not going to have the same agent. No, lo and behold, I go right up the same guy. He takes the ball again, and he tosses it back to somebody back behind him where they've got suitcases and stuff, and they go, hey, and now all of a sudden he can speak perfect English, and he calls for the ball back. He says, just wanted to see what you would do. Oh, so it's kind of like, I'm thinking, God, why does he want me to take all the air out of this ball? He expect it to explode when we go up, in a pressurized cabin. But that was, I'm panicking, thinking, I came all the way down here for this single artifact, the opening kickoff of the first international game in Mexico City, and this guy's going to take it.
Right, and we're just trying to preserve it here,
That's all. And the only Spanish I still know, is Salón de la Fama, Hall of Fame, and I kept saying that, and he kept looking at me like I'm some sort of idiot, and he's playing with me because he spoke perfect English. So anyway, that's sometimes the best made plans, you just can't count on what's going to happen, but it isn't, you say it is really all about relationships and building relationships with teams. There's a marketplace out there for collectibles that, fortunately, I think pro football has escaped that, in the sense that most of the pro football players really look forward and want to have their artifacts preserved here and presented to the public. And we've had great cooperation with teams and the players.
Yeah, we really appreciate it, and we're trying to do the same thing. We're trying to promote the game and the great players that play the game, and the great contributors as well. And so, I'm always looking for these young stars, that maybe we can get something to represent their career. And so we got the football from the Washington Commanders, Jaden Daniels, that he now has the highest single game rookie record of completion rate, 91.3 against the Cincinnati Bengals. So that just came to us, and that will go on display as well. So really highlighting these younger players as they break into the league.
And they may be breaking into the Hall of Fame someday. You just don't know. So we have to be prepared. It's a lot easier to get them now than to try to ask them for it 20 years from now when they've put it on their mantle or lost it. John, it's time for us to take our first break, but stick around, because when we return, it'll be Hall of Famer Charles Haley from the class of 2015 right here on Pro Football Hall of Fame, Sirius XM NFL Radio.
Tonight on Sirius XM Sports. Sunday Night Football has a rivalry being renewed as the Pittsburgh Steelers are home taking on the Dallas Cowboys. This marks the 33rd time these squads have squared off. The Cowboys have the league's worst rushing offense, and the Steelers own the league's second best defense. Catch all the play-by-play and analysis on Sirius XM NFL Radio, Channel 88, and the Sirius XM app. Sirius XM Sports. Wherever you are, your team plays here.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-295-7144. 800-295-7144. Again, that's 800-295-7144. Coverage, deductibles, and claims may vary. For details, go to endurancewarranty.com.
Have you ever tried to sell a piece of jewelry? Or maybe even a nice watch? You could take it somewhere locally, sure, but how will you know if you're getting a good deal? And those pawn shops can be shady. That's where we come in. We're Worthy. We're your trusted selling partner for diamond jewelry and luxury watches. With Worthy, your item is fully insured, shipped, graded, and then auctioned to a network of over 1,000 jewelry professionals. Payment is processed right after your item sells, and if your piece doesn't sell, then it's returned to you free of charge. We make more when you make more, so we share the same goal, to get you the most money possible. We have over 3,000 five-star reviews and have been featured in the New York Times, Forbes, and Reuters. Join over 70,000 satisfied clients who have already gotten the most for their jewelry. Now, for a limited time, SiriusXM listeners can get an extra $100 when your item sells for over $1,500 when you sign up at worthy.com/offer. Again, that's worthy.com/OFFER.
Have you Googled your
Too much money involved.
Too much money involved.
Yeah,
if they have to kick off at 1 a.m. Eastern time, so damn be it.
Yeah, you got ratings. Still. How about like some of those college football games last night? That Cal-Miami game, that thing kicked off at almost 10 o'clock Eastern last night.
Yeah.
So,
almost 11 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah.
It was almost 10 o'clock here. It was like a 9:45 kick.
It's crazy,
here.
but yeah, they wouldn't, if the weather was like constantly, if they had this like hanging over the city for the next 2-3 hours, yeah, I would consider, but they're going to get this thing's going to be late tonight though. This is going to be very late.
Yeah, and we there's no official word, I don't think, from the stadium yet, but fans are now walking back to their seats. So you're starting to see some people leave the concourse area and come back to their seats. It's let up enough like that. In fact, we're at the point now where I can't even, I'm sure it's drizzling a little, but I can't see it raining from here in the press box. So we're getting close to things being cleared up. A couple of different stadium officials just jogged out onto the field. Now you got somebody in one of the end zones over here. It looks like somebody with the Steelers just kind of stepping on the end zone grass and checking things. And so,
Bobby, will both teams get to re-warm up again, or they just go out and play? What is like the 58 Colts? Just kind of stretch like the 58 Colts and just go out there and play?
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to get a stretch period or not. I know they've been trying to keep warm. I'm trying to remember in the Broncos game, I think they just came back out and had to play.
Okay.
And that was delayed for about an hour. But in terms of how late this could go, there was a Titans game a couple years ago, I think, that through 2 separate delays got delayed total 2 hours. And that was something that they ended up finishing that game. And so they are, I would imagine that they will do everything they can to make sure this one gets in, especially with this being just a single band of storms, it looks like. It was just a very slow-moving band of storms.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, one of the funniest things that we've seen tonight on NBC, showing a Steelers fan sitting in his seat while being rained on. He was in his full-body poncho trying to stay out of the rain, but he also had his beard.
Bud Light.
Yes, he was trying to make sure he's in this cocoon of a poncho, but he's still finding a way to get some sips in there with the beer. I hear it's only $9.99 for a beer at what should still be Heinz Field. So, they're probably racking it up right now. I can only imagine how inebriated Wolchuk is at this point. Just
he's calling in, right?
Moping around and waiting for kickoff.
I don't know that. I don't know that he may still be inebriated from last night, to be honest, Eric. So
that's true.
Who knows? He came out here and this was supposed to be his trip and his hard partying. He did text me. He said that they were mostly dry in his seats. But they were getting it was getting a little windy up there, way up top in the 500 section.
So did you try any local cuisine or anything in Pittsburgh, Bobby? Or what the heck?
He worked.
Yeah, I did work. The hotel had this really good regional dessert called a Reese's Cup that I got.
Oh wow!
And that was pretty good. The fans are booing.
What were they booing?
Right
what
now.
happened? Did we more delay?
No, I think they were just telling people like, hey, slow down a little bit going to your seats because there's still might be lightning in the area. I think it was just them thinking that the Steelers PA guy was being a little too much of a worrywart, so they booed that. But no, I didn't even leave the hotel room. We were too far from the city center, and so and so I just hung back and did some work and ate one of those prepackaged deli sandwiches from the hotel lobby and managed not to get sick. And so I think that is a big victory for me.
Do they not have room service?
I mean, there was like a little hotel, like bar down there, or restaurant or something.
I'll ask again, did they have room service?
I don't know. They didn't look like they did, but I didn't ask them if they would deliver anything up. I could have gone down to the hotel restaurant and ordered something, but the number of people in there just looked like that looks more of a hassle than I want to deal with. I'd rather get
gas station sandwich.
I'd rather get processed sugar and prepackaged turkey. So
that's right, like a true American. Bobby, what are the chances that you actually make it for your morning show tomorrow?
Yeah,
I mean, at least you have quite the alibi.
So that's already been discussed in the group chat this morning or this evening.
Is Sean even back from Nashville yet?
He is. He is back from the Vanderbilt Alabama game.
Yeah.
But I think we should be good as long as this one starts here by 9:00 because. I think Christy was thinking Eastern time because the itinerary said 3:25 Central is when we land.
Ooh.
So as long as I get that 2-hour window where we're not delayed past that 2 hours, I can get in the car from the airport and head over to the station and still get there in time.
All right, dude. Well, I'll tell you what, that would be one for the books. I feel like that would make up for all your past transgressions of being late to work.
We just got a roar from the crowd. Do you know what that announcement was?
Football will resume, and
they are allowed to go back to their seats. The PA just announced that fans are allowed to go back to their seats.
Okay,
so we're getting closer.
All right, Bobby, we appreciate the time, man. Why don't you go get comfy in that press box, and we'll be crossing our fingers that get some real food in you.
Yeah,
and we look forward to hopefully getting to hear you first thing in the morning here on the Cowboy Flag Show.
Yeah, and I will keep you guys posted on if I find Brian on the sidelines of this Jets-Packers game.
Yes,
trust me, I'll be on TV. I was a legend for doing that stuff. You'll find me running out there on the field.
Game ball,
my
winner.
turtleneck.
New turtleneck. All right, Bobby. Thank you, Bob. You're the man.
Love you all.
Love you more. There he goes, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt in the midst of rain delay theater in Pittsburgh. And let's keep it right there because we have Christy Scales, Cowboys sideline reporter, with some more information. Christy, what do you know?
Well, just a little whiplash for the fans over the last 2 minutes. It has stopped raining, so hallelujah. And the wind has died down. So when it stopped raining about 3 minutes ago, fans started to walk back to their seats, and so then the announcer came on and said fans continued to take cover in the concourse. So just as people were turning to go back up to get out of any chance of lightning strikes or anything like that, they said now fans are allowed to go back to their seats. So everyone's coming back to their seats. Media and the staff here along the sidelines, a lot of the stadium folks, and the NBC Sunday Night Football, those folks are heading back out. So we've cleared the tunnel, and now everyone's trying to make their way back to the sideline. I still don't have a time yet for a kickoff. They were hoping for a 9:45, but we'll see. So I'm headed back up the tunnel for just a moment to see if I can get clarification on if the teams have been told a specific time to come back out for warm-ups and a specific time for when they hope to resume the game. So that's what's going on right now from Acrisure Stadium.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, Christy. We appreciate the update on that. Thank you. Okay, so, and she said 9:45 there. I believe she was talking about 9:45 Eastern time, so hopefully that is the case as we continue to inch closer and closer to kickoff here, and it is officially 1 hour of delay that we have been in for Sunday Night Football in Pittsburgh, Cowboys and Steelers, and it's myself, Eric Chiafalo, alongside the Super Bowl champion and former Cowboy scout and former Green Bay Packer game ball winner, Brian Broaddus. Okay, so we have NBC has said that players are allowed back onto the field at 8:25 our time. So sometime in the next 4 minutes or so, the players will start getting back onto the field, probably get loosened up. And I'm assuming they're still going to want to go through all the bells and whistles of the pregame festivities. So you still get a national anthem and all that fun stuff going down. So perhaps the 8:45 start is what we're going to be getting here, and we will certainly welcome it. I can't remember. How many delays do you remember being a part of in your NFL time? Like, do you remember being because you've been in the NFL for so long?
Yeah, I don't remember. And it's so funny, in living up in Green Bay, you would figure you would have a few weather delays and things like that, but never did. I can't remember. The Now, I was working for DallasCowboys.com, of course, when we had the one against the Denver Broncos here, a few years ago. But I don't remember any other ones where we had to sit out and wait. I'm 60 years old, so there was probably one or two we had that I don't remember. But like I say, being in Jacksonville, I mean, the weather in Jacksonville could be crazy too.
Okay, let's get back out to Pittsburgh with Christy Scales. Christy, what do you know?
Yeah, so the Cowboy players have been told to ready to come back out onto the field for some warm-ups. They'll have about 20 minutes or so for that. And, yes, that 9:45, you're correct, that is Eastern, 9:45 Eastern, so 8:45 Central kick. They're hoping for that time. But the players have not made their way down the tunnel yet, but they should be coming out in the next few minutes.
Awesome. Thank you, Christy. All right, that's great news. So the players will be out on the field here in the next couple of minutes, 20 minutes to get the body warmed up, if you will, and then we'll be resuming some action. And then you have to start to wonder how this affects the game plan. Of course, the field conditions, we'll see probably pretty quickly out there just how bad that is if guys are sliding around or whatever. But this is one of those. This is one of those extreme variable games. So many dudes are banged up on both sides.
Yeah.
Now you have the delay, and then you'll have, of course, the field conditions. This is just going to be a sloppy situation, low scoring, and you just hope to get out alive, man.
I hate to even bring this up, but with the field.
Okay, it's official. 8:45 kick.
Okay.
8:45 kick. So we're about 22 minutes away, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. The thing you would probably worry about is if there is water or standing water, or how firm is this grass going to be, this bluegrass? It's a tough grass. But you worry about guys, with the slipping and then possible injury off that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
With guys running routes, backpedaling, maybe you make a cut, and the next thing you know, your foot goes from underneath you, and the groin injuries.
I know, I was thinking the groin injuries could be real tonight.
Just things that you don't, and like I say, it might very well slow down this Pittsburgh rush. When you start to talk about that's something that they really pride themselves on. Watt and Herbert, and those guys, coming off the edge the way they do.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to imagine, even if Micah was playing in this game, what the field conditions would do to try to render him a little bit more useless than usual as it pertains to the pass rush. Generally, is that what you see? The poor field conditions. The defense gets affected more.
Yeah, well, what happens is the offensive players know where they're going.
Right, that helps.
It helps. So when you're a route runner and you know where you're going, and if the field conditions are messy, you know where your route and your breaks are going to be. You can take advantage of that. The defense is having to kind of adjust to you, and if you're backpedaling, all of a sudden you slip, and then the ball is the route's in front of you, and you slip, and now the ball's in the receiver's hands, and you're trying to get guys on the ground and stuff like that. That could be a little tough. Looks like the NBC's got a clock up right now. They're running down a countdown clock here till kickoff.
Yeah, that's a 20 minutes to kick off situation, which means 8:45 we will be reared up and ready to go, and that is wonderful news. How many people around the entire country? It is America's team. Thank God we're not on the East Coast. How many East Coast Cowboys fans right now are looking around going, "Oh no, we're having
how about the
fans near 10 o'clock kickoff?"
How about the fans around the world? You've got fans you've got fans in Europe, you got fans in Asia, you got fans in Saudi Arabia. I mean, you got fans all over the world for these things,
All right, yeah, that's a great point by you. All right, let's get back to Christy as she is still standing by in Pittsburgh with some more updates for us. Christy?
Yeah, so right now the only players on the field are the Cowboys specialists. So Brandon Aubrey is working on field goals. He's kicking off the tripod right now. I asked about the footwear, and I'm told that they haven't made any changes to that because everyone was already wearing the 7 studs already. So haven't made any changes to that so far. Some of the guys, most of them, when they were chilling out in the locker room, just trying to stay loose and stretched out, most of them is taking off the shoulder pads and stuff like that. And I was told by Coach Fossil that it was, Fossil, Bones is a positive guy with everything. He says it was a great time for fellowship in there. And everyone was staying loose, but also focused on the game, knowing that they'd resume at some point tonight. So, and now here come the offensive linemen. You're going to hear the Steelers fans booing. Here's some Cowboys fans cheering there, but way outshouted by the boos from the Steelers. Let's see, the Steelers specialists have made their way out there now. So in regards to the field, I do not see standing water except in the bench area. Remember how I mentioned that the field is natural grass, the Kentucky bluegrass, but the sidelines is artificial surface. So where you have that stitching, now you can hear the crowd because the Steelers have come back onto the field for their stretching and warm-ups before we get this game resumed, hopefully at 8:45 Central. That's the plan right now. But where the natural grass meets the artificial turf at about 5 yards from the end line, that's where you get a little bit of standing water and mud. Now, there were some divots out on the field from pregame warm-ups. Not too bad, but some, because remember, in pregame warm-ups, it had not started raining yet. But you always get a few divots on a natural grass field when you've got 96 players out there doing their warm-ups, and I can see just a little bit of water in there, but just to the eye test, everything looks okay, but we're not really going to know until, as you guys were talking about before, when the players have to make those cuts, right? That's where we're going to have the true test.
Okay.
But but now all the players are on the field, and they're going through the part of the pregame stretching. This is just like, gosh, I feel like we've just we've had a time warp. It looks like an hour and 40 minutes ago when everyone's just going through their stretching. So that's where we are right now.
Wonderful. Okay, and what about from a wind perspective, Christy? Has that died down as well?
Still, it really has. Once that front moved through, it's like it was in warm-ups. The wind's really still right now. Even the big flag above the east end zone, it's blowing just a little bit, but nothing like it was towards the end of pregame warm-ups just before we had the weather hit.
Awesome. Fantastic. As always, thank you for all your time and all your information over the course of this delay. You're the best, and we appreciate it, Christy. Have a great call.
Thanks, guys, and thank y'all for all your work filling in here. Oh, my gosh. Let's just get this sucker kicked off so we can get home tonight, okay?
Let's do that
before sunrise in Texas tomorrow.
Absolutely. All right. That sounds good. There she is, Christy Scales, always getting it done, the MVP of the Dallas Cowboys radio network. Everybody knows it, bringing us the scoop. All right. So we're inching closer and closer, ladies and gentlemen. We're just over 15 minutes away from what is expected to be the kickoff for tonight's game. So, we're finally here, man. Finally here.
Yeah, it's a lot of things. I mean, these players are such creatures of habit, and so are the coaches. And so anything like this, you just wonder, these guys have this ability. They've been sitting around all day, and then you get to the stadium, and you probably had an idea that maybe that there was going to be a little bit of a weather problem, but you didn't know that you were going to be this delayed. So we'll see who is better equipped to handle this delay. The Cowboys did some drills. We talked about it, some wet ball drills after practice of dunking footballs and throwing them and catching them and seeing if that will pay off. We talked about the cleats as well. The Cowboys with the 1/2-inch 7 cleat studs. Will that hold up? Will they have to make changes through the game? But now you finally get to kind of get going here, and that'll be a good thing for these players and coaches.
Yes, exactly. Finally, and this is, we mentioned it a few minutes ago, but the variables to this game are just absolutely through the roof with this delay. All the injuries on both sides, and of course, we'll see how the field plays once we get started here. But I did predict. During the official pregame show before what we thought was about to be kickoff, I did think the Steelers were going to win this one 23-20. I think it's a coin flip game. I think this is, to some extent, at least, offensively a little bit, this is a little bit of like a Spider-Man meme game where there's not much creativity offensively on either side. Both teams would like to run the ball but haven't run the ball very well. And then their quarterbacks are the best dudes on their offenses. Slowing down Justin Fields and his legs is going to be huge for the Cowboys. Mike McCarthy talked about in the coach's corner with Brad during the pregame show. They've doubled up on their tackling drills, and offensively their breaking tackle drills. So that is all going to be absolutely paramount. And we just saw Trayvon Diggs out there. He's getting warmed up. But you think he's pretty much himself with it? I know he rolled his ankle.
Yeah, the ankle
late in the week, but he's suited up and playing. He's going to have a tall order with George Pickens tonight.
Yeah, and here we are talking about a wet field. He's going to have to be ready to go. And everybody that's wearing a white jersey on defense has got to be. It's kind of an all hands on deck game. You know, with all the injuries that they've had, it's some of these guys are going to have to step up. I mean, they're going to need Overshown to step up. They're going to need, Clark to step up, Kendricks to step up.
Kendricks for sure.
The safety play has got to be on point. You can't miss tackles today. You got to be sure where you're going. You can't take some chances. Last week, against the Giants, there were some balls that went down the field over their heads. And, fortunately for them, there were some drops and some missed passes there. So, this guy, they play at the sticks. They want to do everything in their power to keep this quarterback, and I'm talking about Fields, and let him throw as many easy passes as he can. Now, we'll see. Some of his throws where if he's going to make a long throw, it's going to be outside the numbers. It's not traditionally in the middle of the field. The majority of his passes, long passes, are going to be outside the numbers down the sideline. Yeah,
he is definitely not a guy who wants to mess with throwing the ball into the traffic that is the middle of the field. So, which is great. The scouting report is definitely out on him. It's just about trying to keep him in the pocket. And one of the things he's done much better in a Steeler uniform than he did in a Bears uniform is just taking care of the football and not running himself into awful plays that end up hurting his team. Now, he will still give you'll still see flashes of it. Every once in a while, he'll take a sack where he ran all over the place, or there's a weird snap exchange and he drops the ball. But man, if you could force him into one or two turnovers tonight, that could be huge for a Cowboys game. It's probably going to be a pretty low scoring situation.
Yeah, I think to me this is where Mozzie Smith and Oso Digizua and anybody, Linville Joseph, anybody that plays defensive tackle in this game today has to be big because of, with Zach Frazier, a rookie, Mason McCormick. The Colts took advantage of Mason McCormick last week.
Is he a guard?
He's a guard. You got Suamala will play the left guard. Likely Mason McCormick will play the right guard. Spencer Anderson will step in if he has to, if McCormick's bad. But the pressure point, in my opinion, will be inside. How do you control those inside guys? Can you affect the rush that way? Because the ball's going to bend back off these centers' block. But I mentioned this a bunch, and I'll say it again. They do not get guys up on that second level. Linebackers have got to be ready to tackle when that ball cuts behind that center.
Okay, I know you asked us this on the Cowboy flagship on our weekday show, the G-Bag Nation.
Welcome back to Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh. Ryan Radke, Mike Golick, as we get set for Sunday Night Football between the Cowboys and the Steelers. And good news, we are going to have Sunday Night Football. The rain has stopped. The lightning has cleared. Players are on the field going through their warm-ups right now. Kickoff should be coming up in just about 10 minutes between these two teams. And Mike, players love playing in primetime because you're the only game everybody else around the league is watching. But they hate playing in primetime because you got to sit around all day and wait for kickoff. These guys came out, went through warm-ups, hyped and ready to go, then had to wait about another hour and a half. What kind of effect do you think it'll have on these two teams?
Yeah, like I said, everybody has their pregame ritual that you go through, and it was interrupted for everybody. Now, a good thing is it was delayed before the game started, and the players were back in the locker room before the rain started. So all the equipment, the pants and the jersey, didn't get wet, and they're back out with soaked uniforms. and soak tape and such. They definitely had to change their cleats, some of them. Some will keep the same cleats. Again, they're on the field warming up, so I don't know the drainage because there was a lot of rain. How good was the drainage? Maybe some didn't change their cleats. Maybe some did go to longer cleats. And then it's just when they got the word on when they were going to be out to warm up again, because you don't want to sit there and be stretching for, what's going to be close to an hour and a half before kickoff too early. I'm sure they all took their pads off, kind of chilled out, but it threw them off their game a little bit. But everybody's in the same boat. Yeah. Everybody's got to deal with the same thing.
You mentioned the drainage on the field. Obviously, we have not been down walking on the field during this. I can say that as we were sitting up here in the booth and the rain was coming down in sheets, there was only one spot on the field that you could visibly see water pooling up. And now, watching guys come out here go through warm-ups, it doesn't appear that footing is an issue or that it's caused any problems, at least not yet.
No, I've been watching the warm-up very closely of guys that are going full go and cutting, and I'm not seeing chunks of grass come up, which obviously is key for slippage. So kudos to the field, the grounds crew, the drainage. If in fact it does stay like this, we'll see when the game starts how the field holds up.
All right, for those of you that might just be joining us, there is significant injury news in this game tonight for the Cowboys. No DeMarcus Lawrence, no Micah Parsons. Bad news for a defense that had already been struggling, Mike.
Well, yeah, they struggle mightily against the run anyway, so a team will try and run on them, but even when they pass, secondary coverage was helped because DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons had just about half of the pressures that this team has had through the year. Now they're gone. It's both sides of the coin. You're missing your best players, but it's next man up. The expectation is you're on an NFL roster, you step in, you get the job done. Now, nobody's expecting the guys coming in to be Micah Parsons, but you have to perform.
Meanwhile, for the Steelers, they've been shuffling offensive lines all year, and yet they've overcome. They're 3-1 coming into tonight. This will be the fourth different offensive line combo they've started in 5 games. They do get Isaac Seumalo back at left guard. He had been out with an injury. Mason McCormick, the 4th-round pick out of South Dakota State, steps in and starts at right guard here tonight. They've been shuffling around, but they don't have to deal with Lawrence and Parsons. And as I said, they've made it work so far this season.
Yeah, they have 2 rookies starting on that line right now. They've had 3 during the season. But as you mentioned, it's the 4th line combination in 5 games. It's the position group that has to be in sync more than any other position group on the field. Like a dance step, they have to step together with their feet, with their hands, with their combo blocks, with their zone blocking scheme. They all have to work together. So you have a different line change. You have a guy coming in who's a veteran guy, but it's his first game of the season. So there's been a lot of moving parts.
I think an interesting thing to watch tonight, running game on both sides. You know Pittsburgh wants to run the ball. Najee Harris has been their bell cow back, but behind him, Jalen Warren is out tonight. Cordero Patterson is out tonight. A couple of guys up off the practice squad. Meanwhile, the Cowboys have not run the ball at all. They're on pace to have the worst rushing season in the history of the Dallas Cowboys.
And it's not like that's going to change. You know what? Nobody's coming to save them. The guys it's all of a sudden not going to get. Now, you may have an outlier game occasionally, but Pittsburgh plays great against the run, so I don't expect that tonight. It's going to be on the arm of Dak Prescott, and it's going to be on the hands of CeeDee Lamb and Jake Ferguson.
All right, the players have come out and gone through their warm-ups. That period has just about ended. The teams are headed towards their sideline, and in just a few minutes, we are going to have the coin toss, the national anthem, and we are going to get underway tonight. Another interesting thing we were talking about, what were the stands going to look like? Looks like most of the people have stuck it out through the weather. They're making their way back to the seats. Still a pretty good house here at Pittsburgh.
I guarantee you there's a lot of kids in that crowd telling their mom and dad, no school tomorrow, you know, and you know what? They're right. They're right.
Schools are not going to be real productive tomorrow. I don't think offices are going to be real productive.
No.
But guess what? We're going to have football.
Yes,
Cowboys Steelers coming up from Pittsburgh. The opening kickoff is on the way. You are listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Football season is heating up, and Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action while watching football. With over 10 million members now and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. The app is so simple to use. Just pick 2 or more players across any sport, pick more or less on their projection, and you can win up to 100 times your money. Prize Picks even invented the flex play, so you can still cash out if one of your picks doesn't hit. I love it. I love love it because it's daily fantasy. And it's easy, and it's fun. Download the PrizePicks app today and use the code PRIMETIME and get a $50 credit instantly when you play $5. That's code PRIMETIME on PrizePicks to get a $50 credit instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to get the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. PrizePicks, run your game. Must be present in certain states where it's lawful to wager, and visit PrizePicks.com for restrictions and details.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
It's time to review the top 3 highlights of the day. I'm joined as always by my co-anchor Snoop.
Hey, what up, though?
Snoop, number 1 has to be getting the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence at T-Mobile.
Yeah, you should hustle down to T-Mobile like a dog chasing a squirrel, chasing a nut.
Nice analogy, Snoop. Dogs do love to chase squirrels.
And squirrels love to chase those nuts.
On to highlight number 2, at T-Mobile, families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
That is very impressive. You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
That's exactly what I'm planning on doing with my savings, Snoop. Now, take it away, Snoop.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on them. Now drop that jingle.
24 monthly bill credits eligible traded on Go 5G Next. Well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits, and credit stop and balance are required finance agreement too. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
Ryan Radke, Mike Golick back in Pittsburgh. Cowboys and the Steelers tonight. Let's get Mike's keys to the game. And Mike, let's start with the Dallas Cowboys. They come in 2-2. They've won both their road games, haven't won at home yet. What are the keys for them to stay perfect on the road tonight?
Well, even though they don't have much of a running game, they still have to have the attempts. And I think it's incumbent on Mike McCarthy to really call a variety of plays in those first 15 plays to try and keep that Pittsburgh defense on its heels. As far as Dallas defense, they're going to have to try and stop the run. There's no doubt about that, of what Pittsburgh wants to do. And I'm wondering if Mike Zimmer is going to have to blitz more because his pressure guys are not playing tonight.
All right, let's talk about the keys for the Steelers. They're off to a 3-1 start, coming off probably their worst game in Indianapolis last week. What do they have to do to get back in the win column?
Well, I think find more receivers, wide receivers, than just George Pickens. Get the other receivers involved. And I'm wondering, Justin Fields already has the second most design runs to a quarterback behind Lamar Jackson. Because Najee Harris's backups are Jalen Warren and Cordell Patterson not playing, if Justin Fields will have more design runs tonight. And for defense, Pitt's defense, Dak gets rid of the ball quickly. Keep the receivers in front of you. Make the tackles. Do not miss tackles.
67 degrees in Pittsburgh tonight. I was about to tell you the rain has stopped, but the rain has started falling again. The good news is it is a light rain, not like it was a little while ago. We have not heard any thunder. We have not seen any lightning as of late. Cowboys won the toss, and they have decided to take the football. So we're going to see Dak Prescott and the Cowboys offense out on the field first. Of course, the iconic uniforms on both sides. Steelers in the black jerseys, white numbers. They have the gold pants, the black helmets. Cowboys in the white jerseys with blue numbers. They have the light blue pants, and they have the silver helmets. Time for the opening kickoff. It's sponsored by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Chris Boswell with the ball teed up at the 35-yard line. He will kick it away from our left to our right. And Cavante Turpin is back deep to return for the Cowboys. Terrible towels waving, fans on their feet. Mike Golick's good friend Snoop Dogg is here tonight in all of his Steelers gear. He was out waving his terrible towel. It is packed here in Pittsburgh. Two iconic franchises meeting up in the Steelers and the Cowboys. Boswell ready to go, just waiting for the officials to give him the thumbs up. He's got the signal. He's on the approach, and we're underway. Week 5 of Sunday Night Football with an end-over-end kick. Turpin with it to the goal line, coming out across the 5. Down to the 10, angles right to the 15, 20, 25 to the 30, seam to the 35, and Turpin is nailed at about the 37. There is a flag down on the near side. Return at 37 yards. We'll see if it stands up. Mark Robinson made the special teams tackle.
Illegal formation by the kicking team, number 23. This 5-yard penalty will be added to the end of the play. It's first down.
Sean Hockley is our referee tonight, so the Cowboys are going to have excellent starting field position. That Turpin return all the way out to the 38. Now they're going to tack on 5 more. So the ball is going to be at the 43 for the Cowboys, 1st and 10. Dak Prescott, the starting quarterback, 1,072 yards, 3rd in the NFL. Rico Dowdle is the starting running back. CeeDee Lamb, Jalen Tolbert, Jalen Brooks, the wide receivers. Prescott back to pass, throws right side, caught by Lamb, wrapped up immediately, and he is dropped by T.J. Watt on the far side, just across the 45-yard line. Short gain of a couple. It'll bring up 2nd down, about 8.
Well, when I talked about the Steelers, the secondary and linebackers tackling right when the completed pass, I wasn't really speaking to T.J. Watt, who normally rushes the passer and is looking for his 100th career sack tonight.
Call it a gain of 3 out to the 46, 2nd down, 7. Prescott lines up in the gun. Cowboys go empty with 3 receivers left. Lamb single man to the right. They've got a wing to the right side. Prescott gets the snap. Back to pass. Throwing right side. Got a man wide open. That's caught. That's a first down. Over on the far sideline, out of bounds in Steeler territory at the 42. Minka Fitzpatrick with the tackle. And it was Brevin Spanford, the rookie out of Minnesota, who makes his first catch of the season, first catch of his career for the Cowboys for a gain of 13.
Boy, who saw that one coming, huh?
Not me. First down and 10. Prescott goes under center. Dowdle is the single back. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Here's the snap. Dowdle takes the handoff. Between the hash marks, straight ahead, not much. Got about 2 yards at the 40 to Sean Elliott from his safety spot with a tackle. And that'll bring up 2nd down and 8 for Dallas.
Again, they're last in rushing per yards a game, just a little over 75. It's just not a good rushing attack. But that doesn't mean you don't have the attempts. You have to keep the defense honest with the attempts.
2 receivers go wide left, 2 receivers wide right. Prescott of the gun takes the snap, looks right, throws right, caught by Lamb, runs outside the numbers, makes the first man miss, and is brought down around the 36-yard line. Gain of 4 on that catch by CeeDee Lamb. Landon Roberts, the inside linebacker, 9th-year man out of Houston, makes the stop. And now a 3rd down coming up for the Cowboys, 3rd down at about 5.
Quick release, short of the sticks. Dak Prescott throws short of the sticks 51% of the time. He just gets the ball out of his hand quickly.
Cowboys go empty again. Trips left, 2 receivers right. Lamb closest to the line of scrimmage on the left side. Now Hunter Lipke, who had been wide right, motions into the backfield. Prescott back in the gun, left foot in front of right. Lifts that left leg, takes the shotgun snap. He's back to pass, moving to his left, throws up his back foot, and it's incomplete. Trying to get that one to Jalen Tolbert in the middle of the field. Beanie Bishop, the rookie out of West Virginia, was in coverage. And on 4th down, Brandon Aubrey is coming out for an early long field goal attempt.
Well, he's going to want that one back. He had Lipke wide open coming out of the right side of the backfield, kind of a delayed route. Would have had the first down.
This is going to be a 55-yard attempt for Aubrey.
Oh, that's nothing to him.
Yeah, it'll come from the right hash. Aubrey 6 of 7 from 50-plus this year and 16 of 17 in his career. Aubrey is ready. Here's the snap. Ball is down. Kick is on the way. End over end, right down the middle, and it is good. So Brandon Aubrey with the 55-yard chip shot, and the Cowboys have taken a 3-0 lead. A reminder that for every field goal made tonight and throughout the remainder of the season, Barbasol will make a donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol Shaving Cream, America's #1 shaving cream. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. 12:35 to go first quarter. Cowboys 3, Steelers will have it when we come back. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
The 2024 season. Each NFL team channel on the Sirius XM app will feature the team's pre- and post-game shows before and after every game.
What's given me confidence is how they've responded to adversity.
Get instant reaction, live interviews, and press conference audio. Now your favorite team's broadcast includes their pre- and post-game shows all season long on the Sirius XM app. All 32 team channels are also available in vehicles equipped with Sirius XM 360L radios.
Hey, football fans, this is Jim Miller.
And I'm Pat Kerwin. Be sure to join us tomorrow for Moving the Chains at 3 p.m. Eastern on NFL Radio.
We'll be breaking down all the action from Sunday and getting you ready for Monday Night Football as the Saints head to Kansas City to take on the Chiefs.
Plus, we'll talk to both Falcons coach Raheem Morris and Bucs coach Todd Bowles while also keeping you updated on all the latest injury news.
So come talk some ball with us tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern on Moving the Chains, Sirius XM, NFL Radio, Channel 88, and the all-new Sirius XM app.
NBC Sports Audio Channel 85 on Sirius XM is your home for expert analysis, popular talk shows, and live sports coverage.
Here comes Clark. How will she go for history? The all-time leading scorer in women's college basketball.
Listen to Dan Patrick, Mike Florio, Matthew Berry, and Chris Sims break down the latest news and offer expert analysis.
How about we play the Super Bowl on the Saturday instead of the Sunday 2 weeks after the AFC-NFC title game? Who's with me?
Plus, play-by-play coverage of some of the biggest events in sports, including the Kentucky Derby, Indy 500, U.S. Open, and more.
And there's one for London. Two Bills on the inside. Trying to hold on Leeds. And it is going to be Leeds to win the Kentucky Derby.
Your home for all the latest news, fantasy expertise, and live events all year long. NBC Sports Audio Channel 85 on Sirius XM.
The NFL on CBS streams live on Paramount Plus all season long. Follow all the exciting action and stream your live local CBS game every Sunday, all the way through the AFC Championship game on Paramount Plus. 6-play, 21-yard drive, 2:25 off the clock. Brandon Aubrey with a 55-yard field goal gives the Cowboys a 3-0 lead. And now we'll see the Pittsburgh offense for the first time. A couple of guys just up from the practice squad back to return, Aaron Champlin and Jonathan Ward, as Aubrey hits an end-over-end kick. This one will be taken by Champlin back around the goal line across the 10, angles left to the 15, now to the 20-yard line, takes a shot. And he's down just shy of the 25-yard line. And that's where we'll see Justin Fields and the Steelers offense for the first time. Justin Fields off to a 3-1 start. Of course, Russell Wilson had been slated to be the starter, but Wilson gets hurt in camp. Fields takes over, coming off a game where he threw for 312 yards and a touchdown, also ran for 55 and 2 TDs last week. Najee Harris is the starting running back. George Pickens, Calvin Austin, Van Jefferson, the wide receivers. Pat Freiermuth is the tight end. Two receivers right, two left. 1st and 10 Steelers. They've got the ball right at the 25-yard line. Fields back in the shotgun, takes the snap. Fields will fake to Harris, running out to the right side, trying to turn the corner and does across the 30. And he's out of bounds up around the 32, maybe the 33. Eric Kendricks ran him out of bounds, but Justin Fields keeps on first down and picks up 8.
So as I talked about earlier before the game started, that Justin Fields has the second most designed quarterback runs behind Lamar Jackson, and he'd been passing more. Maybe you thought he'd start running less, but with Jalen Warren out with a knee, Cordell Patterson out with an ankle, instead of putting the whole load on Najee Harris, have Justin Fields run more.
2nd down 2 from the 33. Fields will go under center with receivers left and right. Jefferson goes in motion from left to right, stops, now heads back out to the left. He'll stop tight to the line. Fields changing something, barks out the signals, gets the snap. Here's a toss to Harris. Running left, cuts it up, picks up a first down. Najee Harris across the 35 and out to the 37. So a 4-yard gain for Harris, and Pittsburgh able to move the sticks.
Yeah, this is the test for Dallas. I mean, we talked about offensively, they're last in the league in rushing, and defensively, they're 27th in stopping the run. Just not good. When you can't run, you can't stop the run.
Pittsburgh, of course, a team that always wants to run the ball. They run it 34.5 times per game. That's tied for first in the league. Although if you look at yards per carry, they're 25th. 1st and 10 from their own 37. Out of the eye. Fields back on a play fake. Rolling right. Plants his feet. Looks going deep. Left side. Got a man wide open. And it is incomplete. Cameron Hayward tried to make a diving catch. And that one just out of his reach. He had it momentarily. And it popped away as he hit the ground.
Just a hair too far. I mean, Hayward got his hands on it. He did get his hands on it, but Connor just couldn't reel that one in.
And Connor Hayward, whose brother Cam has been such a great player for so long in Pittsburgh. Connor in his third year out of Michigan State, just one catch all year. And a chance for a big one there. Second down, here's the snap to Fields. Sweeping left, and Fields spinning his way out to about the 43. A penalty flag flies in from the secondary. So we'll see about that after Fields picked up a couple. Marshawn Nealand is down and grabbing his right knee. Nealand is in there for Micah Parsons tonight.
Wow, they are so thin.
Holding by the defense, number 58. This 5-yard penalty will be added to the end of the play. It's an automatic first down.
That's Mozzie Smith, the interior lineman. I guarantee you there was a combo block, 2 linemen trying to block the D tackle and the linebacker, and Mozzie Smith grabbed the lineman trying to get to the linebacker.
Meanwhile, Marshawn Nealand is in a seated position just shy of the 50-yard line. He's a second rounder out of Western Michigan. He starts tonight with Parsons out, and they are taking a look at him. We'll step aside. 11:04 on the game clock in the first quarter. Cowboys 3, Steelers nothing. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
You've got a Pepto predicament, moviegoer.
Hey, I can hear your stomach grumbling.
Sorry, I ate that entire tub of popcorn with extra butter. You overdid it, and now your movie has turned into a blockbuster bellyache. Undo it with Pepto.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto chewables provide fast 5-symptom relief, so you can focus on the action on the big screen instead of in your stomach. When you overdo it, undo it with Pepto. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Most tax pros, leave a message.
It's Jane. I'm moving on to a TurboTax expert who beat your price. Adam Devine, tell him how I feel.
Hey, tax pro, she's been thinking twice. Just believe TurboTax will beat your price. This is a tax break.
Switch to a TurboTax Live expert and we'll beat what you paid your pro last tax season. Make the switch at TurboTax.com/beatyourprice. TurboTax full service only. Sign up by 12/20/2024 and file by 4/1/2025. Full details at TurboTax.com/beatyourprice.
Hey, football fans, with BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms, 21 years of age and older. This U.S. promotional offer not available in Mississippi, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood 1, your home for Sunday Night Football.
Whether your team is at home or on the road, hear every game with your hometown announcers on the SiriusXM app. Just search for your team and click the favorite star.
Brian Radke, Mike Golick here in the Grainger broadcast booth in Pittsburgh. Tackle your to-do list with Grainger. From locker rooms to plant floors, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Marshawn Nealand helped off by the trainers, not putting much weight at all on his right leg. And, Mike, that's significant for a Dallas defense that is already beat up.
Well, that's why I wonder now, Pittsburgh is running the ball right now, or they're going to have to, Dallas going to have to stack the box on passing plays, or they're going to have to blitz a little more. They may have to change up what their scheme normally is.
The hold on Mozzie Smith moves the ball to the Steelers' 47 for a 1st and 10. Fields in the gun with Harris to his right, 3 receivers to that right side. Fields holds his hands in front of his chest, looks over that Dallas defense, has the snap, back to pass, looks right, throws short right, caught by Pickens in midfield. He's in the Dallas territory, out of bounds at about the 45-yard line. So the first catch of the night for George Pickens. Jordan Lewis makes the tackle, and a 2nd down and 2 after a gain of 8.
And you'll see throws like this all night, and probably all season from Justin Fields. He throws outside the numbers, the highest rate in the NFL. 53% of the time he goes outside the numbers.
2nd down 2. Steelers will come out of the huddle with 2 receivers left. Single man right. Harris is the single back. Darnell Washington, the tight end, motions from left to right. Fields gets the snap. He's back. He'll hand it off. This is Harris straight ahead. Hit in the backfield, trying to get away. Fights his way forward. Maybe got about a half yard. Also, Digizua will get credit for the tackle. Not a bad job by Harris, who was contacted almost immediately and still got back to the line of scrimmage. It'll be a 3rd and 2 now for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that was Donovan Wilson, the safety, playing up on the line of scrimmage. He was the free rusher with the first hit.
So now we'll see if the Steelers can convert on 3rd down. 44% so far this season, 8th best in the NFL. Fields will line up in the shotgun. He's got Harris to his left. Fields is now going to send Harris out of the backfield as a wing to the left. Two receivers stacked right. Shotgun snap. Fields back. Looks left. Throws left. Harris is there. Makes the catch of the sticks. Turns it up. Shakes a tackle. Still going down to the Cowboy 30. And finally knocked out of bounds. What an effort by Najee Harris. Turned it up. Had Trayvon Diggs hanging on him. And just took him for a ride. A gain of 15.
Wow. I mean, Trayvon Diggs just had him around the waist and could not corral him at all. Just carried him.
I mean, Mike, he carried him for a good 10 yards.
He absolutely did. Diggs had him around the leg, then around the waist, but to no avail.
Now the ball at the Cowboys 30, 1st and 10. I formation behind Fields. Single receiver Scotty Miller to the right. Freiermuth the tight end on the right end of the line. Fields back on a play fake. Sets his feet. Has time. Throws deep down the field. Incomplete. Trying to get it to Darnell Washington just outside the left hash. Coverage by Malik Hooker, the 8th-year safety out of Ohio State. And that'll bring up 2nd down at 10. With 8:50 to go in the first quarter, Cowboys lead 3-0.
Did you see Darnell Washington hurdle the Giant last week? I mean, the dude is 6'7", about 265, just hurdled the defender last week on a catch. Was amazing.
Well, we've seen some pretty impressive feats. We watched Derrick Henry run away from the entire defense last week. Two receivers right, single man left. Here's the snap. Fields back, he'll hand it off. This is Jonathan Ward running outside the left numbers. And he picks up a couple of yards out on the far sideline. Ward, 5th-year man out of Central Michigan, just elevated off the practice squad yesterday. Played for Tennessee a year ago. He's also spent some time with the Cardinals. Gets 2 yards down to the 28, and that'll be a 3rd and 8 for Pittsburgh now.
Like you say, guys getting a chances. You know, next man up. You're back up or on the practice squad for a reason, but when you get your chance, you try and make the most of it.
Cowboys have been really good on 3rd and long this year. 3rd and 6 plus. They've only given up 3 of 27. This is 3rd and 8. Fields back in the gun, 2 receivers right, 1 left. Here's the snap, a toss to Aaron Champlin, running outside the left numbers across the 25. And Champlin takes it down to about the 23. That'll leave it with a 4th down and 3, and Chris Boswell is coming out to attempt a field goal. Well, with the play call, I thought maybe they were going to go for it.
I did too. It's exactly what I thought, because it was 4th and 3. I thought they would go for it as well.
They'll bring Boswell on to try a 41-yard field goal. This will come from the left hash. Christian Kuntz will snap. Corliss Waitman, the punter, will hold. Boswell tied for 3rd in the NFL in kick scoring, tied for 2nd in made field goals coming into tonight. He's 11 of 12 on the year. Here's the snap, ball down. Kick from Boswell is on the way, and it is good inside the right upright, and the Steelers have tied the game. With that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol shaving cream, delivering a quality shave at an honest value for over 100 years. 7:33 to go first quarter. Cowboys and Steelers tied at 3. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
It's time to review the top 3 highlights of the day. I'm joined as always by my co-anchor Snoop.
Hey, what up, though?
Snoop, number 1 has to be getting the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence at T-Mobile.
Yeah, you should hustle down to T-Mobile like a dog chasing a squirrel, chasing a nut.
Nice analogy, Snoop. Dogs do love to chase squirrels.
And squirrels love to chase those nuts.
On to highlight number 2, at T-Mobile, families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
That is very impressive. You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
That's exactly what I'm planning on doing with my savings, Snoop. Now, take it away, Snoop.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on them. Now drop that jingle.
24 monthly bill credits eligible traded on Go 5G Next. Well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits, and credit stop and balance on required finance agreement too. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started.
Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
1 in 4 car batteries is weak and needs to be replaced. Let our professional parts people test your battery for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Don't miss all the NFL action Thursday night on Amazon Prime Video when the San Francisco 49ers meet the Seattle Seahawks. Of course, you can also hear Thursday Night Football each week right here beginning at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on many of these same stations, on the NFL app or online at westwood1sports.com. Boy, a couple of teams, San Francisco and Seattle, trying to bounce back after disappointing losses at home today. Seahawks lose to the Giants. 49ers lose late against the Cardinals.
Yeah, the Cardinals, they just, 1 week. They just put up 14 points against, I think it was 14 against Washington. Next week they're beating San Francisco.
3-3 ball game here as Chris Boswell hits an end-over-end kick. Turpin back about 5 yards deep in the end zone, makes the catch and drops down to his right knee. Now the Cowboys will start at the 30, 1st and 10. So for Pittsburgh, an 11-play, 52-yard drive. Boswell ends it with a 41-yard field goal. Just to go back, Mike, it was an interesting third down call. Yeah. 3rd and 8, they run toss sweep, get 5 yards and bring the field goal team.
I'm very surprised at that. I thought just like you did, when they ran it, that meant they were going to go for it on 4th down. It was a very interesting call.
Zeke Elliott in the ball game for the first time for the Cowboys, returning to Dallas this year. Lines up to the left of Prescott, who's in the gun. 3 receivers to that left side. Now Elliott will shift behind Dak in a pistol set. And whistles before the snap and flags fly. There was movement up front.
Before the snap, false start by the offense, number 60. It's a 5-yard penalty. It's 1st down.
That's Tyler Guyton, the first-round pick out of Oklahoma. And Mike, he's been a little up and down so far this season.
Yeah, giving up 18 pressures this year. He's definitely had his troubles as listen, coming in and playing as a rookie is tough, but rookie left tackle, that is a monumental task.
Move it back to the 25, 1st and 15. 3 receivers in a triangle to the right, single man left. Now Turpin in motion from right to left, stops, heads back out to the right. Prescott will swing it out to the right side. Turpin running outside the numbers, crosses the line of scrimmage, and he's ridden out of bounds up at the 30. Patrick Queen, the free agent from Baltimore, makes the tackle. Gain of 5, that'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
Boy, Turpin is fast, gets to that corner quick, nice block on the outside by Ferguson to get him to corner, pick up 5-6 of those yards back.
They'll say that Turpin stepped out of bounds at the 29, so it's officially a gain of 4. 2nd down and 11. Prescott in the gun with Elliott to his right. 3 receivers left, single man right. Elliott now sprints in motion left, shotgun snap. Prescott back to pass, plenty of time. Fires over the middle, and it's caught at the 40-yard line. Jalen Brooks, just his 4th catch of the year. A throw that was behind him, hauled it in as he took the hit. He's just shy of the line to gain. And the Cowboys hustle up on 3rd and inches. Prescott takes the snap, back on a play fake, looking, pumps, hit, gets away, throws down the left side to nobody, it's incomplete.
Oh, that's going to be intentional grounding.
Yeah, I don't think he got outside the pocket.
No, he was still in the pocket, and there was no receiver anywhere. And that's a lack, and there's the flag. That's also, Ryan, you got to the line of scrimmage, the line of scrimmage quick. That's a lack of confidence in your running game, which it is a bad running game, but you have under a yard to go. And you try and pass the ball.
The quarterback remained in the pocket. There was no receiver in the area. This is intentional grounding by the offense, number 4. This is a loss of down at the spot of the foul. It's 4th down.
Good job by the officials getting together. Mike, I think you make a great point. This Cowboys team that just has not run the ball at all on 3rd and, inches. They go to the air, and Prescott was under heavy pressure right away.
And the pressure came from Nick Herbert rushing against Tyler Guyton. That's just his 19th pressure now he's given up this year.
So Brian Anger is on to punt. They move the ball back to the 29-yard line. Calvin Austin will punt it away. It was a 10-yard loss on the intentional grounding. They got to get the right ball in, so the officials stop play momentarily. As Anger comes on to punt, 6th in the NFL in gross average. He's averaging 51.5 yards per kick. He led the NFL in that category a year ago. 2-time Pro Bowler, formerly with Jacksonville, Tampa Bay, and Houston. So Anger standing at his own 15, and Austin just inside his own 25. Trent Sigg, the former Raider, will snap it. Anger has it. Here comes the kick. High wobbly kick. And a fair catch signaled and made right around the 25-yard line by Austin. It's a 46-yard punt and no return. 6:32 to go first quarter. Steelers and Cowboys tied at 3. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry,
running your own business can feel a lot like running a one-person relay race. When you've got to expand your team, share the baton with Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform has smart tools to help you attract, screen, and hire quality candidates to your roster. And they don't just help you hire faster. 93% of employers agree Indeed delivers the highest quality matches compared to other job sites, according to a recent Indeed survey. Nix the hassle. Start hiring. Learn more at Indeed.com/credit to expand your team today.
The fastest way to improve your golf game is a custom club fitting at PXG. From their missile-launching new Black Ops irons to the breakthrough new zero-torque Allen putter, PXG uses advanced technology and adjustability to deliver real and lasting impact to your performance on the golf course, no matter your swing, skill level, or budget. Visit PXG.com now to learn more and book a club fitting. You'll be glad you did. PXG. You've never played like this before.
Most tax pros leave a message.
It's Jane. I'm moving on to a TurboTax expert who beat your price. Adam Devine, tell him how I feel.
Hey, tax pro, she's been thinking twice. Just believe TurboTax will beat your price. This is a tax break.
Switch to a TurboTax Live expert and we'll beat what you paid your pro last tax season. Make the switch at TurboTax.com/beatyourprice. TurboTax full service only. Sign up by 12/20/2024 and file by 4/1/2025. Full details at TurboTax.com/beatyourprice.
All season long, you can stream the NFL on Westwood 1 for free. Sponsored by Pfizer. Visit VaxAssist.com to schedule your pneumococcal vaccination appointment today. That's VaxAssist.com. And fans, a reminder, you can listen on Westwood1Sports.com, the NFL app, by asking Alexa to open Westwood 1 Sports or on our affiliate stations' digital platforms.
Cowboys have run 8 plays, 7 passes, and 1 run. It's a third and half a yard. I mean, I know your running game is basically non-existent, but a half a yard.
Steelers will start at their own 26, 1st and 10. Fields under center, I formation behind him. Hayward is the fullback. Harris is the tailback. Fields takes the snap. He's back on a play fake. Sets his feet, steps up, throws out to the right side, and that one is caught. A tumbling catch by Connor Hayward. He dropped one earlier. That time made a nice adjustment on a ball that wasn't particularly well thrown. Was able to tumble down. And he picks up 7 on the play. It'll bring up 2nd and 3.
Connor's got to be like, hey, how about a ball where I can continue to run after the catch?
How about between the old 8 and 3? That'd be nice. 2nd down 3. Fields under center with receivers left and right. Van Jefferson starts in motion to the right, now back out to the left. Fields goes to the hard count, now takes the snap. He's back, handed off. This is Harris running left, looking for a seam. Picks up a first down across the 36 out to the 37. But a penalty flag is down behind the play. Eric Kendricks made the tackle. Let's see if the run is going to stand up, though, for Najee Harris. Steelers say it's against the Cowboys.
Illegal use of hands to the face. Defense number 93. It's a 5-yard penalty added to the end of the play. It's first down.
That's against Linval Joseph. Free agent from Buffalo, 2-time Pro Bowler with Minnesota. Mike, we were talking about this during a break. It feels like we're seeing more of these penalties called in the defensive line, be it holding or hands to the face.
Interior, that's 2 on the interior D-line. Mozzie Smith and Linval Joseph both with a penalty each.
4 penalties for 25 yards against the Cowboys. Steelers have it 1st and 10 at their own 42 in a 3-3 game. Here's the snap to Fields, back on a play fake, sets his feet, has time, looking, going deep, right side for Van Jefferson, knocked down, nearly intercepted. That ball was underthrown. Malik Hooker had a chance, and it went off his hands. Hooker's going to want that one back, but so is Fields. He had Jefferson running free down the right side.
That was just staring down the receiver with the safety just playing right over the top, and Hooker should have had that. You're right. He's going to definitely want that back, but that was an ill-advised throw by Justin Fields.
So make it a 2nd down and 10 now. 5:35 to go here in the first quarter. Fields in the shotgun with Harris to his right. He'll go with 3 receivers to that right side. Now moves Najee Harris off to his left. Play clock shows 3. Fields wants the shotgun snap. He's got it looking right. And he's hit. He lost the football. It's rolling on the turf. There's a pile up inside the 30. The Cowboys say they have it. The officials are taking a look. No official signal yet. They're going to say Pittsburgh got it back.
This is the issue with Justin Fields when he fumbles the ball. He hangs the ball. He hangs the ball down low. Doesn't protect it. And gets it knocked out. Had a fumble last week. And that is something he has avoided early in the season. But the last 2 weeks now, he's fumbled.
Linval Joseph knocked it out. Carl Lawson had the ball momentarily, but the Steelers got it back. So now it's 3rd and 24, and a challenge flag has been thrown by Mike McCarthy. I think he's going to say that Lawson had the ball and was touched down, and then it was taken away. So he's talking to Sean Hockley about it over on the far sideline.
Yeah, he's hanging on to the flag.
Lawson had a great chance, but at least based on the first replay we've seen up here, Mike, I don't know that he ever
Dallas is challenging the ruling on the field that the ball was recovered by the offense. Timeout.
This Close Shave Instant Replay Review is sponsored by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Barbasol delivers a thick lather and close, comfortable shave for half the price of Chills. Why pay more for a great shave? Choose Barbasol. 5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Steelers and Cowboys tied at 3. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, Downy in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or diabetes, you're at higher risk of being hospitalized from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's another week of Sunday morning football on NFL Network. Live from London.
DJ Moore, touchdown!
2 young QBs take the turf in Tottenham.
Fire through the end zone. That ball is going to be caught.
Trevor Lawrence and the Jags face Caleb Williams and the Bears. Set your alarms because this waits for no one. Rise, shine, football. Jaguars, Bears. Sunday at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Only on NFL Network.
Upgrade your Sundays with NFL Plus Premium and watch live, local, and primetime games on mobile devices, plus NFL Red Zone, game replays, and more. Sign up today at plus.nfl.com. Subscription required for NFL Plus Premium. Terms and conditions apply. Call stands. Ball remains with the Steelers on a 3rd and 24.
I can't believe Carl Lawson didn't get that ball. I mean, it was right there in front of him.
The challenge, I think, from Mike McCarthy, I think he was saying that Lawson actually had the ball to his body and Fields merely had his hands on it, but they didn't see anything to overturn it. But you're right, Mike. Carl Lawson was there first.
He was definitely there first, but that was certainly a risky challenge.
Linval Joseph just bull rushed Isaac Seumalo and knocked the ball out of the hand of Justin Fields, so he'll get credit for the sack. Now on 3rd and 24, Fields in the gun, takes the snap. Rolling to his right, looking, stops his feet, has time, throws down the right sideline and throws it into the Steeler bench, incomplete. And on 4th down, the punt team is coming out.
Yeah, that was just a roll right and see if you had anything deep, and if not, you just throw it away and live to fight another day.
So Cavante Turpin back deep to return the Corliss Waitman punt. Waitman has been around for a while. He originally signed with the Steelers back in 2020. His only full year in the NFL was in 2022 with Denver. Here's the snapper coming after him, and Waitman gets away. A very short kick. end over end. It's going to land just inside the 40, takes a Steeler bounce inside the 30, inside the 25, and is down there. It ends up as a 47-yard punt. Boy, the Cowboys nearly got in there and got to Waitman, but he gets it away, a 47-yard kick. And with 4:41 to go in the first quarter, the Cowboys offense is back out. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices on everything for back to school, even technology. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples. Dak Prescott 5 of 7 so far for 34 yards. Cowboys rushing game has been non-existent. 1 carry, 1 yard for Rico Dowdle. First and 10, Dallas at their own 24, moving right to left. Ball is on the near side left hash. Cowboys will send 3 receivers to the right side of the formation. Dowdle is the single back. Jalen Tolbert in motion from right to left. Prescott gets the snap. He'll hand it off. This is Dowdle straight ahead. And he gets a couple. Deshaun Elliott made the stop after a gain of 2 just across the 25. That'll bring up second down at 8.
Running's just tough sledding for this Cowboy offensive line. They really didn't do anything as far as a backfield in the offseason. When Derrick Henry was available, Jerry Jones said they couldn't afford him. They didn't do themselves any favors in the running game.
Trips left, single man right, second down 8. Prescott in the gun, Turpin in motion from right to left. They'll hand it off on a jet sweep, and he gets wrapped up and dropped in the backfield by Herbig. Nick Herbig was all over that one and drowned Turpin back at the 20 for a loss of 6.
Well, Herbig is just teeing off on Tyler Guyton. He's just playing on the other side of the line.
So now it becomes a third down and 14. Hunter Lipke checks in as the running back. He'll line up to the right of Prescott and now motion out to the left end of the line. 3 receivers right, 2 left. Prescott takes the shotgun snap. He's back to pass. Has time. Looks. Going deep. Right side for Lamb. He makes the catch. Did he get his toes down? It looks like he did. Yes, he did. All the way across the 45. Out to the 47. It's a gain of 27 on 3rd and 14.
What an unbelievably great pass by Dak Prescott and a great toe tap. They chipped both Herbert and Watt to give Dak Prescott more time.
Boy, CeeDee Lamb in between 2 defenders. Caught that on his fingertips and got both feet down inbounds.
Great pass, great catch.
Twin receivers left and right. Prescott in the gun on 1st and 10. Lipke is the running back. Here's the snap. Prescott back to pass. Looks right, throws right. Lamb is wide open. Turns it up across the 40, inside the 35. And he's ridden out of bounds on the far side of the 34-yard line. Peyton Wilson, the 3rd rounder out of NC State, along with Deshaun Elliott, made the stop, but only after a gain of 20 on that throw to CeeDee Lamb.
Boy, Joey Porter was playing off, and then after the catch, he was one-on-one, and Joey Porter just didn't try and tackle him, just tried to punch the ball, basically gave up on the tackle.
Cowboys will go empty on 1st down and 10 from the Steeler 34. 3 receivers left. 1 to the right now is Dowdle is coming to the backfield to the right of Prescott. Here's the snap. Quick pass left side. Caught by Turpin on the numbers. Runs out toward the sideline inside the 35. And he's grabbed by Patrick Queen and thrown out of bounds. They'll mark him out at about the 28, maybe the 27-yard line. So a nice gain there on 1st down. Call it a gain of 7. It'll bring up 2nd down and 3. By the way, CeeDee Lamb with that last catch. 4 catches in the game. That's 38 straight games with at least 4 catches for CeeDee Lamb. Ties Julio Jones for the 2nd longest mark in NFL history.
Michael Thomas is number 1 at 43 games.
2nd down 3 with receivers left and right. Tight ends on either end of the line. Prescott takes the snap. Handoff down. Runs outside the right hash. 1st down to the 20. Bouncing out to the far sideline. He's run out of bounds at the 15. So Rico Dowdle finds some room before Dante Jackson runs him out of bounds. A gain of 12, and the Cowboys have the offense moving here late in the 1st.
Like I said, you got to keep the defense honest with the runs. You may not get a lot of yards, and then you may bust one like this. You average only 75 a game, but it could be very timely rushing attempts.
1st and 10 Cowboys. Football at the 15-yard line. Prescott lines up in the gun. He's got Dowdle to his right. 2 receivers left. Lamb single man to the right. Prescott walks toward the line of scrimmage. Play clock is at 9. Now falls back into the shotgun. Left foot in front of right, points out to his left. Wants the shotgun snap. Prescott has it. Quick pass left side. That one is caught. Running outside the numbers and down to about the 11-yard line is Jalen Tolbert. Dante Jackson again with the tackle. So another one of those quick throws, and Tolbert is able to pick up 4 yards. It'll be 2nd down and 6.
Yeah, Dak lives on the quick throws, though. You saw the deep one to CD, but he loves the quick throws, as I said, short of the sticks. But that's the way of the NFL now, right? It's the quick, short throws. Let the receivers or let the running backs who catch the ball do their damage one-on-one.
2nd down, 6. Receivers left and right. Prescott in the gun with Dowdle to his left. Here's the snap. Prescott will hand it off to Dowdle, and he doesn't find much. Falls across the line of scrimmage to about the 10. T.J. Watt with an ankle tackle. And that'll bring up 3rd down and 5. Some pushing and shoving after the play. Officials getting in the middle. We'll see if the Cowboys, well, they are going to have to run a play. The play clock's at 25. Game clock is at 30. And so they will have to run this 3rd down play.
Tyler Guyton got up limping on that play. T.J. Watt is so good at making penetration and then backtracking and going down the line and pursuing.
Lipke is the running back to Prescott's left. He's in the gun with 2 receivers right. CeeDee Lamb, single man to the left. Here's the snap. Prescott back to throw, looking left. Here comes Watt. Prescott in trouble. He's hit and lost the ball. It's loose, and the Steelers may be on it. Pittsburgh is recovered at the 20-yard line. It was Nick Herbig. He knocked it out along with Watt. Herbig jumped on it, and the Steelers turned the Cowboys away.
Well, Watt and Herbert are just having their way with Tyler Guyton and Terrence Steele, the 2 tackles for Dallas right now. They are just absolutely tearing them up.
That's the end of the first quarter in Pittsburgh with the score. The Cowboys 3, the Steelers 3. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
No one knows football like Howard Stern.
Every time I get excited about a team, they lose.
Hard-hitting analysis.
It's not like me to try anything athletic.
And detailed play-by-play of who scored last night.
Hi, this is Travis Kelce's agent. He's going to be bigger than The Rock. I'm not kidding.
Catch the Howard Stern Show.
Today is Fan Appreciation Day.
Live at 7 a.m. Eastern on Howard 100 and the SiriusXM app.
A new year in the NBA is right around the corner, and NBA Radio has you covered.
Tatum muscles it up and in, scoring the foul.
Our experts are breaking down the entire league.
That's going to be a fun team to watch.
And bringing you inside the locker room.
It is a must-win game.
Basketball season is just weeks away, and your 24/7 home for hoops is SiriusXM NBA Radio, Channel 86, and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Nobody covers the National Football League.
They give Mahomes time for the end zone. He throws it. It's caught. Touchdown!
Like SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88. Our team of former players, coaches, and front office executives like Pat Kerwin, Jim Miller, Rich Gannon, Alex Smith, and Hall of Famer Bill Polian brings you closer to the game. If it's happening, we are there. Live from the Scouting Combine in March to the Draft in April. And in the summer, SiriusXM NFL Radio takes you to all 32 training camps. We connect you with the history of the game on stage for Hall of Fame weekend. Hear all the primetime play-by-play action from opening night through the Super Bowl.
Spectacular in every way. Confetti flying in the air.
Your 24/7 home for the NFL all year long. SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
Welcome back to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One. I'm Ryan Radke along with Mike Golick. The start of the second quarter is sponsored by Old Spice. Stinking places beyond your pits, Old Spice has you covered with total body deodorant. 24/7 freshness from pits to toes with daily use. Well, Nick Herbig and T.J. Watt combine on the sack. For Watt, that is his 100th career sack. He is the second fastest in NFL history to get to 100 sacks. This is his 109th game tonight. Only the great Reggie White got there faster. It took Reggie 96 games to get 100 sacks. Jonathan Ward, the running back. Steelers take over at their own 21st and 10 in a 3-3 game. Fields gets the snap. He'll hand it off to Ward, running outside the right hash, ducks his head and powers across the 25, out to the 27. Eric Kendricks with the stop. It'll bring up 2nd down and 3. But, Mike, let's go back to T.J. Watt. Obviously, a great one. You played with Reggie White, had a front row seat to see what he did.
I mean,
different positions, but what similarities do you see in those guys?
I mean, the way they collapse off the tackle spot, the tackle, and get around the corner, turn the edge, is just amazing. Now, Reggie would go down and play inside if we have illegal procedure on Pittsburgh. Got to move him back 5.
Number 80. It's a 5-yard penalty. It's 2nd down.
But the similarity, there are more differences, quite honestly. I mean, Reggie rushed with a lot more power. He had that rip and that hump move, where T.J. Watt has so much speed, and that dip move that he has is incredible. And then Reggie, of course, would go over the center in the 46 defense. But 96 games, it took Reggie to get to 100 sacks. Is just amazing. But T.J. Watt is just incredible.
Darnell Washington with a false start. Moving back to the 22, 2nd and 8. Shotgun snap to Fields. Looking, throws right side. Punt by Washington, who then takes a shot. Did he hang on to the football? He did. The Cowboys are trying to say they ripped it out of there.
They're battling for it.
The official's taking a look, and now some more pushing and shoving, and an official's right in the middle of it. Well, he got shoved, I think, inadvertently.
These two teams just want to continue the rivalry.
Boy, I guess.
Completion by the offense. It's 1st down.
Well, it's not 1st down. Darnell Washington had that ball. DeMarvion Overshone was trying to rip it out of his hands, and he wasn't able to do it. It's a gain of 5. It's going to bring up a 3rd down and 3, so they got the penalty yardage back.
Yeah, I mean, once Washington was on the ground with the ball, the play's done. He's on the ground. He's being touched by a defender. Overshone was going for the ball.
And now we'll see if the Steelers can convert on a 3rd down and short. 3rd down and 3. Fields will line up in the shotgun. Ward, the running back, to his right. 3 receivers left, single man to the right. Fields hands in front of his chest, goes to the hard count. Cowboys don't jump. Play clock down to 9. And now flags fly again.
3rd and 8.
False start by the running back, number 35. It's a 5-yard penalty, still 3rd down.
So Jonathan Ward getting a little jumpy. And it cost the Steelers 5 yards. Boy, just a little flinch with his right shoulder.
Little flinch, but enough. Enough for the flag. Enough to make it 3rd in an obvious passing situation.
And you know what happens there when you're the guy just up off the practice squad? You come out of the game.
Yep.
And now Aaron Shamplin, another guy, just signed off the practice squad. Checks in. Shamplin made his NFL debut last week. 3 receivers left, single man right. Now 3rd down and 8. Fields in the gun, gets the snap. They're coming after him. Fields steps up in the pocket, can't get away. He's going to be wrapped up and brought down. Now the Cowboys brought the blitz. Fields stepped up but got taken down at the 20-yard line. Odighizuwa led the charge. It's a sack for the Cowboys, and the Steelers will punt it away.
Well, as I said in one of my keys before the game is, will Dallas have to blitz more, because 47% of their pressures with DeMarcus Lawrence and Michael Parsons are out of this game. And there's an answer right there.
So Corliss Waitman on to punt. Turpin waiting at his 35-yard line. High snap pulled down by Waitman. It's a high twisting kick. Turpin moving to his left, signals for a fair catch down to his knees. He makes it inside his own 35. It's a 47-yard punt with no return. 12:20 to go first half. Cowboys and Steelers tied at 3. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
A dog? I'm not. I was born for a purpose. To bring you hope. To guide you out of darkness. To stand by you as you rediscover life. When past battles cloud your mind, I push them away. You tell me I'm your hero, just as you are mine. You hold me when you're afraid, whisper that I saved you. With me by your side, no challenge is too great, no night too dark. I'm your guide, your companion, your friend, your light. A dog? I'm not. With me, you see the world again.
Discover hope at Dogs Inc. Visit us at dogsinc.org to learn more.
The mission of Paralyzed Veterans of America is clear. Accessibility. Veterans who have served and sacrificed the best of themselves deserve access to the best our country has to offer. Access to meaningful employment, access to the veterans' benefits they've earned, accessible homes and vehicles, and access to every part of their communities. With PVA staff working inside VA hospitals, no other veterans organization has provided more real-time, ongoing support for paralyzed veterans and their families. PVA is proud to serve veterans across all branches, all generations, and all conflicts. Our nation's heroes fought for your independence. Join PVA in fighting for theirs at pva.org.
Ryan Radke, Mike Golick here in the Grainger broadcast booth in Pittsburgh. Give your team an edge with Grainger. You'll find supplies and solutions for every industry, plus fast delivery and 24/7 support when you call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. 12:20 to go first half. Cowboys and Steelers tied at 3. Cowboys will start this drive at their own 34, first down and 10. Had something going on that last drive before Watt and Herbig sacked Prescott and knocked the ball out. Dak will line up in the shotgun. He's got Ezekiel Elliott to his right. 2 receivers right, single man left. Here's the snap. Give it to Elliott, running left outside the numbers, out toward the sideline. And Elliott is finally run out of bounds up at the 38-yard line. So Elliott on first down picks up about 4. Peyton Wilson knocked him out of bounds. And that'll bring up second down and 6. Well, you talked about it. Derrick Henry was out there. Jerry Jones says we couldn't afford him. They brought Zeke Elliott back after a year away in New England.
Afford him. The running back outside of the kickers is the lowest cap number there is.
2 receivers right, single man left. Prescott on the gun, gets the snap, back to pass, looking, swings it out right side, caught by Turpin, runs out to the sideline, and Turpin is out of bounds, close to the first down, but a flag comes in. Turpin may have gotten his face mask grabbed by Beanie Bishop as he was making the tackle. Got the ball right at the sticks.
Turpin gets to the corner so fast.
Personal foul, face mask, defense number 31. This 15-yard penalty will be added to the end of the play. It's first down.
That's 4 penalties now on each team. Both these clubs have had a few struggles with penalties early on this season. So there's a free 15 the Cowboys will gladly take.
Absolutely, just handing the team 15 yards.
So moving into Steelers territory to the 42-yard line. It'll be first and 10 there with 11:45 to go here in the second quarter. Prescott lines up in the gun, 2 receivers tight to the line left, single man right. Shotgun snap, Prescott's going to flip it. This is Lamb on an end around, running left, cuts it up inside the numbers, and gets spun down at the 40-yard line by Bishop. So a good job there by Beanie Bishop. 1 play after the penalty holds Lamb to a gain of 2. It'll be second down and 8.
Boy, he did a great job of closing down and then going up the field to protect containment, and then just sidestep the block. That was a great play from the snap for Beanie Bishop.
7th carry of the season for CeeDee Lamb.
Yes.
Second down 8 for the Cowboys. Lamb is slot right, single man left. Prescott on the gun. He's got Elliott to his right side. Here's the snap. Dak back to pass. Looks right, throws right. Ferguson wide open. Makes the catch. Across the 30 to the 25. Cuts left to the 20. Inside the 15. Takes a shot. Hangs on to the football. And all the way down to the 14-yard line. Wilson with the tackle. But Jake Ferguson all by himself. And he picks up a nice chunk, a gain of 26.
Both defenders went to CeeDee Lamb and left Ferguson wide open, and then Lamb did a great job blocking downfield for Jake.
Yeah, Lamb turned around and got a shot on Bishop that opened things up. So from the 13-yard line now, first and 10. Prescott under center with receivers left and right. Elliott is the single back, play clock down to 6. Prescott stands up momentarily, now takes the snap, he'll hand it off. This is Elliott along the right hash, and there's nothing there. He runs into a wall right at the line, might have lost a yard. Larry Ogunjobi, the veteran, makes the tackle, and it'll be second down and long coming up for Dallas.
Ogunjobi had a groin injury this week. It's kind of questionable for this game, but obviously in there playing. Is Dallas trying to get it in again? Last time they turned the ball over in this situation.
3 receivers left. Lamb single man to the right. Prescott on the gun. Second down 11 from the 14. Prescott takes the snap. Back to pass. Dak looking, moving left, under pressure. Floats it up to the sideline. Incomplete. Herbig was coming with the pressure. He tried to get it to Kevontae Turpin, but over his head and out of bounds, and now it'll be 3rd down and 11 for Dallas with 9:32 to go in the second quarter in a 3-3 game.
Boy, Herbig's got a handful of pressures already. That time he started the outside of Tyler Guyton, tried to come inside, went back outside and got in Dak's face as Tyler Guyton, I believe, is down.
Yeah, you said it. He was limping earlier, and now he's down. He's on his right knee. He's got his left leg extended. It looks like they are looking at his knee, his left knee. Well, Guyton, the first rounder out of Oklahoma, he started every game at that left tackle spot. He's had some good moments, but as you said, he's also struggled, and he's been struggling early tonight.
It's been trial by fire for him, for sure.
While the Cowboys training staff has a look, we'll step aside. 9:32 to go second quarter. Cowboys 3, Steelers 3. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws a block, and his teammate scores instead. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. This U.S. promotional offer not available in Mississippi, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or diabetes, you're at higher risk of being hospitalized from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Scott Graham from our Westwood 1 studios. Look at the Week 5 scoreboard. Minnesota stays unbeaten. They beat the Jets in England 23-17. Arizona shocks the Niners in Santa Clara 24-23. Green Bay over Los Angeles. The Rams 24-19. Washington goes to 4-1, beat Cleveland 34-13. Giants upset Seattle on the road 29-20. It was Chicago over Carolina 36-10. Houston late field goal beats Buffalo 23-20. Baltimore in overtime over Cincinnati 41-38. Jacksonville gets in the win column with a 37-34 win over Indianapolis. Miami beat New England 15-10. Also, it was Denver winning once again, knocking off Las Vegas 34-18. All the details coming up at halftime. Let's get you back to Pittsburgh now. Ryan Radke and Mike Golick.
All right, Scott, thanks very much. 9:32 to go second quarter. 3-3 between the Cowboys and the Steelers. 3rd and 11 for Dallas. They have it at the Pittsburgh 14. Prescott lines up in the gun. He's got 3 receivers left, single man right. Dak waits on the shotgun snap. And flags fly before he could get the snap.
Yeah, I think Zach Martin moved that time.
False start. Offense number 78. 5-yard penalty. It's 3rd down.
They got Terrence Steele, the right tackle, who's been trying to deal with T.J. Watt tonight. Tyler Guyton did walk off under his own power with a limp. Tyler Smith is kicked out to left tackle. T.J. Bass now in at left guard. Smith is familiar with that left tackle position. It's where he played as a rookie a couple of years ago. So now a 3rd down and 16 as they move it back to the 19. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Prescott in the gun, lifts that left leg, extends his hands, takes the snap, handoff, Lipke running straight ahead, now bounces outside the right hash, and he gets down to the 15 before Watt makes the tackle. And on 4th down, that'll bring out the field goal team. Brandon Aubrey will try for his 2nd field goal of the night.
They were just playing that one safe, just to not turn the ball over, not try and pass it, not get sacked, lose a fumble, just set it up for an easy chip shot for Aubrey.
Aubrey coming on for a 33-yard attempt. He already made one, and I mean easily, from 55.
Into the net.
Sig will snap. Anger, the punter, will hold. Snap is perfect. Ball is down. Kick is on the way, and it is good. So Brandon Aubrey knocks that one through, and the Cowboys have taken a 6-3 lead with 8:51 to go here in the second quarter. So they get the lead, but once again, the Steelers able to hold them out of the end zone.
Yeah, neither team able to get in the end zone at this point. Just a low-scoring game. Everybody looking for that big break.
It has been a Steelers specialty holding opposing teams out of the end zone. Look at the last 6 years. They've only allowed touchdowns on 51% of red zone drives. That's third best in the NFL. Only the Broncos and Ravens have been better. Time to check the schedule of games coming up on Westwood One, sponsored by Hulu Plus Live TV. Tomorrow night, Saints in Kansas City to face the Chiefs. Then on Thursday, the Niners in Seattle to face the Seahawks. Next Sunday morning from London, the Bears and the Jags. And next Sunday night, we'll be in New York to see the Giants play host to the Bengals. Tired of paying for cable TV? Switch to Hulu Plus Live TV today to watch over 95 live channels. Live TV plan required. Restrictions apply. Learn more at Hulu.com.
Well, the Bears got that offense going today against Carolina, didn't they?
We'll talk about, a rookie, Caleb Williams, just getting better every week. Here's the kickoff. This one will be taken by Shamplin a couple of yards deep in the end zone. Drops down to his right knee. And the Steelers will have it at the 30-yard line, first down and 10. Well, Mike, we saw Caleb Williams and the Bears a couple of weeks ago in Houston. Caleb was getting beat up. They were not running the ball. But they had over 100 yards rushing today. That helps those young quarterbacks get settled in.
Absolutely does. The offense starting to get in sync. Bo Nix had himself a day today. Caleb did. Jaden Daniels. The rookie quarterbacks maturing very well.
Justin Fields under center here on first down and 10 with an I formation behind him. Receivers left and right. Fields will hand it off to Najee Harris. Starts left, cuts it back right, all the way out toward the numbers, and Harris spins his way forward close to the 35-yard line. The mark, it looks like, at the 34. Maris Leofau, the rookie out of Notre Dame, along with Malik Hooker, combine on the tackle. Gain of 4. It'll bring up second down and 6. You can listen to any and every football game we broadcast for free at WestwoodOneSports.com. That's WestwoodOneSports.com for a free live stream. Second down and 6. Harris the single back. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Hand off. Harris running right along the numbers. Finds a seam. Picks up a first down. Spins his way across the 40-yard line. Eric Kendricks, Donovan Wilson combine on the tackle. But one thing you know about the Steelers, Mike, they will stay committed to the run.
Yes, they will. They will run it. Arthur Smith it loves to run the ball. This is a running team. Got the zone running, that outside zone running attack, and it is working.
First down and 10. 2 receivers left, picking single man to the right. Fields goes under center. Harris remains the single back.
We're good. Green 18, green.
Play clock down to 8. Fields has the snap. He'll hand it off. This is Harris running straight ahead. Covers up the football. Lowers his shoulder. Powers his way straight ahead. Picks up about 4 yards. Out to the 44-yard line. That'll bring up second down and 6. And, Mike, that seems like just such a straight-ahead, almost boring play. For Mike Tomlin, that is a beautiful play right there.
And listen, for O-linemen are meant to the 300-pounders are meant to go forward, not backward in pass blocking. Believe me, they would rather put their hand in the dirt and go forward on a defensive line.
Second down and 6. Harris will get a break. Shamplin checks in. Receivers left and right. Fields in the gun. Shamplin to his right side. Jefferson starts in motion to the left, now back out to the right. Here's the snap. It's a quarterback sweep for Fields, running all the way out toward the sideline, trying to turn it up, finds a little crease, runs out of bounds near the first down marker. Let's see where he stepped out, and now some more pushing and shoving. Fields got over there near the bench. Some offensive linemen coming to their quarterback's aid.
You will never see offensive linemen move faster than when their quarterback is on the opposing sideline.
Isn't that the truth? They're going to say that Fields stepped out just shy of the line to gain, so it's going to be 3rd and 1. He needed to get to midfield. And they're going to mark him out at the Pittsburgh 49.
This would be ultimately very shocking to me if it was not a run.
Najee Harris checks back in. He's the single running back. Fields under center. 1 wide receiver, Scotty Miller, split left. Fields will motion the tight end Fryer move from left to right. Here's the snap. Fields back, rolling right. Mike Golick is shot. Now Fields pulls it down. He runs into a Cowboy defender right at the 50. It was Chauncey Golston, and based on the initial spot, they're going to say he's short.
Well, if he's short, I guarantee you Mike Tomlin's going for it. And I'll try and guarantee again that he'll run the ball if he's short. Now, he may, boy, the spot. I thought he got a little farther on the spot.
Yeah, Mike, I don't know if this is worth a challenge for Mike Tomlin, but the replays certainly look like Fields got the ball across the 50. They're not going to challenge it. The offense is going to stay on the field. Extra offensive lineman out there for Pittsburgh. Freiermuth a wing to the left. Fields under center. Harris is the single back. Fields going to a hard count. Motions Freiermuth from left to right. Here's the snap. Freiermuth shoving Fields from behind and should have the first down this time. They didn't give him much, but he didn't need much. And that will be good enough. A first down run for Justin Fields with a little assist from his tight end, Pat Freiermuth.
It's the mini tush push, right?
Oh, what, you're saying they don't do it as well in Pittsburgh as they do in Philly?
Well, it's only one man pushing the quarterback instead of two. So that's why I minied it.
Typical Philly guy over there.
Okay.
First down at 10. Fields will line up in the gun with Harris to his left. Receivers left and right. Freiermuth a wing to the left. Fields gets the snap. Holds it out for Harris. Gives it to him. Slicing along the right hash. Driving his legs. Inside the 45 and all the way down to the 43. Mozzie Smith eventually with the tackle. Again, nothing fancy about it. Najee Harris just getting behind his offensive line. Covers up that football. Drives the legs. Gets a little push. And ends up with a nice gain of 6 yards.
They are just pushing that D-line off the ball. And again, as a former D lineman, it is one of the worst ways to get beat, is to just get knocked off the ball.
8th play of this drive coming up. They've all been runs. Second down and 4. Fields under center. Receivers left and right. 2 tight ends left. Fields gets the snap. He's back. He'll hand it off. Harris right side. Hit in the backfield this time. Nowhere to go. An ankle tackle by Tyrus Wheat. Second-year man out of Mississippi State. And Najee Harris could never get going. That'll be a loss on the play. It'll bring up 3rd down and 5.
Tyrus Wheat, one of those guys that are asked to come in and fill in the spots of the injured players. Makes a nice play there.
So 3rd and 5 now. Clock moving down to 3:35 to go in the second quarter. Cowboys 6, Steelers 3. Shamplin is there in there as the running back. Lines up to the right of Fields. 2 receivers left. Pickens in the slot. Single man right. Fields looks over the Cowboy defense. Play clock down to 4. Fields gets the shotgun snap. Back to throw. Looking left. Pumps that side. Now rolling to his left. Flips his hips. Throws down the field to the sideline. And it's incomplete. Trying to get that into the hands of Pickens. Excellent coverage by Jordan Lewis. And on 4th down, the offense is coming off the field. And Corliss Waitman, the punter, is coming out.
I think he would have been better off sprinting to the stick and trying to get the first down. He tried to force that ball in there. So all that great running attack that they talked about, pushing the D linemen around, went for naught. So they're punting it away.
Turpin standing at the 10-yard line. Waitman in punt formation. Flags fly before the snap. Movement by the Steelers.
False start by the offense, number 93. 5-yard penalty. It's 4th down.
Yeah, Justin Fields is going to see that play in film. And going to see he had open space to run to the sticks on that.
5th penalty against the Steelers, their 3rd false start. That one may not be the worst thing in the world. Give Waitman a little more room here. Here's the snap, drops the nose of the football, hits an end-over-end punt. Turpin signals for a fair catch, and he's got it at the 15-yard line, and that's where the Cowboys will have it when we come back. A 34-yard punt and no return. 3:05 to go second quarter. Cowboys 6, Steelers 3. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss. Something amazing is happening in education. Students are inspired and engaged. That's because school districts consulted with CDW, who designed modern classroom solutions with pre-configured HP devices, making learning more accessible, secure, and immersive. Now when students study topics like elephants, it feels like elephants are there with them. HP and CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/HPPSG.
Stand Up to Cancer asked leading cancer researchers to speak about why they do their work.
Two words come to mind for me. One is responsibility, the other is purpose.
It's just so inspiring to do research that impacts human lives.
Stand Up to Cancer has been a critical partner in advancing research for cancer.
Cancer research saves lives.
So please, help us fight in this battle against cancer.
Be a part of the team that ends cancer at standuptocancer.org.
Furnished by Stand Up to Cancer.
The NFL and the American Cancer Society created Crucial Catch because early cancer detection can save lives. The 5-year survival rate for many cancers is over 90% when detected early. Don't wait. Visit NFL.com/Crucial Catch to find your local cancer screening resources and learn how to reduce your cancer risk. Cowboys 6, Steelers 3, 3:05 to go second quarter. Tyler Guyton has gone to the locker room to get his knee looked at. His return is questionable. Rico Dowdle in the game at running back. First down and 10. Prescott lines up in the gun. Takes the snap, fakes the Dowdle, rolling to his right. Prescott dumps it short. One-handed catch by Ferguson, who's tackled by T.J. Watt up at the 21-yard line. So Watt able to pick up 6, and that'll bring up second down and 4. Clock continues to move. Cowboys have 2 timeouts. Steelers have all 3 of theirs.
Got plenty of time. Use all the field. Again, they're a quick passing team. They may have to pick that up just a little bit for a touchdown, not so much for a field goal.
Cowboys from their own 21, second and 4. Prescott on the gun, Dowdle to his left. Here's the snap, Dak back, looking left, looking middle, now under pressure, rolling to his right, throws to the right sideline, incomplete. In the neighborhood of Luke Schoonmaker. Joey Porter Jr. was there in coverage. And now a third down and 4 here for the Cowboys. And a stop for the Steelers here would be big to get the ball back before halftime. Remember, they will get the second half kickoff.
Yep, they have all 3 of their timeouts as well. So it's a big third down for both sides of the ball.
Cameron Hayward able to get in that time and flush Prescott out of the pocket. So now a third down and 4. Lipke is the running back to Prescott's right. 3 receivers left, single man to the right, that's CeeDee Lamb. Dak motioning out to Lamb on the right side, takes the snap, back to pass. Prescott looking, throws deep down the left side, got a man wide open, it's caught at the 50. 45-40 to the 35, and knocked out of bounds is Jalen Tolbert. Minkah Fitzpatrick made the tackle, but Tolbert was all by himself, and Prescott drops it in, a catch and run of 48.
Boy, Dante Jackson just got beat on the outside, and Minkah couldn't come over and help fast enough. Absolutely wide open for the speedster.
We have reached the 2-minute warning here in Pittsburgh. With the score, the Cowboys 6, the Steelers 3. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Your home, your family, your moments. First Alert is reminding you to be prepared and install smoke and carbon monoxide alarms on every level and in every bedroom of your home. Don't forget to add First Alert fire extinguishers on every level, plus the kitchen. And know how to use them. Protection is key to help protect life's moments. And First Alert is your partner through it all. Get fire safety you can trust by visiting firstalert.com and Lowe's stores today.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions.
Today's MVP, Joe Fallon's bedroom mini fridge. Sure, this pint-sized chiller's max capacity is 3 soda cans, but what it lacks in stature, it makes up in cooling strength. Each beverage a perfect 37 degrees every time. And the 2 feet Joe walks to get a drink, priceless. That's why his mini fridge is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
7th play of 10 or more yards for the Dallas Cowboys in the first half. This one a 48-yard pass to Jalen Tolbert down the left sideline has put the Cowboys at the 31-yard line of the Steelers. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood 1, your home for Sunday Night Football.
Get daily football news on the players and teams that matter to you on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
Ryan Radke, Snoop Dogg's best friend Mike Golick here in Pittsburgh. 2 minutes to go first half. Cowboys 6, Steelers 3. 1st and 10 Cowboys at the Steeler 31. Prescott of the gun, 2 receivers left and right. Here's the snap, handoff to Rico Dowdle. Straight ahead, breaks a tackle in the backfield, angles right, and is wrapped up and dropped by Deshaun Elliott down at about the 26-yard line. Cowboys will get lined up quickly, gain of 5, 2nd down and 5. Trips left, single man right. Here's the snap. Prescott back, looking right, throws right, got Dowdle on a screen along the numbers to the 20, and he's grabbed around the ankles by Peyton Wilson and tackled right at the 20, but that'll be good enough for a first down. So the Cowboys that time hustle to the line of scrimmage, and it pays off.
Again, quick passes. Let the receivers or running backs catching it wide do all the work.
Clock moving, 1:22, 1:21 to go in the first half. First down and 10, Cowboys from the Steeler 21. Shotgun snap to Prescott, back to throw, looking right, throws short right, caught by Ferguson, turns back inside and dives across the 15-yard line. They'll mark him down at the 15. Patrick Queen with the tackle. Joey Porter is slow to get up for the Steelers, but he is back on his feet, and the Cowboys get lined up for a 2nd down and 4. Prescott takes the shotgun snap, back to pass, looking left, throws left, and that one is intercepted. He was trying to find CeeDee Lamb. Instead, Dante Jackson stepped right in front for an easy pick. He stepped out of bounds at the 1. And the Steelers defense turns the Cowboys away again. 2nd turnover created by Pittsburgh in this first half. Dante Jackson with the pick. And Pittsburgh has it back with 51 seconds to go. Cowboys 6, Steelers 3. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
It's time to review the top 3 highlights of the day. I'm joined as always by my co-anchor Snoop.
Hey, what up, though?
Snoop, number 1 has to be getting the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence at T-Mobile.
Yeah, you should hustle down to T-Mobile like a dog chasing a squirrel, chasing a nut.
Nice analogy, Snoop. Dogs do love to chase squirrels.
And squirrels love to chase those nuts.
On to highlight number 2. At T-Mobile, families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
That is very impressive. You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
That's exactly what I'm planning on doing with my savings, Snoop. Now, take it away, Snoop.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on them. Now drop that jingle.
24 monthly bill credits eligible trade-in on Go 5G Next. Well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits, and credit stop and balance on required finance agreement too. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
O'Reilly Auto Parts is celebrating the 25th anniversary of their famous jingle, and O'Reilly wants you to be part of the celebration. We all know how it goes.
Oh, O'Reilly Auto Parts. Ow!
O'Reilly wants you to submit a cover of the jingle, a remix, or your own choreographed dance. You can win exclusive merch and prizes, including 3 $5,000 grand prize winners from O'Reilly Auto Parts. Submit your video to O'ReillyJingleContest.com. Now through October 31st, terms and conditions apply. No purchase necessary.
I already won. I mean, I just won. I can tell, Ryan, you want me to do it again.
That is the greatest moment that we have had in 3 years together. That was tremendous.
I love when it had nothing to do with the game.
That was awesome. You know what was not awesome for the Dallas Cowboys was the pick that Dak Prescott just threw in the end zone.
Either Dak was throwing back shoulder to the front pylon, or he just underthrew the ball because CD was going deeper into the end zone.
Second interception of the year for Jackson. Had one in week 1 against Atlanta. And now the Steelers have it at their own 2-yard line. Jackson stepped out of bounds just after making the pick. Fields will line up under center. Takes the snap. He'll hand it off. Running straight ahead is Champlin. And he's able to spin forward to the 3-yard line. So that'll be a gain of 1. It'll bring up second down at 9. And now the Cowboys will spend their second timeout. That'll stop the clock officially with 49 seconds to go here in this first half. So that's 2 turnovers for the Cowboys in the first half. Both these teams have taken really good care of the ball since the start of last year. Coming into tonight, each team had only turned the ball over 19 times. That was second best in the NFL. Only Houston had turned it over fewer, but boy, the Cowboys have killed themselves a couple of times getting down into the red zone and giving the ball away.
In the scoring position, and Justin Fields fumbled last week and fumbled tonight. Didn't lose it tonight, but did fumble. Hurt the drive.
Second down 9 from the 3. I formation behind Fields. Freiermuth in motion from left to right. Fields takes the snap. He's back, handed off Champlin, running along the right hash, crosses the 5-yard line, and he's out to the 6. So Champlin picks up 3. Wilson with the tackle. Timeout Cowboys with 45 seconds on the game clock.
30-second timeout.
And a third down and 6 coming up now for Pittsburgh. And if you're the Steelers, you just run it again now that the Cowboys are out of timeouts.
Oh yeah. You want to run it. You want the play to last till 39 seconds, and then that's the half. They won't have to punt it. It's a matter of how long the play lasts.
Steelers only have one play longer than 8 yards in this first half. It's a pass to Najee Harris.
Well, Justin isn't throwing the ball deep, and they're trying to establish the run, of which they've established it, but then they find themselves behind the sticks with a penalty or a bad play, and that ends the drive.
Slot left, single man right, third down and 6. Fields under center, will hand it off to Champlin again, running along the right side numbers. Champlin is close to a first down, but a yard short. Marked down at the 11-yard line. That will take the clock inside 40 seconds, so the Steelers do not have to run another play, and they are already heading toward the locker room. So Fields in the offense jog toward the sideline. Punt team doesn't even bother to come out. Both teams headed back to their locker room. And in the first half that featured 3 field goals, 2 of them by the Dallas Cowboys, the Cowboys will take a 6-3 lead into the half.
Well, the Cowboys have to feel like, hey, we're just a couple of plays away, not turning the ball over, of having more scores. And Pittsburgh's got to be thinking we have to be more consistent with our drive and stop hurting ourselves.
That's the end of the first half in Pittsburgh with the score, the Cowboys 6 and the Steelers 3. When we return, Scott Graham rejoins us from our studios with the halftime report. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Hey, football fans, this is Solomon Wilcox.
And I'm former NFL quarterback Ryan Leaf.
Catch us each and every Monday morning as we break down all of the action from Sunday's games.
And tomorrow, we're reacting to Week 5 around the league, including tonight's matchup between the Cowboys and the Steelers.
Plus, we'll preview the Monday Night Football action between the Saints and Chiefs.
So set your alarms for the opening drive.
Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Eastern on Sirius XM NFL Radio, Channel 88, and on the Sirius XM app.
Touchdown! Throughout the 2024 season, each NFL team channel on the Sirius XM app will feature the team's pre- and post-game shows before and after every game.
What's given me confidence is how they've responded to adversity.
Get instant reaction, live interviews, and press conference audio. Now your favorite team's broadcast includes their pre- and post-game shows all season long on the Sirius XM app. All 32 team channels are also available in vehicles equipped with Sirius XM 360L radios.
If you want to win your fantasy football league, you need to listen to Fantasy Sports Radio.
What a play!
From start-sit decisions to waiver wire advice to injury updates, Sirius XM Channel 87 helps you win your fantasy football league. with expert advice from Jeff Mans.
Making the most moves doesn't result in the most wins.
Howard Bender.
Just because you're allowed to make a waiver move doesn't mean you have to make a waiver move.
Jeff Ratcliffe.
Don't overvalue wide receiver, cornerback.
Bob Harris.
If you're in a league that doesn't have IR, go out and start looking to waiver wires for players who are about to be activated.
Adam Ronis.
Personally, I don't like trading for injured players because there's a risk of a setback.
It's so much more.
You've done wonders for me through the year.
Winning strategies from the best analysts in the business are on Fantasy Sports Radio, Sirius XM 87, and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Scott Graham from our Westwood 1 studios. We have reached halftime in Pittsburgh. Dallas Cowboys sitting on top of a 6-3 lead over the Steelers here on Sunday Night Football. Let's check the Sleeper scoreboard for Week 5. Just download the Sleeper app today and use code BLOCK when signing up. Must be present in certain states. Visit Sleeper.com for details. Sponsored by Blitz Studios. Well, over in London today, Minnesota Vikings, a team that was unbeaten going into the game and unbeaten in international games, taking on a guy they know pretty well, Aaron Rodgers, who played a lot of games against Minnesota over the course of his career. This Vikings team is a bit different. Sam Darnold, the former New York Jets top draft pick, cruising along over the early part of the season for the Vikings. He didn't throw a touchdown pass today. He did throw an interception, but it was out the Vikings defense today. They sacked Aaron Rodgers 4 times. They picked him off early in the game. Andrew Van Ginkel brought that one back for a touchdown. They picked him off later, and then they had another opportunity to do it as Aaron Rodgers was trying for a game-winning drive down by 6.
Aaron Rodgers in the gun. 2 receivers left. Single man. Make it 2 receivers right. And the shotgun snap, number high. Rodgers lets it fly down the right boundary. One-on-one coverage. It's intercepted inside the 10. The Vikings take it away. Stephon Gilmore on his backside made the catch. An unbelievable interception from Minnesota.
J.P. Shadrick the call right here on Westwood 1. As Minnesota wins it by a score of 23-17. Vikings are 5-0 now. The Jets fall to 2-3. That, by the way, 3rd time in his career that Aaron Rodgers has had a losing record through his first 5 games. San Francisco got stunned today by Arizona. 49ers are playing at home over a team that they beat frequently, but late in the game as they were trying to put it away and inside the 10-yard line of the Arizona Cardinals, the Niners fumbled. Arizona got it back. Kyler Murray got himself downfield, and Chad Ryland hit what turned out to be a game-winning field goal with 1:35 left to go. Kaiser White, a game-sealing interception with $1:10 left. Arizona 24, San Francisco 23. Both teams are now 2-3 on the year. Green Bay Packers went to L.A. today to take on the Rams. Green Bay 9-1 in their last 10 games against the Rams. And Jordan Love, back and fully healthy again, threw himself a couple of touchdown passes today. Josh Jacobs ended up hitting on a 2-yard touchdown run, had 73 yards on the ground. But more importantly, they held Matthew Stafford down. He had 254 yards and a touchdown, but remember all the weapons that he is missing right now that are hurt. They couldn't put together a late drive. Green Bay hangs on for a 24-19 win today at SoFi Stadium. Packers are now 3-2 on the year. The Rams fall to 2-3. You're talking about Washington these days as they were hosting the Cleveland Browns today. You're only talking about the quarterback, Jaden Daniels, and although the numbers weren't gaudy today, they were certainly good enough, and so was he.
2nd and 7 at the 41-yard line. 2 wide receivers to the right and 3 to the left. McCaffrey and Ertz next to each other inside the numbers. McCaffrey chip blocks. Jaden loads one up towards the outside. He's got him! Touchdown! Touchdown, Washington! Daniels to Brown on a bomb!
Bram Weinstein, the Washington Commanders radio network. Daniels throws for 238 yards, runs for 82 more. And Washington, now 4-1 on the year, beats Cleveland 34-13. You know about the struggles that Deshaun Watson has had? They continue today, just 125 yards passing and a touchdown for the now 1-4 Cleveland Browns. How about the New York Giants pulling a big upset today in Seattle over the Seahawks? The Giants end up getting a win. Daniel Jones hasn't turned the ball over in a while now. No interceptions today, 2 touchdown passes, and a 29-20 win. Seattle was trying to figure out a way to get the game tied with under a minute to go, but the Giants blocked the field goal as Isaiah Simmons leaped over the line of scrimmage, and then Bryce Ford-Wheaton brought it back for a touchdown to seal it. Giants now 2-3. Seattle saw Geno Smith throw for 284 yards, falls to 3-2. And if we're talking about kid quarterbacks like we are about Washington, we've got to bring Chicago into the conversation now, don't we? Caleb Williams, I should say, going at it again today for the Bears.
Safeties are back deep. Snap to Caleb Williams. Good protection. Lines it up for DJ Moore to the end zone. Perfect throw. Perfect catch. Touchdown Bears. There you go. Deep strike and a 30-yard touchdown. 27-7 Bears. Second connection of the day with DJ Moore, and the Bears are pulling away from the Panthers.
Jeff Joniak, Chicago Bears Radio Network. Two of the pieces that the Bears got in that big trade, contributing to the 36-10 win as Chicago goes to 3-2. Andy Dalton, no magic today. Carolina falls to 1-4. Our halftime score, Dallas 6, Pittsburgh 3. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
NBC Sports Audio Channel 85 on Sirius XM is your home for expert analysis, popular talk shows, and live sports coverage.
Here comes Clark. How will she go for history? The all-time leading scorer in women's college basketball.
Listen to Dan Patrick, Mike Florio, Matthew Berry, and Chris Sims break down the latest news and offer expert analysis.
How about we play the Super Bowl on the Saturday instead of the Sunday 2 weeks after the AFC-NFC title game? Who's with me?
Plus, play-by-play coverage of some of the biggest events in sports, including the Kentucky Derby, Indy 500, U.S. Open, and more.
And there's one furlong to run. 2 fills on the inside. Right a hole of Bates. And it is going to be Bates to win the Kentucky Derby.
Your home for all the latest news, fantasy expertise, and live events all year long. NBC Sports Audio Channel 85 on Sirius XM.
Hey, football fans, this is Jim Miller.
And I'm Pat Kerwin. Be sure to join us tomorrow for Moving the Chains at 3 p.m. Eastern on NFL Radio.
We'll be breaking down all the action from Sunday and getting you ready for Monday Night Football as the Saints head to Kansas City to take on the Chiefs.
Plus, we'll talk to both Falcons coach Raheem Morris and Bucs coach Todd Bowles while also keeping you updated on all the latest injury news.
So come talk some ball with us tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern on Moving the Chains, Sirius XM, NFL Radio, Channel 88, and the all-new Sirius XM app.
We're bringing the pop and sizzle with me, Adam Shine, on Shine on Sports every weekday from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on Sirius XM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Get a little home cooking right on your phone. Your hometown announcers are always on the Sirius XM app. Sirius XM Sports. Wherever you are, your team plays here. Find out what channel your team is playing on by going to SiriusXM.com/sports.
Welcome back to the Sunday Night Football halftime show. 3-point lead for the Dallas Cowboys at the break. Earlier today, big game in the AFC, and we found out that Houston and C.J. Stroud don't lose often at home. They had a 20-3 lead over Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills, but Buffalo scored 17 straight points to tie the game, and then Kaimi Fairbairn hit a 59-yard field goal as time expired to give Houston a 23-20 win. They're now 4-1 on the year. Stroud threw for 331 and a score in this one. Nico Collins, though, left the game with a hamstring injury. Josh Allen held down to 131 yards passing and just one touchdown today as Buffalo falls to 3-2. Speaking of game-winning field goals, there was one in Cincinnati today, and it came in overtime.
Justin Tucker from 24 yards to win it. Tucker's kick is up. It is good! And the Ravens have won in overtime in Cincinnati. Overtime is over. The hay's in the barn. And the Ravens have defeated the Bengals in the wildest of ways.
Jerry Sandusky, WBAL, WIYY, Ravens Game Day Network, 41-38. Lamar Jackson accounts for 400 total yards and 4 touchdowns in the win. Joe Burrow, 392 yards and 5 touchdowns and a loss. Baltimore now 3-2. Cincinnati is 1-4. Jacksonville got their first win of the year. They beat Indy today 37-34. Also, it was Miami knocking off New England 15-10 at Gillette Stadium, and Denver won for the third straight time, knocking off Las Vegas 34-18. Our halftime score in Pittsburgh, the Cowboys 6, the Steelers 3. When we return, Ryan Radke and Mike Golick have the second half kickoff. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Hey, football fans, with BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms, 21 years of age and older. This U.S. promotional offer not available in Mississippi, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 8778-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Most tax pros, leave a message.
It's Jane. I'm moving on to a TurboTax expert who beat your price. Adam Devine, tell him how I feel.
Hey, tax pro, she's been thinking twice. Just believe TurboTax will beat your price. This is a tax break.
Switch to a TurboTax Live expert and we'll beat what you paid your pro last tax season. Make the switch at TurboTax.com/beatyourprice. TurboTax full service only. Sign up by 12/20/2024 and file by 4/1/2025. Full details at TurboTax.com/beatyourprice.
Let's check the halftime stats, sponsored by Indeed. Looking for quality candidates this year? Look no further than Indeed. Indeed's video interview tool takes the hassle out of virtual hiring. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Well, the Cowboys outgained the Steelers 202-89 in that first half. Problem for the Cowboys is 126 of those 202 yards came on drives that ended in turnovers. Dak Prescott with a fumble and an interception in the first half. Brandon Aubrey, a 55-yard field goal and a 33-yard field goal. Meanwhile, Chris Boswell, a 41-yard field goal for the Steelers. Prescott 15-20, 188 yards and that pick. The Steelers have done a good job running the ball, 70 yards rushing, but Justin Fields just 4-9 for 35 yards through the air. The Cowboys, Mike, have done a nice job really taking away a lot of the quick throws from Justin Fields, kind of daring him to throw down the field, and he has not been able to do it yet in this game.
No, he has. After a good passing game last week in their loss to the Colts, he has not been able to push the ball downfield. And you're right, that's a credit to the Cowboys in the way they're playing him on defense.
This Cowboys defense that came in giving up 26 points per game, 27th in the league, just 3 points allowed in the first half to the Steelers tonight. Now, the Steelers will get the second half kickoff. What kind of adjustments do you expect to see from Arthur Smith and the Steelers offense, Mike, here in the second half?
Well, I mean, they're still going to, it's 6-3. I mean, they're still going to try and command the running game and control the ball with the rushing attack. But, and I guess hope they don't get into deeper throwing situation because it hasn't gone well tonight. But I would say for both coordinators is to mix it up more, to try and keep the defense on their heels. But I do think Pittsburgh is just, as they're going to get the ball first here, they're just going to try and continue to play that smash mouth football, though you may see some more Justin Field designed runs.
Champlin and Ward back deep to return the kickoff from Brandon Aubrey. 30 minutes to go here in a game that was delayed about an hour and a half by lightning. Players came out, warmed up, went back into the locker room, and shortly thereafter the announcement was made they were going to hold the kickoff. Turned out to be a very good decision. Got heavy rain and some lightning in the area, and finally got underway at about 9:45 Eastern time.
Don't really know if that, listen, it's been a sluggish game at 6-3 with a couple of turnovers to boot. We really don't know if the weather delay had anything to do with this.
So Aubrey to kick it away. And he sends one down to about the 5-yard line, taken by Champlin at the 4, across the 10 to the 15. Out of the 20, 25-yard line, takes a hard hit and hangs on as he is spun down at the 27. That was Wanye Thomas, who got down there on special teams to make the hit. And we'll see the Steelers start at the 28. First down and 10 after a 24-yard return. So Fields again, 4 of 9, 35 yards in that first half. He had 4 carries for 20 yards. Najee Harris, 8 carries, 27 yards. Steelers have been feeding Harris the football. He's 8th in the NFL in carries. He just has not been able to get it going so far in terms of yardage. They'll fake the toss to him here. Fields rolling right under pressure, gets out of an ankle tackle, stops his feet, now running back to the left, throws to the left side, and it's incomplete. Over the head of Harris and out of bounds, but a flag goes down after Fields released the ball.
Yeah, that's going to be rough on the passer.
Well, Fields wanted to go a quick throw to the right side. His receiver fell down. I think that was Washington. Ooh. And then Fields rolling all the way back to the left. Got rid of it before getting hit.
Tyrus Wheat caught him right under the chin.
Fields was a little slow to get up. Fortunately, is back on his feet. It's a long conversation by the officials.
Well, it sure is.
Timeout for medical. Personal foul. Roughing the passer. Defense number 91. It's a 15-yard penalty and an automatic first down.
So the penalty against Wheat will give the Steelers a free 15. And fortunately for them, Fields is all right as he was able to get up on his feet. Although I got to tell you, just watching him walk down the field, he is limping a little bit.
Yeah, he took a shot to the chin. And they said timeout for medical.
Yeah, I wondered if they were going to make Fields go to the sideline.
Exactly. I mean,
the officials now are talking to Mike Tomlin. I didn't see anybody else that was hurt.
I didn't either. Now, Hockley is going over to talk to Mike McCarthy.
Fields is in the huddle. If they were going to make him leave, you'd think they would have done it already.
Yeah, exactly. Kyle Allen, the backup quarterback, is not coming in the game.
Now, Russell Wilson is the emergency third quarterback tonight again, which has been his role all season.
That was odd. I mean, trainers were, and managers were out on the field like it was a timeout.
Now Hockley is talking to Fields. He's in the middle of the Pittsburgh huddle talking to Justin Fields. Is this like the boxing referee that goes over to have a chat to see if all the faculties are there?
He's letting them stay in the game.
Well, maybe not. Now we've got another whistle. They had just given the ready-to-play signal. They are going to make Fields leave the game. Now, that may have come from upstairs.
That may have come from the independent upstairs, yes.
So, that's going to bring Kyle Allen in the game. The only thing that I will say, now Sean Hockley is following Justin Fields to the tent.
Wow, now I have not seen that at all.
Hockley literally ran off the field with Justin Fields, went all the way to the tent like he was making sure that he went in, and now has come back out on the field.
Be interesting to see how long Justin Fields is in the tent.
I have to assume that came from upstairs.
Yeah, because Hockley was going to let him stay in the huddle.
So an I formation here. Kyle Allen is the quarterback. Receivers left and right. Najee Harris the tailback. Allen takes the snap. He'll hand it off to Harris, running along the left side. Stumbles his way across the 45, and he's out to about the 47-yard line. Chauncey Golston will get credit for the tackle. The thing, Mike, that is interesting is that, as you said, Sean Hockley said timeout for medical. So if you're stopping it, you would think right there you say you've got to go.
Exactly. But he actually went in the huddle. Justin Fields stayed in the huddle, and Hockley was going back to his position, and then they stopped it again.
Gain of 5 yards on that run by Harris. Second down and 5. Ball is at the Pittsburgh 48. It's on the near side left hash. 3 receivers right, single man left. Allen in the gun with Harris to his right side. Here's the snap. Allen back, looking, throws over the middle. Got a man wide open. It's Freiermuth, the tight end. Spins inside the Cowboy 40-yard line, and now is wrapped up by a host of white jerseys and driven backward. The ball popped out, but the officials had already blown the whistle to signal to stop a forward progress. Justin Fields is going to come back in, but Kyle Allen on his one pass play gets a 19-yard completion to Freiermuth, the longest offensive play tonight for the Steelers.
A nice inside move throw up the seam by Allen. It was one attempt, and he's out.
First down and 10. Fields in the shotgun. Harris to his right. 3 receivers to the right side. Freiermuth single man to the left. Fields gets the snap. He's back to pass. Looking. Throws over the middle. Got a man wide open again, and that's caught around the 26-yard line. That was Van Jefferson that found a hole. DeMarvion Overshown, second-year man out of Texas with the tackle. Gain of 7. That'll bring up 2nd and 3. And now the Steelers right to the line of scrimmage. 2 receivers left, 1 man right, shotgun snap, Fields back to pass. Looking, has time, fires over the middle, caught again. That's a first down at the 15. Van Jefferson again. So the Steelers finding success in the middle of this Dallas defense. A gain of 11.
And to the line again quickly.
First down and 10 from the Cowboy 15. Fields in the gun with Harris to his right. Shotgun snap. Fields fakes the handoff. Rolling right. Throws shortcut by Freiermuth. He's hit immediately by Donovan Wilson. Overshown, helped out. No gain on the play. Second down and 10 coming up for Pittsburgh with 12:25 to go in the third quarter. Steelers trail the Cowboys 6-3.
That'll put them back in the huddle. Kind of a mass three-player substitution as well.
Freiermuth, one of those who will jog off to the sideline.
Darnell Washington, the 6'7" tight end, is in the game.
They move the ball back to the 16, so it's a loss of 1. Second down and 11. Two receivers left. Connor Hayward, who had a catch earlier now, will motion off to the left side. Fields takes the snap. He's back to pass. Fields looking, throws. It is caught. Hayward inside the 5. Diving into the end zone. Touchdown Steelers. A 16-yard touchdown pass to Connor Hayward. His second career TD. And the Steelers have taken a third quarter lead.
The receivers, the Hayward side, just took it up the field, and Hayward just came around like a wheel route up the field, and basically is telling Justin, see what happens when you throw me the ball and I can run with it after, when you hit me in between the numbers?
Hayward had one earlier that was just out of his reach, couldn't make a diving catch, then made a tumbling catch. That time it was right on him, and he scores the touchdown. Boswell's extra point is up and good. 11 minutes and 50 seconds to go in the third quarter, and the Pittsburgh Steelers, the first team to find the end zone tonight, they lead the Cowboys 10-6. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back. Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So, wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
You ever lose your balance or feel dizzy for no apparent reason? Do you hear ringing in your ears or have migraines? Well, you're not alone. 1 in 5 Americans will experience these symptoms, which could be signs you have a problem with your inner ear or vestibular system. Because these symptoms are invisible and hard to describe, they are often overlooked by doctors and dismissed by family and friends. We can help. Call the Vestibular Disorders Helpline at 800-837-8428. That's 800-837-8428. Or visit us online at liferebalanced.org. Sponsored by the Vestibular Disorders Association.
Let's check the drive summary, sponsored by Intuit TurboTax. Switch to a TurboTax Live expert, and they'll beat what you paid your pro last tax season. 6 plays, 72 yards, 3:10 off the clock. Capped off by the 16-yard touchdown pass to Connor Hayward. His first touchdown since his rookie season in 2022. Let's not forget about the contribution of Kyle Allen on that drive, coming off the bench for the 19-yard completion, a drive that was kickstarted by a roughing the passer penalty on Fields.
Justin Fields in the first half was 4 of 9 for 35 yards. On that drive alone, he was 4 of 4 for 33 yards.
Chris Boswell with the kickoff. Cavante Turpin back about 7 yards deep in the end zone, will drop to his right knee, and the Cowboys will start 1st and 10 at the 30-yard line. No, the Pittsburgh defense has been making plays all night. Let's see if they can sustain some momentum here after the offense able to wake up and drive down the field.
There have been 9 completions, including the one by Kyle Allen, for the Pittsburgh receivers. 2 to wide receivers, 1 to a running back, and 3 to tight ends. 3 tight ends involved.
First down and 10 Cowboys at their own 30-yard line. Prescott under center with receivers left and right. Ezekiel Elliott is the single back. Here's the snap. Prescott back, looks left, nothing there. Throws over the middle, got a wide open receiver. It's caught by Jalen Tolbert. He's taken down by Minka Fitzpatrick right at the first down marker. It'll be a gain of 10 at the 40-yard line and good enough to move the sticks.
Pittsburgh brought a little pressure there. Was picked up extremely well by the Cowboys offense. Tolbert was just standing there with nobody around him.
First down and 10 Cowboys at their own 40-yard line. Ball is on the far side left hash. Prescott in the gun. Twin receivers left and right. Here's the snap. Blitz coming. Dak throws over the middle, incomplete. Trying to get it to Ferguson. Fitzpatrick was in coverage. Ferguson wants a flag. He's not going to get it. It'll be second down and 10. A reminder, you can watch NFL Network and Westwood One announcers Rich Eisen and Kurt Warner Sundays at 9 a.m. Eastern on NFL Game Day morning. Only on NFL Network. Those two guys are across the pond. Called the game this morning for the Jets and the Vikings. Minnesota now 5-0.
5-0. Darnold, not a great game, but still with the victory for Minnesota.
Cowboys second down and 10. Here's a give to Elliott, who runs straight ahead. And Ezekiel Elliott picks up 5 out to the 45-yard line. Running between the hash marks before Cameron Hayward could make the stop. And now a 3rd and 5 for Dallas with inside 11 minutes to go in this third quarter. And the Steelers on top, 10-6.
See if the Steelers just rush 4, their 5th lowest blitz rate in the NFL. They're pretty happy with the 4 rushers that they normally just have.
Hunter Lipke has been the third down back for the Cowboys tonight. He's lined up to Prescott's left. Dak is in the gun. 3 receivers right, 1 left. Here's the snap. Prescott back to pass. Looking, throws down the middle of the field. Turpin's got it. Inside the 25 and down to the 20. Devontae Turpin beat DeMonte KZ. A gain of 35, and the Cowboys are back in the red zone.
He ran by Bishop, but KZ was supposed to be over the top and got there late. It's a nice throw.
And that was perfect right
sure
there
was.
to Devontae Turpin. They're actually going to move the ball back now. They had it to the 19. They're going to move it back to the 21. So the Cowboys officially outside the red zone, 1st and 10. Trips left, single man right. Prescott in the gun with Elliott to his left. Prescott walks toward the line of scrimmage, falls back into the shotgun. Here's the snap, blitz coming. Prescott throws right on the slant, knocked down, incomplete. Trying to get that to CeeDee Lamb. Deshaun Elliott knocked it away. It'll be second down and 10.
Sean Elliott came on the blitz, but he blitzed over Zach Martin. So that was one of those, I'm not going to get to the quarterback, so I'm going to get my hands up in the eyes and the vision of the quarterback and knock the pass down.
Second down and 10. Slot right, single man left. Prescott back in the shotgun with Elliott to his right. Here's the snap. Dak is back, looking under pressure, and he's sacked. Herbig and Watt again.
Wow.
There is a penalty flag that is down. It's going to be a hold against Dallas.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a hold on Tyler Smith, who again is kicked out to left tackle after Tyler Guyton got hurt.
Holding offense number 73. His penalties declined. It's 3rd down.
Well, Herbig and Watt combined on the sack earlier that forced the fumble. Those guys have been having meetings at Dak Prescott all night. No Alex Highsmith, out for a 2nd straight game with a groin injury.
I'm somewhat amazed that they're just not chipping more. These 2 guys have been in the backfield all night.
Loss of 7 on the play. They're going to give Watt a full sack, so it's 1.5 for him tonight. 3rd down, 17. Shotgun snap to Prescott. Back to pass. Looking left. Now throws over the middle. That's caught. And the receiver upended right at the 20-yard line. That was Ferguson, the tight end. Fitzpatrick made the tackle. Gain of 8, well short of the first down. And Brandon Aubrey will come out, trying to make it a 1-point game.
Yeah, Pittsburgh will give up that pass all day. They try to stunt that time and brought T.J. Watt underneath.
Aubrey has already hit from 55 and from 33. This one will be from 38 from the middle of the field. Aubrey 14 of 15 on the year. Here's the snap, ball down, the kick is on the way, and it's blocked! It's blocked! The Cowboys will jump on top of it at around the 27-yard line, but the Steelers block the field goal attempt from Brandon Aubrey. And again, the Cowboys get right to the red zone and come away with nothing.
So they have a fumble, an interception, and now a blocked field goal.
Timeout with 8:44 to go in the third quarter. Steelers 10, Cowboys 6. You are listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
You've got a Pepto predicament, moviegoer.
Hey, I can hear your stomach grumbling.
Sorry, I ate that entire tub of popcorn with extra butter.
You overdid it, and now your movie has turned into a blockbuster bellyache. Undo it with Pepto.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto chewables provide fast 5-symptom relief, so you can focus on the action on the big screen instead of in your stomach. When you overdo it, undo it with Pepto. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Small business owners, we know tackling your to-do list can sometimes feel like going 12 rounds against a heavyweight champ. Except that heavyweight's gloves are made of something hard, like diamonds. So when a new to-do pops up, you're like, I can't. I'm boxing my diamond boxing glove-wearing heavyweight champ of a to-do list. At Progressive, we don't want to make your day any harder. That's why we make it easy with over 30 customizable coverage options, so you can finally land a knockout blow. See if you can save on business insurance in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliated and third-party insurers.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
And welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or diabetes, you're at higher risk of being hospitalized from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Set your alarm clocks to join us next Sunday for a special breakfast edition of NFL football as the Bears face the Jaguars at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium beginning at 9:15 a.m. Eastern. JP Shadrick and Peanut Tillman bring you all the excitement live from London. Go to WestwoodOneSports.com to listen to a live stream. If it's Sunday morning football, it's on Westwood 1. Isaiah Loudermilk is the guy that blocked the field goal for the Steelers. And, Mike, that's 3 times now the Cowboys have either got into the red zone or right on the edge of the red zone and come away with nothing.
2 turnovers and a block kick. Isaiah Loudermilk, 6'7", 4th year out of Wisconsin. It's a 5th-round pick by Pittsburgh in 21. That's why you have 6'7" on a block team.
Just the second miss all year for Brandon Aubrey. And so the Steelers still have a 10-6 lead. They take over with 8:44 to go in the third quarter. Ball at the Steelers' 27-yard line. I formation behind Fields. 2 receivers to the left. Fields takes the snap, back on a play fake. Sets his feet, looking, sets up a screen. Left side to Harris. Makes the catch. Cuts inside of the 30, to the 35, to the 40. Bouncing outside of the 45. Stumbles and is finally knocked out of bounds. That might be one of the ugliest screens you're ever going to see, but it ends up working out for a gain of 19. The pass hit Harris in the face mask. He bobbled it, nearly dropped it, hung on. Then as he was running in open space, he tripped, started stumbling, but it ends up as a 19-yard gain.
Mason McCormick, the right guard, had a great block on DeMarvion Overshown to free that up. That was an ugly-looking screen that turned out to be an excellent game.
Steelers from the 47. 2 receivers right, single man left. Fields back in the shotgun, looks over the defense, takes the snap, back to pass. Fields under pressure, rolling to his right, nowhere to go, and he throws it away into the Cowboy bench. And that'll bring up a second down at 10. Sean Hockley pointing to Najee Harris to indicate he was in the area of that throw as Fields had not vacated the pocket.
That was kind of giving that Najee Harris was in the area.
You know, that's something else they've tightened up on. If you watch the Texans-Bills game earlier today, C.J. Stroud got called for intentional grounding.
I thought that was close.
Yeah. The Stroud intentional grounding was not all that dissimilar from that play that we just saw. Shotgun snap to Fields, back to throw on 2nd and 10. Has all day this time, throws right. That's caught by Calvin Austin across midfield. They'll give him progress to the Cowboys' 47-yard line. Trayvon Diggs with the tackle. And now 3rd down coming up. It'll be 3rd down and 3 after a gain of 7.
To the line quick.
Steelers with 2 receivers right, 2 left. Fields in the gun, gets the snap, back to pass, looking left, throws left, incomplete. It sailed through the hands of George Pickens. It was not a perfect throw. It was up above the helmet of Pickens, but that's one that I think George Pickens will tell you he's got to catch. Yeah, the punt team is coming out.
George Pickens, normally the lion's share of the receptions, only has 1 tonight.
Coming in, more receptions and receiving yards than all the other Steeler wide receivers combined. Waitman to punt. Turpin standing with his heels at the 10-yard line. Here's the snap. Waitman with an end-over-end kick. Turpin moving to his left on the number. Signals for a fair catch. Now we'll let it bounce at the 5, and it's into the end zone. Steelers had a man down there, had a chance to try to bat that one into play. It was Terrell Edmonds. There is a penalty flag that is down on the far side. Well, right now the ball is going to be at the 20-yard line. We'll hear from Sean Hockley.
During the kick, holding by the receiving team, number 41. This penalty will be enforced half the distance to the goal from the 20-yard line. It's 1st down. Time.
So back it up to the 10-yard line. That's where the Cowboys will have it when we come back. 7:23 to go in the 3rd quarter. It's the Steelers 10, the Cowboys 6. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Finding quality candidates for your small business is no little league game, but Indeed can help you cover all your hiring bases. Their all-in-one hiring platform has smart tools to help you attract, screen, and hire quality candidates. And they don't just help you hire faster. 93% of employers agree Indeed delivers the highest quality matches compared to other job sites, according to a recent Indeed survey. Nix the hassle. Start hiring. Learn more at Indeed.com/credit to expand your team today.
Election Day is just around the corner, and we all need to show up big for our country and make our voices heard. Whether you're voting early, by mail, or in person at the polls on November 5th, be sure to make a voting game plan. For more resources and information, visit NFL.com/votes.
Paramount Plus is once again your home to stream the NFL on CBS. Follow all the action and stream your live local NFL on CBS game every Sunday, all the way through the AFC Championship. Sign up, sign in, and start streaming Paramount Plus today.
Why pay more for a great shave? Choose Barbasol, America's #1 brand of shaving cream. Barbasol's thick and rich lather gives you a close, comfortable shave for just half the price of gels.
Barbasol. Ryan Radke, Mike Golick here in the Grainger broadcast booth in Pittsburgh. Huddle up with Grainger to get more done. Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry. Call Grainger.com or stop by one of over 250 branch locations. 7:23 to go, 3rd quarter. Steelers 10, Cowboys 6. Cowboys will start this drive 1st and 10 at their own 10 after the holding penalty on the punt that went into the end zone. Dak Prescott will line up in the shotgun. He's got Rico Dowdle to his left. 3 receivers to the right side of the formation. Prescott lifts his left leg, lifts it a second time. Takes the shotgun snap. He'll hand it off to Dowdle along the left hash. And Rico Dowdle finds a seam out to the 15-yard line. Patrick Queen with the stop. Gain of 5 for Dowdle on 1st down. That'll bring up 2nd down and 5.
5 yards, a huge gain for Dallas in this rushing attack, setting up 2nd and 5. That's playing ahead of the sticks. He just saw some good choices.
Cowboys now with 34 rushing yards in the game. Call it a gain of 6, 2nd down and 4. Prescott lines up under center, I formation behind him. Now Prescott changing something in the line. Plenty of time. Play clock shows 12. Prescott puts his hands back under center, has the snap, turns, hands it off Dowdle, running outside the left hash, bounces off the Minka Fitzpatrick tackle and gets near the first down. They're going to mark him just short. Needed to get to the 20-yard line. They'll put the ball across the 19, but not quite to the 20. So it'll be 3rd and inches for the Cowboys.
So last time it was 3rd and inches, they passed it and didn't get it.
Yeah, remember they ran to the line and then threw it and didn't get it. Prescott's going to line up in the shotgun here. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Hunter Lipke is the running back. Tolbert in motion from right to left. Stops, sprints back out to the right. Prescott takes the snap. Give it to Lipke. Straight ahead, first down. Crossing the 20 to the 21. Montravius Adams along with Queen together on the tackle. Gain of 2 yards, and that'll keep the Cowboy drive alive. With 5:54 to go in the 3rd quarter. Steelers lead 10-6.
Not a long game, but enough to move the sticks. That's all you're trying to do.
Boy, and you wondered with Lipke in there if they were actually going to run. They did. Exactly. It's his 3rd carry of the year. Prescott lines up in the shotgun. He's got 3 receivers right. Here's the snap. Dak back to throw. Looking. Throws over the middle off his back foot, and Lamb couldn't hang on. Tried to make a sliding catch at the 24. And that'll bring up 2nd down and 10. Tune in to watch all the excitement of the NFL next Sunday on CBS and Fox. Check your local listings for games and times in your area. Catch the NFL on CBS and on Fox.
Dak Prescott had to throw that ball backing up. Cam Hayward was in his grill.
2nd down and 10. Dowdle in there is the running back. 3 receivers right, including the tight end Ferguson. 1 man left. Prescott gets the shotgun snap. He's back to pass. Rush coming. Throws over the middle. Caught by Ferguson. First down across the 30. And Jake Ferguson tumbles his way down out close to the 34. Beanie Bishop with the tackle. Gain of 13. A first down for the Cowboys.
Herbert had pressure again. Knocked Dak down and came up limping. He's limping off the field now.
Yeah, Herbig grabbing his right leg and now can't put any weight on it. He hops off those final couple of yards. He is in some serious discomfort. Cowboys 1st and 10 from their own 34. Here's the snap. Prescott will hand it off to Dowdle. Starts left, cuts back right between the hash marks across the 40. Breaks the tackle 45. And he's out to the 47-yard line. Rico Dowdle finding room in the middle. Minka Fitzpatrick, DeMarvin Leal together on the tackle, but only after a gain of 13 for Dowdle.
Boy, that breaks a trend by the Cowboys. They have the 2nd fewest yards after contact. 2.5 yards. That was about 11 yards after contact.
First down and 10, Dallas. Prescott lines up under center. 2 tight ends to the right side of the formation. Dowdle is the single back. And we've got whistles just before the snap. And a false start against Dallas.
5-yard penalty. It's first down.
It's just amazing how damning those can be. I mean, it really, really is when you're starting out your series at 1st and 15.
Herbig has been taken into the tent on the Steelers sideline to get checked out.
Oh, he looked like he was in a lot of pain.
Yes, he did. TJ Watt, meanwhile, is on the sideline getting a break. First down and 15, Cowboys from their own 42. Prescott on the gun with Elliott to his right. 3 receivers left, 1 man to the right. Dak waits on the shotgun snap. He's got it back to pass, and flags fly again.
Wow.
Another false start.
Before the snap, false start by the offense, number 66. It's a 5-yard penalty. It's still first down.
TJ Bass, who's in there at left guard, with Tyler Smith at left tackle. That makes it a 1st and 20. Cowboys coming into tonight 27th in the league in terms of penalties.
And again, Bass is in there because Tyler Guyton, the original left tackle, got hurt. So Tyler Smith kicked out to left tackle, and Bass took his spot at left guard, and he gets to say hello to Cam Hayward for most of the night now.
9th penalty against the Cowboys, 4th false start. Shotgun snap to Dak, back to throw on 1st and 20. Looks, throws over the middle. Schoonmaker makes the catch and dives down at the 45-yard line. Patrick Queen with the tackle. It's a gain of 8. That'll bring up 2nd down at 12. Cowboys changing personnel. Looked like maybe they were going to go quickly, but now they'll fall back into the huddle.
As it's 2 edge rushers for Pittsburgh. Herbig is out still in the blue tent, and TJ Watt still on the sideline.
2 receivers left, 2 right. Prescott on the gun. He's got Dowdle to his right side. 2nd and 12. Cowboys at their own 45. Shotgun snap. Prescott back. Looks right. Throws right. Tolbert wide open. Makes the catch. Wrapped up and taken backwards. He crossed midfield into Steeler territory to the 48. Joey Porter Jr., second-year man out of Penn State, made the tackle. Gain of 7. And now the Cowboys have worked themselves back into a manageable third down situation. Third down and about 4.
Boy, they really have. For 1st and 20 to 3rd and 4, you'll take that for sure.
Cowboys will go with trips to the left. CeeDee Lamb single man right. Lipke in the backfield to Prescott's right side. Dak lifts his left leg. Play clock at 13. Here's the snap. Back to throw. Looks left. Throws left. Got a man. That's caught at the 40, and that's a first down. Tolbert again working against the coverage of Dante Jackson. And the Cowboys get out of that 1st and 20 hole, and they move the chain with a first down.
Nice just timing routes. Because Dak's been getting a lot of pressure on him, especially when Herberg and Watt have been there at the same time. So really, really nice timing routes.
7 more yards on the pass to Tolbert. Cowboys get to the line of scrimmage. 1st down and 10 from the 41-yard line of the Steelers. Shotgun snap. Prescott back to pass. Looking. Now rolling to his right. Pumps. Throws down the right side. And it is caught by Spanford. No, they're going to say incomplete. Brevin Spanford, who had his first NFL catch earlier in the game, nearly caught this one. A diving attempt on the sideline. It hit his hand and dropped down to the turf before he could hang on to it.
That was going to be a swing pass to the right, but T.J. Watt read it, broke off his pass rush, and went out and got in the way of it.
Yet another way that T.J. Watt disrupts the game. Trips to the right on 2nd down and 10. Prescott on the gun, gets the snap. He'll hand it off to Dowdle along the left hash. Dowdle able to fall forward inside the 40 to the 38. Wilson with the tackle, gain of 3. And now it'll be a 3rd down and 7. Clock moving 1:45 to go in the 3rd.
They had 1st and 20, got it to 3rd and 4. Then they had 1st and 10, they got it to 3rd and 7.
12th play of this drive coming up for the Cowboys. Remember, it started back at their own 10-yard line. Prescott on the gun with Lipke to his left. Trips right, single man left, that's Lamb. Prescott wants the snap. He's got it. Blitz coming. It's picked up. Prescott steps up in the pocket. Now stumbles and falls at the 40-yard line. There's a flag in the secondary that may bail the Cowboys out.
Oh, it is. It's going to be holding on defense. Automatic 1st down. Wow.
Holding by the defense, number 31. It's a 5-yard penalty from the previous spot and an automatic 1st down.
The hold is against Beanie Bishop. I'm not sure if Prescott even got touched when he stepped up there. I think he just tripped and fell, but the penalty is going to bail him out.
Yeah, Beanie Bishop wrapped his left arm around the waist of the receiver.
Meanwhile, the word from the Steelers, Herbig being checked for a hamstring injury. His return is questionable. So move the ball now to the Steeler 33, 1st and 10. Prescott goes under center, takes the snap. He'll hand it off to Rico Dowdle, running between the hash marks. Takes a hit, spins out to his right. Picks up 3 to the 30-yard line. That'll bring up a 2nd down and 7. Montrevious Adams with the tackle for the Steelers. Inside a minute to go now in this 3rd quarter. 10-6, Pittsburgh on top. Steelers trying to get to 4-1. Cowboys looking to get over 500 to 3-2.
Dallas getting to the area of the field where they screw up, right? A block field goal and 2 turnovers, a fumble and interception.
It's been kind of a nightmare spot for him tonight. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Prescott changing something at the line of scrimmage. Single running back behind him. Prescott takes the snap. He'll hand it off. This is Dowdle again. Makes one man miss and gets close to a 1st down before Minkah Fitzpatrick can make the tackle. Rico Dowdle running outside the right hash, crossing the 25, close to the 24. It's going to be 3rd down and short for the Cowboys. They need the 23 for a 1st down.
Yeah. 2 runs and a yard and a half away from a 1st down. That's successful running for a team that doesn't run well.
Cowboys up to the line quickly. 2 receivers left, 2 right. Prescott in the gun. He's got Dowdle to his left. And that is going to be the end of the 3rd quarter. 15 minutes to go in Pittsburgh. Steelers 10, Cowboys 6. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
No one one knows football like Howard Stern.
Every time I get excited about a team, they lose.
Hard-hitting analysis.
It's not like me to try anything athletic.
And detailed play-by-play of who scored last night.
Hi, this is Travis Kelce's agent. He's going to be bigger than The Rock. I'm not kidding.
Catch the Howard Stern Show.
Today is Fan Appreciation Day.
Live at 7 a.m. Eastern on Howard 100 and the SiriusXM app.
A new year in the NBA is right around the corner, and NBA Radio has you covered.
Tatum muscles it up and in, scoring the foul.
Our experts are breaking down the entire league.
That's going to be a fun team to watch.
And bringing you inside the locker room.
It is a must-win game.
Basketball season is just weeks away, and your 24/7 home for hoops is SiriusXM NBA Radio, Channel 86, and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Nobody covers the National Football League.
They give Mahomes time for the end zone. He throws it. It's caught. Touchdown!
Like SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88. Our team of former players, coaches, and front office executives like Pat Kerwin, Jim Miller, Rich Gannon, Alex Smith, and Hall of Famer Bill Polian brings you closer to the game. If it's happening, we are there. Live from the Scouting Combine in March to the draft in April. And in the summer, SiriusXM NFL Radio takes you to all 32 training camps. We connect you with the history of the game on stage for Hall of Fame weekend. Hear all the primetime play-by-play action from opening night through the Super Bowl.
Spectacular in every way. Confetti flying in the air.
Your 24/7 home for the NFL all year long. SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood 1, your home for Sunday Night Football.
With the SiriusXM app, you can hear your hometown announcers all season long. Just search for your team on the SiriusXM app and tap the star to save it as your favorite.
Along with Mike Golick and our producer Mike Eby, who would like me to remind you it is now Monday Morning Football here in Pittsburgh. I'm Ryan Radke. 15 minutes to go. Steelers 10, Cowboys 6. Cowboys about to run their 14th play of this drive. It's a 3rd and 1 from the Steelers' 24. Prescott in the gun with 2 receivers left, single man to the right. Dowdle is the running back. He'll get the handoff straight ahead, pushing his way forward. He's got the first down as he reaches the 22 before Cameron Hayward can make the tackle. So again, not much, but enough for the Cowboys to keep this drive alive. They'll run the 15th play of this drive.
Nate Herberg still off the field, had the hamstring issue, and TJ Watt is on the sideline now as well.
Been on the sideline for most of this drive. First down and 10 Cowboys from the Steeler 22. Ball in between the hash marks. Prescott under center has the snap. Here's a toss. Dowdle running left along the numbers. Gets hit and brought down at the line of scrimmage by Wilson. Peyton Wilson, the 3rd rounder out of NC State, with a big hit on Rico Dowdle. No gain. It'll be 2nd and 10.
Peyton Wilson was in college so long, I called Peyton Wilson games. And dude was a tackling machine at North Carolina State.
Unanimous All-American last year, won the Butkus Award and the Bednarik Award. That's how good he was. 2 receivers left, 2 right. Shotgun snap, Prescott back, looking, rolling to his right, now lost for the end zone, got a man wide open, and it's caught. Touchdown, Cowboys. Prescott rolling to his right, found Rico Dowdle all by himself, and Dowdle makes a tumbling catch in the right corner of the end zone, and the Cowboys have taken the lead. A 22-yard touchdown strike, and Dallas leads 12-10 with 13:51 to go.
I believe Minka Fitzpatrick thought Dowdle was going to break to the middle of the end zone, and he broke to the outside when Dak rolled right, because Dak had plenty of room to run, but a wide-open Dowdle.
Brandon Aubrey on for the extra point. His kick is on the way, and it is good. So the Dallas Cowboys have retaken the lead on top by a score of 13-10 with 13:51 to go. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Meet Bob Minetti.
My wife and I just celebrated 45 memorable years together. She and my daughter Katie are my anchors.
Bob and Wendy spent time fundraising for healthcare causes.
I guess I liked it so much, I decided to become a patient.
In 2016, he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer.
I assumed that there was no hope for people with my diagnosis.
Bob participated in a clinical trial that included cutting-edge radiation therapy and surgery. He's been in remission since completion.
I'm so glad that I learned about what was possible for me.
I'm Keisha Sharp. Since losing my mother to pancreatic cancer, I've been working to ensure that everyone facing this diagnosis knows about the immense progress being made. Stand Up to Cancer and Lust Garden Foundation are working together to make every person diagnosed into a long-term survivor, like Bob. Visit pancreaticcancercollective.org.
Furnished by Stand Up to Cancer. Science is...
If you want to win your fantasy football league, you need to listen to Fantasy Sports Radio. What a play! From start-sit decisions to waiver wire advice to injury updates, Sirius XM Channel 87 helps you win your fantasy football league. With expert advice from Jeff Mans.
Making the most moves doesn't result in the most wins.
Howard Bender.
Just because you're allowed to make a waiver move doesn't mean you have to make a waiver move.
Jeff Ratcliffe.
Don't overvalue wide receiver, cornerback.
Bob Harris.
If you're in a league that doesn't have IR, go out and start looking to waiver wires for players who are about to be activated.
Adam Ronis.
Personally, I don't like trading for injured players because there's a risk of a setback.
And so much more.
You've done wonders for me through the year.
Winning strategies from the best analysts in the business are on Fantasy Sports Radio, Sirius XM 87, and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Ryan Radke, Mike Golick here in the Grainger broadcast booth in Pittsburgh. For the ones who get it done, there's Grainger, offering over 1 million industrial-grade products, fast delivery, and free technical support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. 13:51 to go. Cowboys back in front. They lead the Steelers 13-10. What a drive. 16 plays, 90 yards, 8:32 off the clock. And Dak Prescott finds Rico Dowdle in the right corner of the end zone for a 22-yard touchdown pass.
Deshaun Elliott also fell in defensive coverage, fell down on the play, but Dallas finally cashes in after a fumble, an interception, and a blocked field goal.
Cowboys have outgained the Steelers 347-172 tonight. Here's a kickoff. Shamplin's got it inside the 5, across the 10 to the 15, now up to the 20, seam to the 25, cuts left across the 30, and Shamplin takes it all the way out to the 35-yard line. Overshown with the special teams tackle, a return of 34 yards. So now the Steelers back down by 3. Plenty of time left, 13:45 to go. Pittsburgh trying to get to 4-1 on the season. Steelers had a 6-game regular season win streak snap last week when they fell in Indianapolis 27-24.
They got down big early in that game.
Fields will line up under center. Harris is the back. Handoff to Najee Harris. Runs out to the left side numbers, and Harris works his way out to the 39-yard line. So 5 yards on first down for Najee Harris. That'll bring up second down and 5. Mozzie Smith with the tackle.
Be interesting, this Dallas defense now against the run. If they got a spark from that offense, finally putting it in the end zone and giving them a lead.
Second down 5 for the Steelers. Fields under center. He's got 2 receivers stacked right, single man left. Jefferson sprints from right to left. Fields looks over the defense, barks out the signals, has the snap, back on a play fake, rolling to his right, plants his feet, has time, throws down the field, incomplete. Trying to get it to George Pickens. Trayvon Diggs was in coverage. And now it'll be third down and 5, and Pickens kind of thrown his head back after that. Just his 4th target tonight. He has 1 catch for 8 yards.
That's great coverage by Diggs. Normally there's an intermediate route, a deep route, and a short route. The short route couldn't get out, so that took one of the options away for Justin Fields.
Well, now the Steelers trying to convert a third down. They are just 1 of 8 on third down tonight. This is third and 5. 2 receivers left, 2 right. Pickens is in the right slot. Fields in the shotgun. Play clock down to 4. Here's the snap. Fields back to pass. Under pressure. Hit as he throws. It's incomplete. The ball is rolling around. It's picked up by the Steelers. Pickens got on it. Right now they're letting the play go, but that certainly looked like a forward pass out of the hand of Justin Fields. But the officials...
Recovered by the offense. It's first down.
They're giving Pittsburgh a first down.
Oh.
And this would have to be challenged by Mike McCarthy.
Oh, Mike McCarthy is hot.
Play assist. It is an incomplete pass.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, Eric Kendricks hit the arm of Justin Fields as he threw.
That's the right call. And Mike Zimmer, you wondered if they were going to dial up a blitz there. And Mike Zimmer with a patented double-A gap blitz that he loves. And it brings the pressure right up into the face of Justin Fields.
So Kavontae Turpin back to return. That's the beauty of replay assist, by the way, because that was not a turnover, so Mike McCarthy would have had to challenge that play.
Exactly.
Waitman on to punt. Turpin stands right at his 15-yard line. This is where the Steelers need a good punt from Waitman. Here's the snap. The left footer. It's a high, short end-over-end kick. This one will bounce just inside the 20-yard line. Takes a big hop up and out of bounds on the near sideline, close to the 15-yard line. It's a 46-yard punt. No return. 12:54 to go in Pittsburgh. Cowboys lead the Steelers 13-10. They'll have the ball when we come back. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
It's time to review the top 3 highlights of the day. I'm joined as always by my co-anchor Snoop.
Hey, what up, though?
Snoop, number 1 has to be getting the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence at T-Mobile.
Yeah, you should hustle down to T-Mobile like a dog chasing a squirrel, chasing a nut.
Nice analogy, Snoop. Dogs do love to chase squirrels.
And squirrels love to chase those nuts.
On to highlight number 2. At T-Mobile, families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
That is very impressive. You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
That's exactly what I'm planning on doing with my savings, Snoop. Now, take it away, Snoop.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on them. Now drop that jingle.
24 monthly bill credits eligible traded on Go 5G Next. Well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credit stop and balance on required finance agreement due. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts for the power, performance, and reliability of a new Superstart battery. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Scott Graham in our Westwood One studios. A look at the Week 5 scoreboard. Minnesota's still undefeated. They beat the Jets in England today, 23-17. Arizona upset San Francisco in San Francisco, 24-23. As Green Bay beating the Rams 24-19. Cleveland falls to Washington. Commanders are now 4-1 on the year, 34-13, the final in our nation's capital. Giants beat Seattle on the road today, an upset 29-20. It was Chicago over Carolina 36-10. Houston, a field goal as time expires to beat Buffalo 23-20. Baltimore, a field goal in overtime to beat Cincinnati 41-38. Jacksonville knocked off Indianapolis 37-34. It was Miami 15, New England 10, and Denver wins once again. They beat Las Vegas 34-18. We'll have all the details, highlights, and post-game reaction coming up when this one is done. Back to Pittsburgh now, Ryan and Mike.
All right, Scott, thanks very much. 12:54 to go in Pittsburgh. Cowboys 13 and the Steelers 10. Cowboys will start this drive at their own 14-yard line, 1st and 10. Remember, they started the last drive at their own 10, ended up with a touchdown. 3 receivers right, single man to the left. Prescott takes the shotgun snap, back to throw, looking, throws over the middle, and it's knocked down incomplete. Second time we've seen the Steelers bat one down at the line of scrimmage. That'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
Surprised they didn't start with Dowdle running the ball. He's talking in the break. He's averaging, 4-3 a carry?
Yeah.
He's running the ball pretty well tonight.
Keanu Benton is the man that knocked that one down. 2nd-year man from Wisconsin. 2nd down and 10. Elliott is the running back now. He'll line up to Prescott's right. 3 receivers to that right side. CeeDee Lamb is the single man to the left. Prescott has the snap, holds it out, gives it to Elliott, running left hash, cuts back. And he's banged down out at the 18-yard line. Gain of about 4. Watt with the tackle. And another injured Cowboy down on the play. Might be a cramp. And I think that's Zach Martin.
I think it's Zach Martin, yeah. Yeah, I think it's a cramp.
He's got his left leg extended straight up in the air.
Yeah, and one of his teammates immediately started to stretch him.
So the trainers will come out to have a look. We'll step aside. 12:41 to go. Cowboys 13, Steelers 10. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
The Ed Milet Show showcases the greatest peak performers sharing their journey, knowledge, and thought leadership. Pro Football Hall of Famer Troy Aikman.
I started looking up stuff, and meditation changed my life.
Former football star Tim Tebow.
The biggest ways to get out of a slump is get out of your comfort zone and help someone else.
Coach Prime Deion Sanders.
I was 7 years old, and I told my mom I was going to be rich, and you're never going to have to work another day of your life.
The Ed Milet Show is available on YouTube or wherever you listen.
Purchase new wiper blades from O'Reilly Auto Parts today and we'll install them for free. See better and drive safer with O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Why pay more for a great shave? Choose Barbasol. Its thick and rich moisturizing lather delivers a close, comfortable shave for just half the price of gels. A quality shave at an honest value. That's Barbasol.
Barbasol. You can catch The Rich Eisen Show every weekday from 12 to 3 p.m. Eastern on many of these same stations. And be sure to look out for 2 podcasts from Rich Eisen Podcast. All the NFL hot takes you can handle on Overreaction Monday. And each Tuesday, download What the Football with Susie Schuster and former Raiders CEO Amy Trask. Get them wherever you get your podcasts. So Zach Martin is out. Brock Hoffman is in. So a couple of backup guards in for the Cowboys. As they face a 3rd and 6 from their own 18 with 12:41 to go, they lead the Steelers 13-10.
TJ Watt is in, and on the other side at the rush is Jeremiah Moon.
He just came off IR.
Came off IR, exactly. He's the other rush end right now.
Moon had been out with an ankle injury. Waiver claim from Baltimore in the offseason. Cowboys will go empty. 3 receivers right, 2 left. Now Dowdle motions into the backfield. Prescott on the gun with Dowdle to his left side. Walk toward the line of scrimmage. Points out to his right. Falls back into the shotgun. Lifts his leg. Takes the snap. Pitch it to Dowdle. Running left. Cuts it up along the numbers. First down across the 25. Cuts right to the 30 and dives to the 31 for a first down. DeMonte KZ made the tackle, but Rico Dowdle picks up 13 and the Cowboys maintain possession.
That, Ryan, was a great call, because you knew the edge rushers were flying up the field, and the pitch was right outside of him. He got the corner immediately.
Dowdle up to 69 yards in the game. He'll get a break now as Elliott checks in. Receivers left and right, 2 tight ends right.
Hey, get shit.
Prescott will work this one from under center. Here's the snap. Prescott back on a play fake. Rolling right, throws short right. That's caught across the 35 and out to about the 37-yard line. That was Brevin Spann-Ford with his second catch of the game. They'll mark him out of bounds up at the 38-yard line. Gain of 7. That'll put Dak Prescott over 300 yards passing in the game. It'll bring up 2nd and 3. Well, all season long, you can stream the NFL on Westwood One for free, sponsored by Pfizer. Visit VaxAssist.com to schedule your pneumococcal vaccination appointment today. That's VaxAssist.com. 2nd down 3 from the 38. Prescott in the gun, 3 receivers left. Dak takes the snap, handoff Elliott, running straight ahead, covers up the football and powers his way for a first down. Needed to get to the 41, he got to the 42, so a gain of 4, and now a late flag gets thrown in.
And the Steelers down.
One of the Steeler defenders laying on his stomach, trying to peel himself up off the turf. It's DeMarvin Leal.
Timeout for injury.
See what the flag is about. That came in at the end of the play. It got thrown from near the sideline all the way into the middle of the pile, right where Elliott got tackled.
Ruling on the field is a first down. After the play was over, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, offense number 67. It's a 15-yard penalty. It'll be 1st and 10. Timeout for an injury.
So the Cowboys get the first down, but will lose 15 yards. That's Hoffman. He's the one who came in the game when Martin left with what we think is a cramp. And meanwhile,
now again,
trainers are taking a look at Leal.
And they do get a first down, so it is a new set of downs. They're just backed up 15 more yards.
You know, Mike, I got to tell you, there was definitely pushing and shoving after this play, but we've seen a lot of this tonight. That's the first time we've seen a flag. I'm not sure that's the one that would have pushed me over the edge.
Yeah, that's all of a sudden the one that drew the flag.
I mean, there was definitely pushing and shoving, but it was from both guys. There was no real egregious contact.
And there's been pushing and shoving all night. There's been no flags. That is somewhat surprising.
So the trainers continue to look at Leal. We'll take a break. 10:55 to go. Cowboys 13, Steelers 10. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's majestic golden eagles and other less majestic birds taunting you through the baseball-sized hole in your new windows. It's soaring guitar solos performed through faulty wiring in your garage, which subsequently erupts into flames. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Families affected by Hurricane Helene urgently need support. Help the American Red Cross provide meals and shelter to these families. Donate today to Hurricane Helene relief efforts by going to redcross.org/NFL. DeMarvin Leal is up. He is walking off under his own power. It looked like they were checking out his neck while he was down on the field. So good news to see him get up and walk off. They will take him into the tent for some further evaluation. Meanwhile, the ball goes all the way back to the 27 after the penalty on Hoffman. So the Cowboys keep it, but now back at their own 27 just as they had gotten the ball up near midfield.
But it is a new set of downs. It's first down, so they can burn more clock. And I actually like the play calling of Mike McCarthy here. What I talked about early in the game to mix up the plays. They had the quick sweep left to get the first down. They had the half-roll pass, half-roll play-action pass, and then the run up the middle. I like how they've been mixing it up.
Cowboys are up to 87 yards rushing in the game. They came in averaging just over 75, last in the league, and on pace to be the worst ever by a Cowboys team. They averaged 79 yards back in 2012. So they're about 4 full yards worse than that right now. But they have been able to get it going in the second half against the Steeler defense that throughout this season, this is when they've really turned it up.
They have been able to get the running game going, and Pittsburgh's running game has stalled in the second half.
So here we go with a 1st and 10. Cowboys at their own 27. 3 receivers right, 1 left. Elliott is the running back to Prescott's left. Shotgun snap, Dak back to throw. Plenty of time. Taking a shot deep down the middle of the field, and it's intercepted. It's picked off back there in the secondary by Porter. Running back across the 30. Porter to the 35. Cuts to the far side of the field. Wrapped up and brought down. Second interception thrown by Prescott tonight. Taking a shot deep down the field, and Porter picked it off. It's his first interception of the year. It's the second of his career.
Remember how I said I like Mike McCarthy's play calling?
I do.
Well, that just stopped. I don't know why and I don't know why Dak threw this. It was perfectly covered. He was running with him step for step. And the safety, Minka Fitzpatrick, was coming over the top. I have no idea why he could get the play call, I guess, but why did he throw it?
So the second interception thrown by Prescott tonight. It's the 3rd turnover for the Cowboys. Steelers have it at their own 37, 1st and 10. Here's a toss to Najee Harris. Running right, cuts it up along the numbers and gets upended at the 40-yard line. He tried to make a jump, and he got his legs taken out from underneath him by Amani Oruwariye, who's up off the practice squad for a second straight week. 8-3, that'll bring up 2nd down and 7. So the second interception thrown by Prescott tonight. He'd thrown 2 in their first 4 games combined. Two receivers left, single man right. Second down and 7. Shotgun snap to Justin Fields. He'll sweep to the right, cuts it up along the numbers, finds a seam out to the 45-yard line. That'll leave him 2 yards shy of the first down. Eric Kendricks with the tackle. 3rd and 2 coming up after a gain of 5 by Fields.
Talked about how Dallas's rushing attack had worked better in the second half and Pittsburgh hadn't. That was Pittsburgh only their 4th rush this half. They went away from the run.
Well, it's very odd to see the Steelers get away from the run at any time. 1 of 9 on 3rd down. This is 3rd and 2. 2 receivers left, 2 right. Fields in the gun, gets the snap, holds it out for Harris. Fields will keep running left, trying to get a block. He didn't get one, and he didn't get the first down, I don't think. Fields is close. He went down, he extended the ball, but I'm not sure that he got enough.
Where the ref ran in to mark the ball, he's short.
DeMarvion Overshown made the tackle.
I thought he should have cut up and gone north and south. He looked like he tried to make one break to the outside.
Yeah, they're going to come out and measure this, but Mike, I think the spot is a pretty good one.
Got caught from behind, like you said, by Overshown, tripped him up.
I was with you. I thought Fields was going to stay more to the inside. Went outside, and Overshown was able to get out there. Take a look here. They're going to get the chain stretched out. And it's a first down. Boy, he got it just by the nose of the ball. Who says those chains are outdated?
Old school football.
I'll save the Steelers there. They had it marked short, but he got it by the front half of the football. So a 1st and 10 at the Cowboys' 47-yard line. 9 minutes to go in the game. Dallas 13, Pittsburgh 10. Steelers will line up with 3 receivers right, 2 left. Empty backfield on 1st and 10. Fields looks over the Cowboys' defense. Dallas showing blitz from the secondary. Here's the snap. They're coming after Fields. Hit as he throws to the right side. Caught by Jefferson. Turns it up, and he's knocked down at the Cowboy 45-yard line. Kendricks and Oruwariye combined on the tackle. Gain of 8. I'll tell you, Mike, Justin Fields got rid of that just in time.
Just in time. Absolutely right.
Tyrus Wheat came from his backside. He almost got his hand to the ball.
Tyrus didn't get touched. The left tackle had to block down. Wheat came free.
2nd down 2 from the Dallas 45. Harris back in the game as the single back. Fields is under center. Jefferson sprints right now back out to the left. Fields stands up, puts his hands on either side of his helmet. Has the snap from under center. He'll toss it to Harris. Running left, cuts it up along the numbers. Najee Harris will pick up a yard to the 44, but he's shy of the first down. Linval Joseph with the tackle. So on 2nd and 2, Harris gets 1. It's now 3rd and a yard.
Well, they'll definitely do 2 plays to get a yard. Unless something bad happens here and they lose a lot of yards.
Well, again, look at the numbers for Najee Harris tonight. 12 carries, 41 yards. Just has not been able to really get going. A guy that's had over 1,000 yards in each of his first 3 seasons. Fields under center, takes the snap, back on a play fake. Rolling to his right. Throws back across the middle, and it's incomplete. Off the hands of Connor Hayward, who was open. And that'll bring up 4th and a yard. They rolled Fields to his right. He threw back across his body, and Hayward couldn't hang on as he took a hit. Boy, that pass hit him right between the 8 and the 3.
Yep, Spencer Anderson ran in immediately as a 6th offensive lineman, as they're going to, no doubt they're going to go for it.
Maris Leofau helped punch that ball away from Hayward. So an extra offensive lineman in. 4th down and a yard. Fields under center and whistles. Pittsburgh is going to take a timeout. So with 7:30 remaining in the game, Mike Tomlin will spend his first time out. And the Steelers will talk about it. Don't miss all the NFL excitement on NBC next Sunday night when the Cincinnati Bengals meet the New York Giants. Of course, you can also hear Sunday Night Football each week right here beginning at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on many of these same stations, on the NFL app or online at westwoodonesports.com.
You know, you can say, do you play it safer and run on that? You run it twice to get a yard, but the pass was there. You know, it's kind of like the Eagles and Saquon Barkley, you know, when on the passing against Atlanta on the out route. You know, everybody questions the play call, but it was a successful play. Players just got to hang on to the ball. There, Connor Hayward's got to catch that ball.
And I will say again, give credit to Leofow, who came in and helped punch that ball out of Connor Hayward's hands. But it was a perfect throw from Justin Fields. It was right on the money. So 4th down and a yard. 3 receivers right, 1 left. Fields is in the shotgun. He's got Harris to his right side. Here's the snap. Fields hands it off. Harris off the left side, right at the sticks, and it looks like he got the first down with a second effort. He made a spin, and it looked like that got him just across the line to gain.
Wow. I mean, where the ref was running in was right on the stick.
And it is a first down.
Whew.
Man, I'll tell you, they had him stood up, Mike, and then just a spin going to the ground. Maybe got it by a half yard. Twin receivers left and right. 1st and 10 Steelers at the Dallas 43. Fields in the gun with Harris to his right. Here's the snap. Fields back to pass. Looks right. Throws deep down the right side. Incomplete off the hands of Jefferson. Oruwariye was in coverage. It'll be 2nd down and 10. Boy, and again, I think a catch that has to be made.
Oh, yeah. That was a classic back shoulder throw. Perfectly thrown. Jefferson's got to make that catch.
It's not an easy catch.
No.
In the NFL, it's one you got to have, right?
That's exactly right. It's a patented play.
2nd down 10 from the 43. Receivers left and right. Freiermuth in motion from right to left. Fields in the shotgun. He's got Harris to his right side. Here's the snap. Blitz coming. Fields back. Under pressure. Steps up in the pocket. Moving left. Throws left. That one is caught out of the sideline. Cutting back in across the 35 and down to the 34 is Brandon Johnson, who was elevated off the practice squad yesterday. Came over from Denver as a free agent. His first catch as a Steeler. And it puts Pittsburgh in a 3rd down and short. It'll be 3rd and 1 after a gain of 9.
Well, they're living on these 3rd and 1s and 2s, aren't they?
They sure are. I'm sure Mike Tomlin would like to just pick up 3rd and 1 and not have to sweat out 4th down. Fields in the shotgun again. Harris to his left. 2 receivers stacked to the right. Johnson will sprint in motion from left to right. Play clock down to 6. Fields gets the snap. Fields back to pass. Looks, pumps, steps up, checks it down right side. Pickens makes the catch to the 25. Cuts back inside, now back outside of the 20, down the sideline of the 15. Gets hit out of bounds, and a flag is down. Pickens got run out of bounds, and I think it was Donovan Wilson then that hit him late.
Every ref in the area pulled the flag out on that. Yeah, there was no need for that one, and that was great protection by the O-line. Justin Fields was looking for an escape hatch and realized he didn't have to because it was a perfect cup protection around him.
Gain of 21, and it's going to get tacked on here for the personal foul.
There were 2 fouls on the play, both by the defense. Offside, number 55, this penalty is declined. Personal foul, late hit out of bounds, number 6. The penalty is half the distance to the goal. It's an automatic 1st down.
So it was Donovan Wilson who gets called for the late hit. They'll move the ball from the 13-yard line down to the 6.5. That's the first catch for George Pickens since the 5th play of the game. And man, is that a big one that now gives the Steelers a 1st and goal with 5:53 to go. They trail 13-10. Ball in between the 6 and the 7. Fields under center, Harris the single back. Here's the snap, handoff Najee Harris. Starts right, cuts back left, and gets tripped up right around the line of scrimmage. And now some extracurricular activity on the far side of the field. Calvin Austin getting into it with Jordan Lewis. Now Austin was down on the ground, and then Lewis got up and did the old walkover, which Austin did not appreciate. No gain on the play, 2nd and goal from the 6.
And again, no flag. Again, it's still odd they threw the flag on that other fight.
Yeah, that's one I still don't get. Slot left, single man right. 12th play of the drive coming up. 2nd and goal from the 6. Here's the snap to Fields. Rolling left, shovel pass inside. Freiermuth, he's got it. Dive for the end zone. Touchdown Steelers. Pat Freiermuth with a 6-yard touchdown catch. And Pittsburgh is back in front. It's the Steelers 16, the Cowboys 13, 4:56 to go. 4 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2
Boy, what a great call by the old coordinator, Arthur Smith, on that one. Get the flow going toward thinking that was going to be a design quarterback keep and just shuffle the ball to the big tight end. Takes it in.
Second touchdown catch of the year for Freiermuth. And now Boswell is on for the extra point.
Big one. Get him up by 4.
Here's the snap. Waitman puts it down. Kick is on the way. It is good. 4:56 remaining in the Steel City. And Pittsburgh leads Dallas 17-13. Well, a couple of big plays on that drive, Mike. Obviously, that touchdown there, as you described, to Freiermuth with Fields rolling left. But that third down conversion to George Pickens set it up.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, again, really good protection, just circled right around Justin Fields at that time. And then the way Pickens was able to run in the open space, break tackles, and he brought about that late hit.
The copyright of tonight's broadcast on Westwood One is owned by the NFL on behalf of its member clubs. All rights to this broadcast are reserved, and any rebroadcast, recording, retransmission, or any other use of this broadcast without the express written permission of the National Football League is strictly prohibited. 12-play, 63-yard drive. 5:32 off the clock. The Steelers, who had one third down conversion all night, converted a couple of third downs and a fourth down on that drive.
6 runs perfectly split. 6 runs, 6 passes on that drive.
So Boswell out to kick it away to Turpin. And now the pressure goes back to the Cowboys offense. Well, Mike, I don't know how this game is going to end. Still plenty of time left. But this is how Pittsburgh has won. They're averaging under 19 points per game. It's the lowest scoring average for any team with a winning record. It's been about scoring just enough and their defense making plays.
Well, when they were 3-0, their first 3 wins of the season, the opponents had 10 or less. So they're definitely holding them down. Dallas has 13, but looking to score more.
Boswell with an end-over-end kick. That one actually bangs off the uprights and rolls back out to the 10-yard line, so it'll be a touchback.
If we were playing arena,
Cowboys will have it at the 30.
If we were playing arena football, that'd be a live ball.
You did some arena football
back
in the day.
Back when Kurt Warner was with the Iowa Barnstormers. Me and Mike Adamley.
Those were some fun games.
Yeah, in the barn in Des Moines, Iowa.
First and 10 Cowboys from the 30. Dak Prescott, 3:04 through the air. He's 24 of 35. He'll line up in the shotgun with Dowdle to his right. 3 receivers to the left side of the formation. Prescott takes the snap, handoff Dowdle along the right hash, and Rico Dowdle has a 5-yard gain to the 35-yard line. Second down at 5 coming up. Wilson with the tackle. The Cowboys now sticking with that run game that you wanted to see them stick with on the last drive before Prescott threw the interception. 2 receivers left. CeeDee Lamb, single man to the right. Boy, Lamb has been awfully quiet after he got off to a quick start tonight. He has not had a catch since the first quarter. Shotgun snap to Prescott. Handoff, Dowdle again along the right hash. First down across the 40. And he's out to the 43-yard line. Wilson again with the tackle. But some good running room there for Rico Dowdle. All the way out to the 43. That's a gain of 8.
The Dallas Cowboys now have more rushing yards than the Pittsburgh Steelers.
That's crazy. Inside 4 minutes to go in the game. Dowdle and Lipke in there in an offset eye. And a timeout, actually a penalty flag. Steelers, I think, had too many men in formation. They were trying to run somebody off.
Before the flag for too many men on the field, timeout by Pittsburgh. Their second of the half, 30-second timeout.
So the Steelers had to burn that timeout to save the penalty. And they have 1 timeout remaining. Every Westwood One football broadcast this season, once again available on all Alexa-enabled devices. Just say Open Westwood One Sports. You'll be taken straight to the action. That's Open Westwood One Sports to listen on Alexa. Rico Dowdle at halftime had 5 carries for 20 yards. He has 11 for 62 here in the second half. 82 yards rushing in the game, better than 5 yards a carry. First down and 10. He's the tailback in the offset eye. What do you say? Prescott under center, stands up, changing something at the line of scrimmage. Receivers left and right. Prescott has the snap, turns, gives it to Dowdle. Dowdle running along the left hash, and this time he's got nowhere to go. Wrapped up Everybody trying to rip the football out. Jeremiah Moon came in trying to strip it away. No gain on the play. That'll bring up 2nd down and 10 as the clock continues to move down to 3:39 to go. The Cowboys have all 3 of their timeouts.
Cowboys trying to be a running team tonight.
How about it?
Pretty successful.
Receivers left and right. They stay in the offset eye. Lipke is the fullback. Ezekiel Elliott now is the tailback. Here's the snap. Prescott back. Looks left. Throws left. There's Lamb. Makes the catch up near midfield. And he's into Steelers territory. Crossing the 50-yard line. Close to a first down on the near side. Joey Porter was in coverage. 5th catch for CeeDee Lamb. His first since the first quarter.
And Dak saw that all the way. Saw Porter Jr. playing off and said, well, this is an easy pitch and catch right here.
They mark it at the 49, so it's 3rd down and a yard. Prescott will go under center. Elliott is the single back. 2 receivers stack right. Lamb single man left.
Freddie!
Prescott again changing something at the line of scrimmage. Takes the snap. Toss play to Elliott. Running off the right side. Elliott is hit. He's going to get the first down. He ran through contact and crossed the 48-yard line. A 2-yard run for Zeke Elliott. Watt with the tackle, but a first down for the Cowboys that'll take us inside 3 minutes to go.
Boy, Patrick Queen almost had him in the backfield. Zeke was able to get out of that and get the first down. Oh, that was close.
Cowboys have converted 5 consecutive 3rd downs. 1st and 10 now from the Steeler 47. Slot left, single man right. Prescott on the gun, gets the snap. Back to pass, looking, throws over the middle, and it's caught at the 40-yard line. That's Jalen Tolbert. Porter was in coverage, gain of 7. 2nd down and 3, 2:26, 2:25 to go. The Cowboys couldn't let this run down to the 2-minute warning. They have all 3 of their timeouts. They're not really worried about the clock.
No.
They want to go down, get a touchdown, and not give the ball back to Pittsburgh. Dowdle in there is the running back. Prescott in the gun, 3 receivers left. 2:06, 2:05 to go. Here's the snap. They're going to hand it off to Dowdle between the hash marks, finds more running room, crossing the 35, and he's all the way down to the 33 for a first down. 7-yard pickup for Rico Dowdle, and that will bring us to the 2-minute warning in Pittsburgh with the score. The Steelers on top of the Cowboys, 17-13. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Running your own business can feel a lot like running a one-person relay race. When you've got to expand your team, share the baton with Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform has smart tools to help you attract, screen, and hire quality candidates to your roster. And they don't just help you hire faster. 93% of employers agree Indeed delivers the highest quality matches compared to other job sites, according to a recent Indeed survey. Nix the hassle. Start hiring. Learn more at Indeed.com/credit to expand your team today.
Stay up to date with Westwood One Sports by following us on X and Instagram. In-game highlights, direct links to listen to live games, behind-the-scenes photos, and more. Follow Westwood One Sports on X and Instagram. 2 minutes to go in Pittsburgh. Steelers 17, Cowboys 13. Cowboys with all 3 of their timeouts. They have the ball at the Steelers' 33-yard line. And the running game getting it done right now for the Cowboys.
In a reversal, the Cowboys have run the ball 18 times the second half. Pittsburgh has run it 8 times. In that last run, Zach Martin let us all know he's back in the game because they ran right over Zach for a big gain.
Well, the Cowboys' play selection in the second half, 17 runs, 17 passes. In the first half, it was 21 passes, 10 runs. First down and 10 from the Steeler 33. Prescott of the gun, Dowdle to his left. Here's the snap. Prescott hands it off. Dowdle again, running out to the right side. Spins out of a tackle in the backfield and is able to pick up a yard, maybe 2. He goes leaning forward. Cameron Hayward was there to make first contact. Second down and long coming up, about 1.5 on that run for Rico Dowdle.
No matter how this game ends, there's been some hard hitting tonight by both teams.
Clock still moving, 1:35 to go. Elliott in the ball game now. Lines up in the backfield to Prescott's right side. 3 receivers left, shotgun snap. Prescott back, looks left, looks right, throws over the middle, incomplete. Trying to get it to Elliott, who stumbled coming out of his break. Hayward was in his way. And now it'll be 3rd down. 3rd down and 9 with 1:25 to go.
Boy, yeah, Zeke stumbled, went over his back and dropped right in front of CeeDee Lamb. They were awful close to one another.
See what the Cowboys can do here on this third down play. Cowboys tonight are 8 of 13 on third down. Prescott of the gun, Lipke to his right. Here's the snap. Prescott back to pass, has time, throws in the middle, caught by Ferguson, spins out of a tackle and picks up the first down. Down to the 20-yard line. Fitzpatrick eventually made the tackle, gain of 11. Clock down to 1:10 to go in the game.
Boy, slipped out of the grip of Dante Jackson to gain the extra yards.
Prescott will send 3 receivers right, 1 left. Back in the shotgun, takes the snap, looking to his right, looking left, swings it out to Lipke, runs along the numbers, down to the 15, Lipke to the 10, inside the 5, and all the way down to the 4. It'll be first and goal, Dallas. They'll give him the 3. Loudermilk and Queen together on the stop, gain of 17. Cowboys had spent their first time out to stop the clock with 52 seconds to go. Hunter Lipke makes that catch and rumbles down to the 3-yard line.
Excellent play call. Screen, big man with the ball, got plenty of room. Then just barreled ahead for the extra yards. Ran right through Patrick Queen.
Yeah, he took Patrick Queen for a ride.
Remember now, Pittsburgh, they would like some time on the clock if Dallas were to score. Pittsburgh only has 1 timeout.
They have moved the ball to the 4-yard line during the timeout. So it's first and goal from the 4. 52 seconds on that clock. Cowboys have to have a touchdown. Well, last year, Dallas was a team that was unbeatable at home. This year, they've lost both their home games. They've won both their road games. Trying to get to 3-0 on the road here. Dowdle back in as the running back. Prescott of the gun, 2 receivers stacked right, including Lamb, single man left. Prescott brings Tolbert in motion from the right. Here's the snap. Prescott fakes the handoff, rolling left. Dak looking, tucks it and runs. He dives, and he is out of bounds just short. Fitzpatrick made the tackle at the 1. Clock stop with 46 seconds to go. It'll be second down and goal.
Wow. He was trying to reach that ball, did not get it there.
Well, and I'll tell you what, Mike. Minkah Fitzpatrick actually knocked that ball loose. They are going to look at this. I think that Prescott's knee was down.
Yeah.
So he's going to be okay. And the ball, in case you're wondering, did not go through the end zone.
Yeah, his knee hit between the 1 and the 2-yard line.
This Close Shave Instant Replay review sponsored by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Barbasol delivers a thick lather and close, comfortable shave for half the price of gels. Why pay more for a great shave? Choose Barbasol.
Actually, his knee hit at the 1, and the ball was stretched out. It was not never made it over the goal line.
Yeah, and there's no doubt the ball came loose. But as you said, knee down.
Right.
Even if they said he fumbled it, it would still be the Cowboys' ball because the ball went out of bounds. It did not go through the end zone.
Right.
So this is simply to determine where the spot should be.
It's going to be at the 1 or inside the 1.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think the ball should be just inside the 1-yard line. They also want to make sure the clock is correct here as well.
Yeah, at this point, every second is going to count. Boy, that wasn't a planned run, but it was still a run.
The ball will be placed at the half-yard line. The runner was inbounds. Please reset the game clock to 47 seconds. We're checking with both teams to see if they want to use a timeout to avoid the 10-second runoff.
Okay, so Prescott down inbounds.
And Dallas should have no problem with a runoff. They want as much time off the clock as possible.
Does Mike Tomlin want to burn his final timeout to preserve 10 seconds? Sean Hockley just went over to talk to Mike.
Please run the game clock to 37 seconds. Neither team has chosen to take a timeout to avoid the runoff. The game clock will start on my signal.
Yep, run. That's exactly right. That Dallas definitely would want the runoff. And Pittsburgh did not want to use their last timeout.
So 37 seconds left. Extra offensive lineman in the game for the Cowboys, Austin Richards. I formation behind Prescott. Dowdle is the tailback. Lipke is the fullback. Prescott puts his hands under center. Takes the snap. Hand off Dowdle. He lost the ball. He lost it, but Prescott dives on top of it and saves the day for the Cowboys. Dowdle got the ball punched away, but Prescott was able to get on top. Landon Roberts is the man that knocked it away from Dowdle.
What a hit.
Cowboys have taken a timeout. Man, Roberts came flying over the top, knocked that ball away, but give Prescott credit. Heads up, he was right there and went diving on top of it.
You never know where that odd-shaped ball is going to bounce, and it bounced right to where Dak Prescott was.
So the ball is back to the 4-yard line where Prescott recovered it. It'll be 3rd and goal from there.
Well, obviously, it's 2 plays to get into the end zone for the Cowboys, who still have 1 timeout left.
Prescott will line up in the shotgun. 3 receivers right, 1 left. Lamb in motion from right to left. Play clock is at 12. Prescott gets the snap, back to pass, looking, steps up, throws over the middle, incomplete. A sliding Jalen Tolbert couldn't make the catch. It was down at his feet, and now it all comes down to this. It is 4th and goal.
Well, that was on Dak. Dak had him. Dak had him. Tolbert had a step. Dak threw it into the ground. Wow.
Cowboys are 2-2 on 4th down tonight. They are 4 yards away from a road win. The Steelers are a stop away from getting to 4-1.
I think Mike McCarthy's going to call a timeout.
Everybody on their feet.
Yeah, the play clock was under 10. McCarthy called the last timeout.
So the Cowboys will talk about it here. 26 seconds on the game clock. 4th and goal from the 4. Mike, you're right. If that throw from Prescott is even decent, that's a touchdown.
That's a touchdown.
Tolbert was right underneath the goalposts and open.
So what do you do here? CeeDee Lamb, the corner of the end zone. It's as the offense would call it, a rub route. As the defense would call it, a pick route. You'd have one of those right by the end zone where you cross them and try and get the defenders to knock each other off. A rollout where you have the option to run the ball or throw the ball.
15th play of this drive for the Cowboys. Lamb is in the right slot. Single man left. Prescott in the gun. Dowdle to his left. And now I think Mike Tomlin just used his final timeout.
So you have CeeDee Lamb in the slot with 2 receivers to the right. I see the outside receiver running down and CeeDee running out and trying to get the defenders to pick each other off.
So the Steelers spend their final timeout. This game has been tight throughout, and it all comes down to 1 final play.
So Tomlin called the timeout. Dallas just subbed out 2 players.
2 receivers right, 2 left. Now Lamb is outside on the left, Turpin in the slot. Prescott in the shotgun, Dowdle to his right. Prescott gets the snap, back to pass. Prescott looking, throws for the end zone. It's caught. Touchdown Cowboys! Jalen Tolbert in the left corner of the end zone makes the catch. And the Cowboys have taken the lead with 20 seconds to go. Second touchdown catch of the year for Tolbert, and Dallas converts on 4th and goal.
As bad as that throw to Tolbert was in the play before, this one was just as on the good side, just out of the reach of Deshaun Elliott's left hand, trying to knock it down.
Boy, pretty good coverage by Elliott.
Yep. That ball was on the money.
So Brandon Aubrey now to make it a 3-point lead for the Cowboys. Yeah, the Steelers come flying across the line of scrimmage before the snap. I don't think anybody moved. Yeah, it's against Pittsburgh. They're going to talk to Mike McCarthy to see if there's any chance he wants to move the ball closer.
Right. I mean, this point is to get it to a field goal.
John Fossil, the special teams coach, is in on this discussion as well.
Neutral zone infraction. Defense number 26. Dallas has chosen to enforce that foul on the try from the 15 to the 10.
So they're still going to kick it.
Yep. To make it a little more of a chippy. Which for Aubrey is.
If you say, why are the Steelers doing that? Well, if you block it, pick it up and run the other way, could be a tie game. So why not run the risk of
That's exactly
trying
right.
to jump the count and get in there? Remember, they blocked one earlier. They blocked a field goal earlier, a 38-yarder.
Block it, you return it all the way, you get 2 points. Tie ball game, as you said.
So Aubrey's set up and ready again. And the Steelers again came across early. Again, just trying to time up that snap count.
Offside. Defense number 39. It's a 5-yard penalty enforced on the try and a warning to Pittsburgh for multiple fouls would result in unsportsmanlike conduct if done again.
Good explanation there by Sean Hercules. So now the ball's down to the 5-yard line.
He went over to Mike Tomlin and said, hey, Mike, knock that off. I don't think he said that, but
I'm sure that's exactly how he said it.
Well, Hercules does have the guns, the arms.
Here's the snap. Aubrey's kick is up, and it is good. So with 20 seconds to go, the Cowboys have taken a 20-17 lead. Dallas touchdown drives here in the second half. A 16-play, 90-yard drive. That one a 15-play, 70-yard drive. And that touchdown pass for Steeler fans, it's a Pepto-Bismol upsetting moment. Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5 symptom relief from unexpected stomach upsets. Be ready for game day with Pepto-Bismol. Use as directed. Keep out of the reach of children. Well, and frankly, if you're the Steelers, Mike, that's exactly what you wanted. Your defense on the field with a chance to make a play. Landon Roberts had the play that knocked the Cowboys back to the 4-yard line. They got it to 4th down. Deshaun Elliott did not have bad coverage, but just a perfect throw by Prescott, and Jalen Tolbert hauls it in for the touchdown.
Deshaun Elliott had to come behind defenders because Tolbert came across the field, and Elliott, to avoid running into his own guys, had to go behind them. So he was just a hair behind the play. Still really good coverage, but just behind enough. And the Dak had to throw a perfect ball, and he did.
Now 20 seconds left. The Steelers have no timeouts. See if Aubrey decides to boot this one deep. They've been giving the Steelers a chance to return so far tonight.
I don't think he's going to give them a chance to return it.
Here's the kickoff by Aubrey. He does kick one that bounces at about the 10-yard line. Shamplin's got it to hop around the 2, across the 10, 15. He's up to the 20, but he's tackled right there. And with 15 seconds to go, that's where the Steelers will have it with no timeouts. That was really well done by Brandon Aubrey.
Yep. I was completely wrong on that one. Just kicked it, made sure it landed in the landing zone. Burned 5 seconds with no timeouts now.
So obviously the Steelers have to throw to the sideline here, middle of the field.
Well, or you
maybe do it once.
Go to the middle of the field and deep and hope for an interference call too.
3 receivers to the right side of the formation. Single man to the left. Fields back in the shotgun. Takes the snap. Back to pass. Fields looking. Steps up in the pocket. Moving to his right. Pumps. Now throws deep down the field. Intercepted, then dropped. Oh, Overshone had both hands on it, and as he was trying to pull it in, he lost it. But the clock is all the way down to 7 seconds now. Second down and 10.
Well, now you wonder if you're going to get the fun pitch play. You start lateraling the ball.
Yeah, about all you can do if you're the Steelers.
Yep. You work on this on the last day of practice during the week, and you just kind of throw it around, and everybody has fun with it. Then you try it in the game, and it rarely, if ever, works.
3 receivers right, single man to the left. Fields back in the shotgun, takes the snap, looks right, throws right, caught by George Pickens. Pickens looking to lateral, throws it back across the field. It's caught by Seumalo. Seumalo has to get rid of it, pitches it back to Fields. Fields at the 20-yard line, throws it back across to the near side. That's Freiermuth. He chucks it back over his head. The ball is loose, rolling on the ground. Recovered by the Cowboys, and that'll do it. Jordan Lewis recovered the fumble. Then Pickens grabs Lewis by the face mask and drags him down to the ground. The game is over. The Cowboys have won. The Dallas Cowboys on the road defeat the Pittsburgh Steelers 20-17. Dallas remains perfect on the road. They go to 3-0 away from home. They move to over 500 on the year at 3-2. The Steelers suffer a second consecutive defeat. They are now 3-2 on the season. A game that was dominated by field goals in the first half. In the second half, the Cowboys got that offense going, put together some really nice drives, and took care of the football to get the win.
Yeah, they did, and finally got it in the end zone a couple of times after the turnovers and blocked field goal when they were getting close. They'd be having confidence saying we're getting the ball where we need to get it. We just weren't finishing the drives.